It begins with a sentence that feels like a dream half remembered. No one really knows when the world ended, only that music kept echoing through its ruins. Then we tell the listener softly, "We're here together now, and we want you to know we love you and we care for you deeply." This story is for you, to hold you gently as you rest. We invite them. Before we begin the story, tell us, where in the world are you listening from and what time is
It there? Now take a sip of your coffee, settle in, and let's get started. She was small when the silence first chose her. The world had already gone quiet, long before she knew what noise was supposed to sound like.
Buildings lay open to the sky, hollowed and half-broken, their windows like tired eyes that no longer wished to see. And yet, within that emptiness, she found something that felt alive. Shadows stretched themselves across walls, across cracked
Streets across her feet as if they were waiting for her.
They did not speak in the way others once had. They flickered, swayed, lengthened, and curled, and in their silent movement she began to hear words that were never really spoken. Sometimes, late in the fading light, she would sit among the ruins and watch the darkness climb slowly upward as the sun fell. When night arrived fully, the shadows thickened, pressing close, and she imagined they were companions, a soft circle of presence around her. Not ghosts, not quite friends, but something she could trust to always return. She did not feel entirely alone when they were there. They were patient with her, waiting while she hummed broken little tunes, waiting while she whispered questions she did not expect answers to. And sometimes, when the wind shifted just so, the silence bent and echoed her words back to her in a way that felt like understanding. She grew used to leaning into those echoes. She would tell the darkness about her day, about the small berries she had found, about the strange shapes she thought she saw in the sky. When she was too tired to sing, she would hum, and the shadows seemed to hum along with her. She thought of them as listeners, as gentle companions, as parts of a world that still cared enough to respond. There were nights when fear crept in, when the world felt too large, too empty, and she wondered if she was the last of her kind. On those nights, she pressed her face into her knees, clutching her toy tightly, and whispered into the air, "Don't leave me." The shadows didn't leave. They swayed patiently at her side, rocking back and forth like tired lullabies. And she could almost believe they were wrapping her in an embrace. It was a strange comfort to find love in something without form. But that was how her world taught her, to listen to what could not be seen, to believe in what others might never notice. And though she was only a child, she began to carry within her a softness that came from knowing even silence could be a friend. She started to give the shadows names. One was longer than the rest, always reaching toward the north, so she called it Stretch. Another was thin and trembling, never still, and she called it Shiver. The one that stayed nearest to her feet, no matter how she moved, she named Home. She spoke to them as if they were old companions, laughing gently when the flicker of a flame made Shiver dance faster, smiling when Home wrapped around her toes at dusk. She didn't need answers, she only needed the steady rhythm of their presence. One evening, as she walked across a street filled with weeds, she noticed her shadow merging with theirs, long and unbroken. For the first time, she thought maybe she was not separate at all. Maybe she too was part of this slow, shifting language of light and dark. She stood there for a long while, letting the dusk blur her outline until she no longer knew where she ended and the rest of the world began. It filled her with a strange peace, one that settled behind her ribs like the weight of a song waiting to be sung. There were stories she would never hear, histories that had vanished into dust. Yet somehow, in those shadows, she felt them all.
Lingering, not as words or lessons, but as a presence of something bigger, something endless.
And though she could not explain it, she trusted it, the way a child trusts the sound of a lullaby, even if she does not understand the meaning. Sometimes she dreamed of the people who once filled these streets. In her sleep, she imagined their shadows too, standing beside hers, moving as they once had. In the morning, she would wake with a soft ache in her chest, but she never cried for long. The shadows were still there, waiting, steady as breath. She had learned already that loss and comfort could live side by side, woven together like strands of the same fabric. She began to wonder if perhaps the shadows had always been children of the sun, long faithful children that followed wherever the light led them. And if that was true, then maybe she too was a child of something unseen, a child who could follow the music that lived between silence and breath. The days continued to pass, slow and tender. She would gather berries or press her palms against the warm stones or trace lines in the dust, and always the shadows kept her company. She no longer asked them to speak back. She no longer waited for answers. Instead, she let them remind her of a deeper truth, that sometimes presence alone
Is enough.
that to stay close, even in silence, is a form of love. When she hummed in the evenings, her voice small against the vast sky, she did not mind if no one else was listening. The shadows swayed with her, rocking with the wind, and that was all, the audience she needed. And so the girl who had once feared loneliness came to carry an unseen choir within her life, not of voices but of steady shapes that never abandoned her. And though she did not yet know it, these quiet friendships would grow into a strength she would carry always, a strength made not of stone or fire, but of silence, listening, and trust. The night grew deeper around her. The shadows lengthened until they blended into one, surrounding her like a vast embrace. She closed her eyes, resting her head against her knees, and breathed slowly, deeply, as if the world itself was singing her to sleep. And somewhere in that stillness, something whispered back, not in words, not in sound, but in the rhythm of her own heartbeat. You are not alone. The day had been grey, though she did not think of days and nights the way others once had. For her, light and dark were just moods of the sky, each carrying its own kind of company. That evening, as she wandered among broken walls, she found a table that still stood in the centre of what had once been a home. Its wood was cracked, its surface bent, but on it lay something strange, half a sandwich, wrapped in paper that had survived the weather. She knew it must have been there for a very long time, and yet it was whole, untouched, as if waiting for her. She held it in her small hands and looked around. The shadows had followed her here, stretching against the fallen beams. For a moment, she thought of keeping the sandwich all for herself, because food was not something she found often. But then, as she turned toward the darkened corner of the room, she saw a shape sitting there. It was faint, nearly invisible, like smoke trying to hold itself still. Her first instinct was to clutch the sandwich tighter, to guard it. But when the shape lifted its head, if it could be called a head, she saw a pair of gentle eyes within the blur. They did not frighten her. They looked tired, as if they had been waiting for someone for far too long. And though she could not explain why, She felt a kind of tenderness for it, the way one might for a bird caught in rain. Slowly, carefully, she tore the sandwich in half. One piece she kept in her lap. The other she set on the table, close to where the shape lingered.
"You must be hungry too," she whispered. For a long moment, nothing happened. The air was still.
But then the faint form leaned forward, and the sandwich half grew dimmer, as if light itself was feeding from it. The girl watched with wide eyes, not afraid, not even surprised. Instead, she felt her chest loosen with a strange warmth. She smiled, small and honest, and said softly, "See, now we both have something." The shape gave no reply. But the room felt less empty, as though her gift had been accepted. She nibbled at her half, savouring every bite, pretending that across the table
someone was eating with her.
When she swallowed, she let out a small hum, a lullaby without words. And though the shape did not join her, it did not leave either. That was enough. Later, when the night deepened, she lay curled against the leg of the table. The faint figure hovered close, its outline blending with the shadows. She closed her eyes and whispered, "Don't go too far." The silence that followed was calm, almost gentle, as if it were a promise. In the morning, when sunlight leaked through the cracks, the shape was gone. The sandwich half was gone too, only crumbs remained, scattered like tiny stars across the wood. She touched them with her fingertip, smiling. It was proof that her kindness had mattered to something, even if that something had no name. She carried the memory with her all day, like a secret tucked in her chest. It was not about food or about ghosts. It was about the feeling of sharing, about realizing that her loneliness could be softened by an act as simple as giving. And from that moment forward, she began to save pieces of what she found. A berry here, a crust of bread there, always set aside for a presence she could not see but felt close to her heart. There were times when she wondered if she had imagined the entire thing. Maybe there had been no ghost at the table. Maybe she had only been talking to emptiness, feeding silence. But she decided it did not matter, because whether or not the figure had been real, the kindness had been real. The warmth it left in her chest was real. That was enough. As weeks slipped by, she began to play with the idea that the world itself was hungry, that every ruin, every silent wall, every forgotten place needed small offerings to remember it still belonged to someone. So when she ate, she often set aside a piece of what she had, placing it on a rock or a ledge, whispering, "This is for you." And in doing so, she never felt completely alone. The shadows watched her rituals, curling close as she shared. She started to imagine they too were part of the meal, leaning in like quiet friends. She began to see every crumb she gave away as part of a larger song, one she was still learning to hum. A song of giving, of holding the world close, even when
it seemed empty. Sometimes, when she closed her eyes at night, she could still see the figure at the table, the soft blur of it, the tired eyes.
She would imagine it smiling faintly at her, thanking her in ways beyond words. The image became a kind of prayer she carried, one she whispered to herself whenever fear tried to pull her down. I gave, and I was not forgotten. She did not understand then that such small gestures were shaping her into something larger than herself. She only knew that it felt right, that in a world so wide and so silent, giving even a little made her heart steady, made her nights less cold, and, in her quiet child's way, she began to believe that kindness, even when invisible, never vanished. It lingered, it spread, it became part of the air she breathed. That evening, when the sun dipped low and her shadow stretched across the ground, she hummed to herself again. The tune was uneven, simple, but filled with something like gratitude. And though she had no audience, she imagined that somewhere, whether in the walls, the air, or the faded eyes of a waiting ghost, her song was being heard. She smiled, and the smile stayed, even as she closed her eyes and drifted into sleep, dreaming of a table where no one ever had to eat alone. He was not always cruel, though the memory of his sharpness would linger far longer than the rare warmth he showed. She knew him as her father, though he felt more like a figure that belonged to another story, someone too large, too strange, too distant to belong entirely to her. His presence arrived in sudden bursts like storms that broke across an otherwise quiet sky. Sometimes, when she was small, she would sense him before she saw him. The air would thicken, the shadows stretch, and she would know that he was near. When he appeared, he filled the space with a weight that seemed to press against her chest. He would speak in words that were too heavy for her, about things she could not yet understand. He wanted her to be strong, to remember who she was, to claim something vast and dark as her inheritance. But she did not want vastness, not then. She wanted small things, the steady presence of shadows, the comfort of a song, the soft company of silence. She listened anyway, because he was her father, and some part of her longed for his approval. She tried to sit still when he told her stories of power, nodding when he reminded her that she was not like others, that her blood carried a weight of its own. But inside she wondered if it was possible to belong to two worlds at once. The world of his shadow and the world of her quiet songs. There were moments, rare and fleeting, when his sternness softened. Once he handed her a blanket when the night was too cold. Another time he listened as she hummed a tune. And though he did not smile, he did not interrupt. Those tiny gestures became treasures for her, hidden away in memory. They did not erase the hardness of his words, but they gave her proof that somewhere within him lived something like care, something like love, even if it was tangled and difficult. Yet more often he left. He would vanish into places she could not follow, leaving only the echo of his presence behind. She grew used to those absences, though each one carved a hollow inside her chest. She told herself that shadows could fill the emptiness, that silence could be family. And for the most part, it was true. But some nights, when the sky was especially wide, she would press her toy to her heart and whisper, "Why don't you stay?" The question dissolved into the air, unanswered. She learned early that longing could not always bring someone closer. She learned that love could ache without destroying her. These lessons did not come from his words, but from the spaces between them, the pauses, the departures, the unfinished promises. And though she was still a child, she carried those lessons quietly, storing them beside her lullabies. Sometimes she wondered if he saw her at all, or if he only saw the part of her that resembled him. She hoped, in her small, secret way, that one day he would see the gentler pieces too. The girl who shared sandwiches with shadows, who whispered to empty rooms, who found joy in the flicker of fireflies. Perhaps he did see, and simply did not know how to name it. Or perhaps he never would. Still, she loved him. Not with the kind of love that expected return, but with the kind that simply was. She loved him because he was hers, because even when he frightened her, She could not imagine a world where he did not exist. That love lived quietly, tucked beneath her ribs, steady as a heartbeat, even when he vanished into the dark. One evening, as he prepared to leave again, she reached for his sleeve. He paused, looking down at her hand. For a moment, she thought he might stay. She thought he might kneel beside her, might listen to her song, might promise to be near. But he only rested his hand gently over hers, not quite holding it, not quite pulling away. Then, with a whisper of movement, he was gone. She stood in the doorway for a long time, staring into the silence he left behind. The shadows swayed around her, comforting as ever, but they could not replace the weight of his absence. She let out a long breath and began to hum, soft and low, until her chest loosened again. The song was not for him, not entirely. It was for herself, to remind her that even in loss, she could still make something gentle. That night, she dreamed of a world where he stayed. In the dream, he sat beside her while she sang, his presence steady, his eyes soft. She dreamed of him telling her that her songs mattered more than her strength, that her kindness was not weakness, but power. When she woke, the dream slipped away, leaving only the ache of what could not be. But she held on to it anyway, as one might hold a feather found on a long and lonely path, fragile, fleeting, but proof that beauty had touched her, even briefly. The years ahead would carry his shadow in many ways, sometimes as a weight, sometimes as a wound, sometimes as a quiet reminder that even fractured bonds are still bonds. She would grow into herself, not despite him, but alongside the memory of him, the father who sometimes cared, sometimes vanished, sometimes loved her in ways she could not quite hold. And though she could not put words to it yet, she was beginning to understand. Love does not always arrive as we hope. It does not always stay, does not always speak in ways we recognize. But even in its broken forms, it leaves traces, and those traces can be enough to shape a heart. She closed her eyes that evening, pressing her toy to her chest, letting the shadows fold around her like a blanket. In the stillness, she whispered, "I'll be okay." The words were not a plea, but a promise, and the shadows seemed to nod in agreement. Slowly, she drifted into sleep, carrying both the ache and the tenderness of her father with her, holding them side by side. The rubble never frightened her as much as the silence between it. Stones broken from tall buildings leaned against one another like tired giants. Glass glittered in the dust, catching the moonlight in fragments. To others it might have looked ruined, but to her it was a place of quiet companionship. She often wandered through the ruins at dusk, humming her wordless tunes, letting her voice bounce off the walls and return to her like a softened echo. One evening, as the sky melted from blue into violet, she sat on a fallen beam and began to sing. The melody was small, unshaped, more like breathing than music. Yet the world seemed to lean in. Her voice carried into the hollow spaces and came back different, deeper, as though another singer had joined her. She tilted her head, listening, and sang again. Once more the sound returned with a resonance that did not belong to her alone. She smiled at this, believing it meant the world itself wanted to sing with her. And so she continued, weaving her fragile tune into the air, waiting for the walls and stones to answer in their slow, patient way. That night became the beginning of a ritual. Each evening, before sleep, she would sing into the ruins, letting her small songs gather strength in. The echo, The shadows swayed nearby, her silent friends, and she imagined them rocking gently to the rhythm. She did not know why it mattered so much, but each time she sang, the weight inside her chest felt lighter. The music gave her permission to let sadness breathe without drowning her in it. Her lullabies were not perfect. Sometimes her voice cracked, sometimes the melody faltered. Yet even those breaks seemed important, as if the world preferred the songs that carried honesty rather than polish. She began to believe that mistakes were part of the music, little reminders that she was human, that she was still here. One evening, while she sang, she imagined someone listening from very far away. Not her father, not the ghost at the table, but someone she had never met. She pictured them leaning against a wall, eyes closed, feeling comfort from a song carried on the wind. This thought filled her with warmth, as though connection did not need bodies or names, only the sharing of sound. There was a night when her voice broke entirely, when tears spilled faster than melody. She tried to keep singing, but the sobs caught in her throat. For a moment, she thought the ruins would remain silent. But then the echo returned, carrying her broken sounds back to her, softer, almost tender. She pressed her hands to her chest, realizing that even her pain could be reflected, reshaped, turned into something less heavy when the world held it with her. She came to think of the echoes as companions, gentle ones who never left. They did not ask for anything, did not judge her for faltering. They only listened, and in their listening, they gave her a place to rest. She spoke to them between songs, telling them about her day, about the berries she found, about the toy she carried still. And though the answers were always the same, a bending of sound, a hush of air, they felt enough. Her toy, worn and faded now, became her audience as well. She would set it before her on a stone and sing, pretending it swayed to her tune. "You like it, don't you?" she whispered one night, touching its frayed ear. The shadows rocked, the echo answered, and she imagined the toy smiling at her, glad to hear her voice. In truth, she was glad too. The singing was less about performance and more about survival, a way to remind herself that her presence mattered, that her small life still had a sound worth carrying. Sometimes, when she grew tired, she would let the songs trail off into silence. Yet even then she could feel the melody continuing in her, a quiet hum that threaded through her bones. She began to understand that music was not separate from her. It was her way of existing, her way of keeping company with a world that could feel unbearably empty. She did not know that her songs were planting seeds inside her, seeds that would grow into the power of expression, the gift of shaping feeling into sound. She only knew that when she sang, the ache inside her loosened. When she sang, she was no longer just a lonely child among ruins. She was part of something bigger, something invisible, something alive, and so the nights passed, one after another, each carrying a lullaby. Some were happy, little hums, filled with the lightness of berries or the sight of fireflies. Some were heavy, slow songs that trembled with grief. All of them mattered because all of them were true. There was one night, long after the stars had risen, when she sang so quietly she could barely hear herself. The ruins seemed to lean closer, as though straining to catch her fragile notes. And when the echo returned, it was softer than she had ever heard, like a whisper pressed against her ear. "You are not forgotten." She closed her eyes and held on to that feeling. Whether it was real or imagined, it steadied her. She curled into herself on the beam, toy against her chest, shadows gathered like a blanket. The world had answered her again. That was enough. And as she drifted towards sleep, she promised herself she would keep singing, no matter what. Even if no one else heard, even if the echoes were her only audience, she would keep leaving her voice in the air. Because voices, she was beginning to learn, were like gifts left behind. They lingered, they softened the silence, they turned loneliness into something almost beautiful. Her breathing slowed, the night deepened. The ruins, patient as ever, held her lullaby in their stones, keeping it safe until morning. She did not always notice when her tears stopped. There had been a time when grief came quickly, rising like storms inside her small chest, spilling from her eyes until she felt emptied out. But after a while, the tears no longer arrived with the same force. It was as if her body had grown tired of crying, as if sorrow had found another path to move through her. That was when she discovered that singing carried what tears could no longer hold. It began without intention. She sat in the corner of a broken room, clutching her knees, wanting to weep, but finding no tears waiting. The silence pressed heavy, and her chest felt too tight, too swollen with feeling. She opened her mouth, and instead of sobs, a sound slipped free. It was thin at first, like the faint whistle of wind through a crack. Then it grew into a trembling note, shaky but alive. She followed it, unsure, letting the sound rise and fall until it shaped itself into a song. Her sorrow softened as the tune carried forward. It was as though the heaviness inside her had found a gentler way to leave. She realized then that music was not only for joy, not only for lullabies. It was also a vessel for sadness, a way to release what was too heavy, to keep inside. And so, when the tears refused to come, she turned to song. At first, the melodies were fragile, breaking often, caught on the rough edges of her breath. But even broken songs soothed her. She noticed that after singing, the knot in her chest unwound. The ache did not vanish, but it became bearable, shaped into notes that drifted into the air. She sang more often after that, not just to fill silence, but to keep herself from being swallowed by sorrow. The shadows listened, swaying as always. She imagined them rocking to her music, their movements soft and patient. The echoes of the ruins joined too, giving her fragile voice a weight it did not possess on its own. She began to think of them as her invisible choir, shadows, echoes, silence, all carrying her feelings with her, never letting them vanish entirely. Some nights, when she could not sleep, she sang herself into dreams. Her voice would grow quiet, slower and slower, until it blurred into breath. In those moments, she felt as though she was rocking herself, the way someone might rock a child. She wondered if her songs could reach further than the ruins, if perhaps, somewhere beyond the stars, another listener might be leaning close. The thought comforted her. There were nights when her songs carried laughter too. Small tunes, playful hums, made up of nonsense sounds. She would spin in circles, arms wide, voice rising with joy she barely understood. It was not that her pain had gone. It was that music allowed both grief and joy to live side by side, without one destroying the other. She was learning to hold contradictions, sorrow and laughter, silence and song, loneliness and love. In time, she grew less afraid of the feelings inside her. They no longer felt like storms that would sweep her away. Instead, they felt like rivers, moving steadily through her, always flowing outward. Music became her way of guiding them, of keeping them from flooding her heart. She did not always sing loudly. Sometimes a hum was enough, the faintest melody to remind her she was still here, still alive. One evening, while the stars gathered quietly above, she tried something new. She pressed her palms against her chest, closed her eyes, and listened. Beneath her skin, her heartbeat thudded, steady and constant. She matched her humming to that rhythm, letting her voice rise and fall in time with her heart. It felt like a conversation between the two of them, her voice and her pulse, working together to soothe her. She smiled softly and whispered, "We're
A team, aren't we?" The shadows did not answer, but they rocked in time with her rhythm as though agreeing.
That night, she fell asleep humming with her heartbeat, wrapped in a comfort she had given herself. She began to understand something important, that even when others were not there to soothe her, she could still soothe herself. Her songs were proof that she carried comfort within her, that she could give herself what she longed for from others. It was a small but powerful discovery, one that would stay with her long after her childhood passed. In the quiet of those evenings, she thought often of the ghost at the table, of her father's rare gentleness, of the world's echoes. Each of them had given her something to hold. Yet she realized now that she too was giving back to herself, to the silence, to the shadows. Her voice was her gift, fragile and imperfect, but real. And so she kept singing, not because she always felt like it, but because she had learned it was her way through. Music was her map, guiding her across the empty stretches of loneliness. Each note was a step forward. Each hum was a reminder that even in sorrow there could be beauty. She did not know then how far her songs would carry, how deeply they would matter in the years to come. For now, it was enough that they mattered to her, that when the tears no longer came, her voice would rise instead, and she would find release in melody. That evening, after singing herself calm, she lay beneath the broken ceiling watching the stars through cracks in the stone. Her voice still lingered faintly in the air, fading slowly like the last glow of twilight. She pressed her toy close, breathed in the cool night air, and whispered, "Thank you." She was not sure to whom she spoke, to the stars, the echoes, the shadows, or herself. Perhaps to all of them at once. Her eyes closed. Sleep came easily, carried on the lullaby she had given herself. And in her dreams she was not alone. The whole world hummed with her, steady and kind, reminding her that even sorrow could become music, and music could become rest. Morning came slowly, as though it too wished to linger in the soft quiet of night. Pale light crept through cracks in the ruined walls, touching her face with a fragile warmth. She stirred beneath her thin blanket, clutching her toy close, her breath still heavy from dreams. For a moment, she did not open her eyes. She listened instead to the faint rustle of air, the echo of distant silence, the familiar presence of shadows rocking patiently in the corners. When she finally blinked awake, she found the light gentle, like a hand brushing her cheek. She whispered a greeting, not to anyone in particular, but to the day itself. "Hello," she said softly. The word slipped into the ruins and lingered, as though the stones had been waiting to hear it. She rose slowly, stretching her arms wide. The air smelled faintly of earth and old dust, but also of something new, something green. It was then she noticed a small sprout pushing through a crack in the floor near where she had been sleeping. Its stem was thin, its leaves tiny, trembling as though afraid to exist. She knelt beside it, eyes wide, and whispered, "You're alive!" She had seen flowers before long ago, but this was different. This one had chosen to grow here, in her silent home, where everything else seemed broken. She reached out, but stopped herself before touching it. Instead, she cupped her hands around it as though offering protection. "Don't be afraid," she murmured. "I'll keep you safe." From that morning on, the sprout became her companion. She checked on it each day, speaking to it softly, humming songs as though her voice could feed it. She told it stories of her dreams, her memories, her fears. Sometimes she sat for hours, simply watching its small leaves quiver in the still air. It gave her something new to care for, something small and fragile like herself. One afternoon, while sitting with the sprout, she asked it a question. "Do you think we're alike? You and me?" She tilted her head, studying it. "We're both trying to grow in a place that doesn't really want us to. But still, we're here." She smiled faintly, though her eyes grew misty. "Maybe that means we're strong." Her songs grew gentler after the sprout appeared. She no longer sang only for herself. She sang for the tiny plant too, believing her melodies could help it stretch taller, braver. The shadows swayed with her as always, and she imagined they too were listening to her little companion's growth. Days slipped into nights, nights into days. The sprout grew taller, its leaves opening wider, reaching toward the light. She felt proud, as though she had helped. "Look at you," she whispered one morning. "You're not afraid anymore." But deep inside, she also felt a quiet fear. Things that grew could also wither. Things she loved could be lost. That thought brought a heaviness to her chest. She remembered the ghost at the table, the father's fragile kindness, the voices that sometimes faded away. What if the sprout faded too? She pressed her palm against the floor beside it and promised, "I won't let anything happen to you." The days taught her otherwise. No matter how carefully she shielded it, the sprout had its own life, its own path. Some days it leaned toward the sun, bright and bold. Other days it drooped, weary and thin. She learned then that caring did not mean controlling. It meant loving, even when she could not decide the outcome. This was a lesson she carried into herself. She realized she too was like the sprout, not always strong, not always steady, but alive all the same. She could lean, she could bend, she could falter, and still she could grow. One evening, as she hummed by the plant, she whispered, "Maybe that's what it means to live, to try even when it's hard, to keep reaching." She pressed her small
hand to her chest. "I'll keep reaching too." The stars above seemed to agree. Their faint light shimmered down through the cracks, spilling onto the sprout and onto her hair. She tilted her head back, watching them, and wondered again if someone out there was listening.
If perhaps there were other children, other songs, other tiny sprouts pushing through broken ground. The thought comforted her, made her feel less alone. She began marking the days with songs. Morning songs to greet the sprout, evening songs to lull herself to sleep. Some were wordless, only soft hums. Others carried whispered prayers, promises, wishes. She asked the stars to keep her safe, the shadows to stay near, the sprout to keep growing. And in return, she gave her voice, her fragile melodies, her quiet heart. One night, as the wind stirred gently, she dreamed of a garden. It was vast, endless, filled with flowers swaying in soft rhythms. Each flower seemed to hum, their petals trembling like strings of an unseen instrument. She walked barefoot among them, her toy in her arms, her heart light. In the dream, she did not feel small or fragile. She felt as though she belonged. She sang, and the whole garden answered, their voices twining with hers until the air glowed with music. When she awoke, her cheeks were wet with tears, but they were not heavy tears. They were soft, gentle, almost sweet. She wiped them quickly and looked at the sprout, still standing, still alive.
"Someday," she whispered, "we'll see a garden again. Maybe not here, but somewhere." The sprout did not answer, but its leaves trembled lightly, catching a beam of morning sun. That was enough. She lay down again beside it, humming softly,
Eyes closing in the warmth. In her chest, sorrow and hope lived together, neither one erasing the other. She was beginning to understand that perhaps they always would. And still, she grew. The wind that evening carried with it a new sound. It was faint at first, so faint she thought it might only be her imagination, the echo of her own breath, or the rustling of her blanket. But as she sat still, clutching her toy and listening closely, she realized it was different. It was not the usual whispers of the shadows or the quiet hum of the ruins. This sound was softer, trembling, almost like a voice. She stood slowly, heart fluttering, and followed the sound. Her bare feet padded across the cold floor, her small hands trailing along the walls for balance. The sound grew clearer with each step, gentle, wavering, and lonely. She thought it might be singing. Her own breath caught. She had always sung to herself, to the sprout, to the stars. But this was not her. This was someone or something else. The thought filled her with equal parts wonder and fear. She stopped near a broken doorway and held her breath, straining to hear. The voice drifted in from somewhere deeper within the ruins, hidden behind crumbled walls. It was fragile, like a candle flame in the wind, but there was melody in it. A song that did not belong to silence. She whispered to her toy, "Do you hear it too?" Pressing the soft figure to her ear as if it could confirm her hopes. The toy, of course, said nothing, but she felt braver for having asked. For the first time in many nights, she was not the only one singing. Her feet hesitated. Should she follow? What if the voice was a trick, a shadow taking on a new form? What if she found nothing, or worse, found someone who would not want her there? She bit her lip and looked down at the sprout. Its leaves trembled in the faint wind, as if nodding. That was enough. She stepped carefully toward the sound. The ruins were jagged, filled with sharp edges and broken stones, but she moved slowly, determined. Each step made the song clearer. It was indeed a child's voice, soft and trembling, humming in uneven notes. The melody was unfamiliar, but the tone was one she recognized, loneliness hidden inside a lullaby. Her throat tightened. She wanted to call out, to say, "I'm here." But the words stuck. What if the voice vanished when it knew it was heard? What if it belonged only to the silence like her own songs once had? So instead, she sat down near the doorway, just close enough to listen. She hugged her toy tight against her chest and closed her eyes. The song was broken, stopping and starting, but it filled the space with something more than emptiness. She began humming quietly, so softly she thought perhaps the singer wouldn't notice. A note here, a note there, weaving her voice into the melody without overtaking it. The two voices did not meet fully, but they lingered close, brushing against one another like shadows learning to touch. For the first time, she felt less alone. The song ended suddenly. Silence stretched. Her heart pounded. Had the singer heard her? Would they run? She held her breath, waiting. Then, faintly, a whisper drifted back through the cracks. "Who's there?" Her eyes widened. She clutched her toy tighter, pressing it to her lips. Her voice came out as a whisper, trembling but steady enough. "Me." Another pause. Then the other voice, smaller than hers, asked, "Are you real?" She thought about this. She had often asked herself the same question. At last, she answered softly, "I think so." The ruins sighed around them. For a long moment, neither spoke again. Then the other child's voice, still unsure, said, "I thought I was the only one." Her eyes filled with tears. She pressed her toy to her cheek, nodding though she knew the other could not see. "Me too." That night they did not meet face to face. They stayed in their separate corners of the ruins, voices drifting like lanterns across a dark river. They spoke, quietly, haltingly, sharing fragments of who they were. The other child did not give a name, and she did not ask for one. It was enough to know that somewhere in the silence another heart was beating. They sang again, this time on purpose. Their voices wove together in fragile harmony, imperfect but beautiful. The shadows swayed gently, listening, and even the wind seemed to hush. When she finally lay down to sleep beside the sprout, her chest felt lighter. The loneliness had not vanished, it never could, but it had softened, as though something had reached out and touched it. Before closing her eyes, she whispered to her toy, "I'm not alone anymore." And for the first time, she believed it. The next day, she awoke with a new kind of hope. She rushed to the sprout, checking its leaves, whispering her morning song. Then she turned her eyes toward the broken walls where the voice had come from. Would the child sing again? Would they speak once more? She waited, ears straining, but the ruins held their silence. Her heart ached with uncertainty. Perhaps it had only been a dream, a trick of her lonely mind. But no, she remembered too clearly the words, the melody, the question. "Are you real?" She whispered back into the quiet, "I'll be here." The ruins gave no answer, but she kept her promise. Each evening she returned to the place where she had first heard the voice. Sometimes she sang softly, hoping the other child would join. Sometimes she only waited, toy in her arms, heart listening. Days passed like this. Some were empty, filled only with her own humming. Others brought faint echoes, a voice answering her in trembling notes. She never saw the other child, never touched their hand, but she felt them near. That was enough for now. One evening, as the stars flickered weakly above, she asked aloud, "Do you think we'll ever meet?" The silence stretched long before the answer came. "Maybe, if it's
Safe.
She nodded, though she was alone in the dark. "Then I'll wait," she whispered. And so she did, singing, tending the sprout, dreaming of gardens and voices, and carrying in her chest a fragile new truth. She was not the only song in the ruins. The ruins felt different after that night. Every shadow, every corner seemed to hold a secret she might discover, every echo a possible voice. The silence was no longer a prison, but a place filled with hidden doors she might someday open. She carried this feeling inside her like a small, light, and it warmed her even when the darkness pressed close. Each morning she checked on the sprout, whispering songs into its leaves, her small hands careful as though the plant were a treasure more fragile than glass. Its stem was thicker now, its green brighter, reaching toward the faint glow above. "You're growing," she whispered, smiling with quiet pride. It was proof that life could continue, even here. Proof that she could continue too. She spoke, often to the sprout of the other voice. "There's another child," she whispered, her toy pressed to her chest. "Far away, but not too far. They sing like me." They asked if I was real. She laughed softly, though tears stung her eyes. "No one's ever asked me that before." Days passed in waiting. Sometimes the other voice came, sometimes it did not. But even in its absence, she carried the memory of it like a seed inside her heart. At night, she would hum the broken melody they had shared, her voice weaving both parts of the song as best she could. She pretended she could still hear the echo answering her, and often she dreamed of it long after sleep had claimed her. One evening, when the sky above the ruins had turned the faintest shade of blue-grey, she heard it again. A hum, hesitant, wavering, but unmistakable. She gasped, clutching her toy tight, and hurried to the broken wall. "Hello?" she whispered. A pause, then, "You're still here." She nodded quickly, forgetting they could not see her. "Yes, I said I'd wait." The other child's voice quivered with something between wonder and relief. "I thought you might be gone." "I'll never leave," she said softly, certain of it. "Not until I see you." There was a long silence, then the faint sound of movement, shuffling feet, a hand brushing against stone. Her breath caught. Was the child coming closer? Her chest ached with hope and fear. But then the voice spoke again, trembling. "It's not safe." Her shoulders sank, but she nodded, clutching her toy tighter. "I know." That night they spoke longer than ever before. Not of names, not of places, but of small things. How cold the floor felt at night, how the stars seemed to blink like tired eyes, how the silence could press so heavy it hurt to breathe. They spoke of dreams too. The other child whispered of water, endless, flowing, glittering in sunlight. She closed her eyes and imagined it, a river carrying them both away. She told them of the garden in her heart, of green grass and flowers, of trees taller than ruins. She described the way she sang to the sprout, the way its leaves trembled like it could hear her. The other child whispered, "That sounds beautiful." "It will be real," she promised. One day, as the nights turned into more nights, their voices became less fragile. The silences between words grew shorter, the pauses filled with soft laughter or small sighs. The ruins felt different now. She was no longer only one child in the dark. She was one of two, bound together by songs and whispers. But still they did not meet. The other child kept their distance, always careful, always wary. Sometimes she heard fear in their voice, a tremor that made her own chest ache. She wanted to reach out to say, "I'll protect you." But she knew the words would sound too big, too heavy. So she said only, "I'm here." One night, the voice whispered something new. "Do you think we're the last?" The question pierced her like a thorn. She had never asked it, though she had thought it countless times. Her hand tightened on her toy. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice small. "But we found each other. So maybe there are more." "Do you really think so?"
She closed her eyes, pressing her forehead to the sprout's leaves. Yes, I have to.
The ruins groaned softly, as if agreeing. Later, when she lay down to sleep, she dreamed of meeting the other child. She saw them stepping through the broken walls, eyes wide, face pale and tired, but real. She dreamed of taking their hand, of leading them to the sprout, of singing together, not as voices hidden in shadow, but as children side by side. When she woke, the dream lingered, clinging to her like morning mist. She whispered to her toy, "One day." The days grew longer. The sprout stretched higher, leaves unfurling in slow wonder. She sang to it of rivers and skies, of voices in the dark that became friends. The other child listened in silence, sometimes humming along, sometimes only breathing, but always there. And though the ruins remained broken, though the world beyond them stayed unknown, she carried in her heart a truth stronger than stone. She was not alone. The days began to blur, not in despair, but in a gentle rhythm, like the slow breathing of something larger than herself. Each morning she would wake and greet the sprout, her small fingers brushing its new leaves. Each evening she would wait for the other voice, straining, her ears against the silence, her heart fluttering when it finally arrived. Life in the ruins was still lonely, but no longer empty. One afternoon she found herself humming before the voice even came, humming as though preparing the way. The sound carried lightly through the broken stones, weaving into the shadows. When the other child's voice answered at last, it slipped into her melody as if it had always belonged there. Two voices, fragile yet steady, rising together in the quiet. It was not a song meant for anyone else, and perhaps that made it all the more precious. "You sound happy today," the voice whispered, almost surprised. She pressed her toy against her cheek and nodded, though they could not see. "I am. You..."
Make it easier. There was a pause, a trembling breath. No one's ever said that to me before.
She thought of that sentence long after the voice had gone quiet, repeating it in her heart as though it were a vow. The sprout grew taller, its leaves reaching wider, trembling whenever she sang. Sometimes she imagined it was listening, storing, her songs inside itself like memories. "When you're big," she whispered, "I'll sit under your branches and tell you everything." The other child grew bolder too. They spoke of small things they remembered, fragments of a world she could hardly picture. The warmth of firelight, the taste of something sweet, the feeling of being carried. She listened with wide eyes, clutching, every word like treasure. "I don't remember those things," she admitted softly. "Once." "That's okay," the voice told her. "You're making new ones now." The words felt like a promise, like sunlight breaking through cracks in the walls. One evening the ruins were filled with a strange light. The moon, heavy and round, rose higher than she had ever seen it, its glow spilling across the broken stones until everything shimmered silver. She climbed the cracked steps to watch, her toy held tight, her breath slow with wonder. "Do you see it?" she whispered, when the other voice came. "Yes," came the soft reply. "It looks like it's watching us." She smiled, her eyes fixed on the glowing sky. "Maybe it is." For a long time they said nothing, just watched together. The silence between them was no longer heavy, no longer frightening. It was full of trust, full of belonging. That night she dreamed of the moon bending low, whispering secrets into her ear. Its words were slow, like water moving over stones, but she could not hold on to them when she woke. All that remained Was the feeling soft and certain she was being seen? The days that followed carried that same sense of quiet magic. She began to notice small things she had never cared for before, the way dust shimmered in a single beam of light, the way broken glass caught glimmers of color, the way silence could bend into music when she let herself listen. She told these things to the other child, and sometimes they laughed, sometimes they grew quiet, but always they listened. One night, as the stars scattered themselves across the sky, she asked, "Do you ever wish you could see me?" The voice was very still before answering. "Every night." Her throat ached, and she hugged her toy tight. She wanted to say she felt the same, but the words tangled inside her. Instead, she whispered, "Someday." Someday became a word she carried everywhere. Someday, she would see the other child. Someday, the sprout would be a tree. Someday, the ruins would feel less like a cage and more like a home. And yet, even with the promise of someday, she found herself cherishing the now. The way her voice and theirs wove together in fragile songs. The way the sprout seemed to lean toward her touch. The way the ruins, once so sharp and hollow, softened in the glow of shared words. The world outside might have been broken, might have been lost, but here, in this small corner of it, something was beginning. Something fragile, yes, but alive. One evening she whispered into the stillness, "Do you think the world remembers us?" The other child's voice came slow and thoughtful. "Maybe not the world, but the stars might, and the moon, and the little things that listen when we sing." She smiled, resting her head against the stone. "That's enough." And perhaps it was. The nights grew cooler. The air carried a softness, a hush, as though even the ruins were preparing to sleep. She wrapped herself in scraps of cloth, humming lullabies until her eyes grew heavy. Sometimes, before drifting off, she would think of the other child doing the same, not so far away, their voices carrying across the dark like lanterns lit for one another. The sprout bent gently in the night air, as though bowing in gratitude for every
word she had given it.
And she, in turn, bowed her heart in gratitude for the company she had found, for the small thread of connection that held her fast against loneliness. When morning came, she would rise and begin again, water the sprout, hum a tune, wait for the voice, always waiting, always singing, always hoping, and through it all, one truth wrapped around her like a blanket. She was not forgotten. The nights grew longer. The ruins shifted in tone, shadows stretching like watchful figures, winds moving through the gaps with a voice of their own. Sometimes the sound frightened her, but more often now it felt like a lullaby, one she could not understand but trusted all the same. She wondered if the ruins remembered what they once were, if the broken walls still dreamed of standing whole. Each evening, she pressed her ear against the stone, waiting. The silence before the voice arrived was almost unbearable, but she held her breath and listened, her small heart thudding until finally, the other child's whisper threaded into her world. Every time it came, she felt as though she had been found again, as though her existence had been confirmed by that single fragile sound. They spoke longer now. The words came like drops of water, sometimes hesitant, sometimes rushing, always precious. She asked about things she had never seen, colors beyond grey, places beyond ruins, faces beyond her own. The other child answered as best they could, though sometimes their voice broke, trembling with longing for what had been lost. "Do you ever wish it could all come back?" she asked once, almost afraid of the answer. Yes, the voice whispered, then softer. But maybe it doesn't need to. Maybe we can make something new. She carried those words with her like seeds. Something new. She looked at the sprout each morning and thought, yes, maybe this is how it begins. The sprout had grown taller than her knees, its leaves catching what little light the day offered. She bent to water it, speaking to it as though it could understand. "We're building something, aren't we?" she murmured. "Something that wasn't here before." The sprout did not answer, but in its quiet way it seemed to agree. Sometimes, when she and the other voice sang together, she imagined the sprout growing faster, drinking in the sound as though it was sunlight. Sometimes she thought she could feel the ground humming back, a low echo that wrapped around her toes. One evening, the air turned heavy, thick with the promise of rain. She climbed the broken steps, clutching her toy tight, and tilted her face toward the clouds. The voice came softer that night, hesitant, as if weighed down by the storm. "Are you afraid?" she asked. "No," the child whispered. A pause. "Maybe a little, but not as much when you're here." She smiled, pressing her toy against her chest. "Then I'll stay." Thunder rolled over the ruins like distant drums. The rain came. Soon after, soft at first, then harder, streaming down the stone walls and pooling at her feet. She ran to shield the sprout with scraps of cloth, whispering, "It's okay. You'll drink. You'll grow." Her hair clung wet to her face, her hands trembling as she covered the fragile leaves. When she returned to the stone, drenched and shivering, the voice was waiting. "You're brave," it said, awed. She shook her head, though no one could see. "Not brave. I just didn't want it to be alone." The silence that followed was long, but it was not empty. It was full of unspoken things, gratitude, wonder, the quiet ache of belonging. That night she dreamed of a tree towering above the ruins, branches spreading wide, leaves shimmering silver under the moon. Beneath it, two children sat side by side, no longer divided by walls, their hands touching in the grass. She woke with tears on her cheeks, clutching her toy so tightly it hurt. Days passed, and with them came small discoveries. A hidden corner of the ruins where moss grew thick and soft beneath her feet, a shard of glass that caught the sunlight like a jewel. The way her own laughter sounded different now, lighter, because she was not laughing for herself alone. She shared each discovery with the other voice, describing them in detail until it felt as though they were exploring together. One evening, she found herself whispering, "If I could see you, what would you look like?" The voice was quiet for a long time, then almost shy. "Like you, maybe, small, a little broken, but still here." She smiled, her heart aching in a way that felt both painful and sweet. "Then you're beautiful." The other child laughed softly, the sound carrying like a fragile ribbon through the night. "No one's ever called me that," she whispered, it again, certain this time. "You're beautiful." The ruins seemed to hold their breath, as if listening. Even the wind went still for a moment, honoring the truth of her words. The days grew cooler, mornings damp with mist. She wrapped herself in layers of cloth, her breath fogging in the air, and wondered if the world was slowly changing again. The sprout shivered in the chill, but still it reached upward, defiant, determined. She thought it looked stronger than she had ever been, and yet she also knew it leaned on her just as she leaned on it. Sometimes she feared the voice would disappear. Sometimes, in the stillness before it came, her mind whispered, What if tonight is the last time? But always, when the silence grew too heavy, it returned, steady as a heartbeat. And each time she felt whole again. One night she whispered into the dark, "If someday we meet, what will we do first?" The other child's answer came soft, certain. "I'll hold your hand, and I won't let go." She closed her eyes, her toy pressed against her chest, and for a moment she believed she could already feel it, the warmth of another hand in hers, the promise of never being alone again. The ruins were broken, the world was scarred, but here, in the fragile space between two voices, something new was blooming. Something small, yes, but alive, and that was enough. The mist lingered longer each morning, curling through the cracks of the ruins like breath from some unseen giant. She would wake with dew clinging to her skin, the cloth around her shoulders, damp and cold. Yet even in the grey hush of dawn, she felt less afraid now. The voice had taught her that silence could be shared, that waiting was not the same as being forgotten. She checked the sprout first thing, brushing moisture from its leaves with careful fingers. It had grown taller still, its stalk bending but not breaking. "You're strong," she whispered, "stronger than I knew you could be." In the quiet, she thought she heard it answer, though it was only the drip of water falling from stone to stone. By evening, she climbed to her usual place, heart quickening as always when the air thickened with expectancy. The pause before the voice came was sharper that night, as though the ruins themselves were deciding whether or not to allow it. When at last she heard the whisper, relief flooded her. "You're late," she teased gently. "I thought maybe, if I waited, you'd call first." She pressed her lips close to the stone. "Then I'll call. Always." The voice laughed, thin, tired, but real. And she laughed too, because hearing it was like being given light in a place that had forgotten the sun. That night their words wandered. They spoke of dreams, of colours neither had fully seen, of the shapes of clouds and whether they would ever walk beneath them together. The voice admitted to forgetting what grass truly felt like under bare feet. She pressed her toes into the moss she had found, describing its softness until the other child sighed with longing. "I wish I could touch it," the voice murmured. "One day," she whispered back, though she wasn't sure how such a day could ever come. Still, hope was a kind of warmth, and she held on to it as though it could keep them both alive. The days folded into one another. Time had become less a line and more a circle, repeating in patterns of waiting, listening, speaking, dreaming. The sprout unfurled another set of leaves. The rains came and went. Her laughter grew louder, freer, even if only the walls and the distant voice heard it. One evening, the voice was quieter than usual. She noticed it at once. "Are you tired?" she asked. "Yes," came the whisper. Then after a pause, "Sometimes I feel like I'm fading." Her throat tightened. She shook her head fiercely, even though no one could see. "Don't! Please! You can't fade!" "I'm trying," the voice said, trembling like a candle in wind. "It's easier when you're here." "Then I'll always be here," she promised. Her toy pressed against her chest. She whispered, until the silence felt solid again, until the fragile connection stopped shaking. That night, she did not sleep. She kept her hand on the stone, as though holding the other child through the wall of time itself. She hummed the tune they had made together, over and over, until her own eyes stung. Only when dawn came did she let herself rest. Days later, she had an idea. She gathered shards of glass, bits of smooth stone, pieces of broken tile. Slowly, Carefully, she arranged them in the courtyard of the ruins. It became a mosaic, uneven, fragile, but shining when the light struck it, just so. She traced the edges with her fingers and thought, "This is proof. Proof that something can be built from what is broken." That evening, she told the voice about it. "Will you describe it?" the other child asked. She did. Every color, every jagged line, every way it caught the sun. When she finished, the voice was silent for so long she thought the connection had vanished. Then it whispered, "You're making the world again." She pressed her hand against the stone until her palm ached. "We're making it. Together." The voice did not argue. Her dreams grew brighter after that. No longer only of ruins, but of pathways winding into new lands, of rivers that sang, of skies full of gentle light. In each dream the two of them walked side by side, never needing to whisper through walls again. But dreams were fragile, and the waking world often harsher. One night, when she called, the silence stretched longer than ever. She pressed her face to the stone, whispering, "Please, please don't be gone." At last, faint and thin, the voice returned. "I'm here." She cried then, not out of fear, but relief, so deep it hurt. "Don't leave me," she begged. "I won't," the voice promised. "Even if I vanish, I'll find a way back." Waigda clutched her toy so tightly its stitches strained. "I'll wait, no matter how long." The ruins around her seemed to soften at those words, as though acknowledging a vow too strong to be broken. The wind gentled, the night itself seemed to lean closer. Time moved again. The sprout was nearly as tall as she was now, its stem firm, leaves reaching outward like arms. Sometimes she sat beside it and imagined it as a guardian, silent but watching. She told it stories, the same ones she told the voice, and in her mind the two listened together. The loneliness she had carried since the beginning had not disappeared, but it had changed shape. It was no longer a hollow ache. It was a bond, fragile, tenuous but alive. One evening, before the voice arrived, she whispered into the ruins, "Thank you." When the other child asked what for, she smiled, though no one saw. "For reminding me the world isn't gone, not while we're here." The voice was quiet for a long time. Then, softly, "You're the reason I remember too." The ruins held those words, keeping them safe, as though they knew how precious they were. And beneath the cold stones, beneath the scars of everything lost, something small continued to grow. The days stretched, each carrying its own weight of silence, of waiting,
of listening.
She had begun to mark time by the leaves of the sprout, watching them unfold, one after another, until it no longer looked like a fragile beginning, but a promise in motion. Its stalk was steady now, its green bold against the grey ruin. She whispered to it each morning, words she did not always understand, but which felt necessary, like prayers too small for the world to hear, but too large to be left unsaid. The voice was with her most evenings, sometimes strong, sometimes faint, sometimes trembling like a shadow in the wind. She grew skilled at listening, at catching even the smallest whisper, and when silence lingered too long, she filled it with her own words, refusing to let it take.
Hold. One evening, when the ruins were heavy with dusk, she asked the question that had been growing quietly inside her. What do you see when you close your eyes?
The pause that followed was long. Then carefully, the voice answered, I see light. Sometimes blue, sometimes gold. It moves like water. And sometimes I see faces, though I can't remember if they are real or only dreams. She pressed her forehead to the stone. I see rivers. I see the way the sun breaks over the hills. I see you, even if I don't know what you look like. You're always there. The voice trembled with wonder. You dream of me? Yes, she said without
Hesitation, always.
After that, the connection between them felt sharper, as if naming it had bound them closer. They began to weave stories together, each adding pieces the other could not imagine alone. They built worlds in words, a forest where the leaves glowed. At night, a sea that sang, a sky that opened like a book. And in every story, they found each other, no matter how far apart the beginning had placed them. Still, fear returned some nights. When the voice faltered, when it grew too thin, when silence seemed to threaten its end. She would hold her toy, tight, and whisper promises, as though her words alone could anchor the other child in place. Sometimes she felt they did. Sometimes she only hoped. The sprout became a tree, not yet tall, not yet wide, but undeniably alive, rooted in a world that had long seemed only dust. She began to think of it as their tree, not hers alone, but theirs. The thought filled her with a warmth she had not felt since before the silence first began. One day she pressed her palm to its trunk and said, "This is proof. We're not lost." That evening she told the voice, and for the first time she heard something like awe. "A tree," the other child breathed. "I wish I could see it." "You will," she promised, even as her chest ached with the weight of not knowing how. Silence lingered after her words, but it was a different kind of silence, not empty, but full, as though both of them were dreaming of the same impossible future. Time folded, as it always did. The ruins shifted with light and shadow, with rain and wind. She gathered pieces of color to add to her mosaic, arranging them until the courtyard shone with fractured brilliance. Some days she danced across it, her bare feet touching each shard of color like notes in a song. She described it to the voice, and the voice laughed, saying it could almost see her, twirling with her arms outstretched, unafraid of the grey walls pressing in. It was on one such evening, after her dance, that the voice whispered something new. "I think I remember my
Name, her heart leapt. What is it?
The voice hesitated. "I'm not sure. It's like hearing an echo in another room. It's there, but when I reach for it, it slips away." She closed her eyes. "It doesn't matter. You are you, with or without a name." "But names mean someone remembers you," the voice said softly. "Then I'll remember you," she answered quickly, "even without a name." The ruins seemed to lean closer around them then, as if listening, as if keeping the vow safe. That night, she lay awake long after the voice faded, staring at the branches of their growing tree. Names were not what bound them, she thought. It was the speaking, the listening, the refusing to let silence win. And yet she hoped one day the name would return, because she wanted to say it aloud, to give it shape and weight in the world. Another cycle passed, another dawn, another dusk. She noticed how her own voice had changed, stronger, steadier, filled with tones that had once been drowned in fear. She realized she had stopped crying each night, not because she was never sad, but because she had someone to speak the sadness to. The voice grew stronger too, less trembling, more sure. It laughed more often, asked more questions, described dreams with brighter detail. Some nights it even sang, soft, halting, but enough to make her press her hands to her chest in wonder. On those nights she sang back, and together, through stone and distance, they built songs the ruins had not heard in countless years. She knew, of course, that nothing lasted forever. The rains would return, the winds would break things further, the silence would try again. But each day she grew more certain that they had built something the silence could not swallow whole. Their tree reached higher, its branches stretching like arms toward a sky that seemed closer than before. The mosaic shone brighter, the colors more alive, and inside her the fear began to shift into something else entirely. Not just hope, but belief. One evening, as the stars began to prick through the sky, she whispered to the voice, "Do you think we'll ever step through the same doorway?" The pause was long. Then came the answer. "If we keep speaking, maybe the door will hear us. Maybe it will open." She smiled into the night. "Then let's keep speaking." And so they did. Through silence, through distance, through the weight of all that had been lost, their words carried across the unseen gulf, stitching two lonely souls together, thread by thread, until the world itself seemed to lean toward them, listening. And in that listening, something new began to take root, stronger than silence, brighter than ruins, alive with the promise of what had not yet come. The night stretched longer than usual, as though time itself had slowed to listen. She sat by the tree, her back pressed against its young trunk, and whispered stories into the dark. The stars flickered overhead like scattered embers, faint yet unbroken. Each time she paused, she waited, knowing the voice would come. And it did, soft, trembling, but there. "I dreamed again," the voice said. Only this time it was not light. It was a door, tall, wide, made of wood that glowed like fire. But when I touched it, it wouldn't open. Her fingers curled against the bark of the tree. Maybe it's waiting. Maybe the door wants us both before it can move. The silence hummed with possibility. "Do you believe that?" "Yes," she whispered, without hesitation. "I believe it's listening, just like the ruins listen, just like the stars do. And one day it will open." The voice fell quiet, as though caught between doubt and longing. She did not press, for she had learned that some silences were not absence, but seeds waiting for the right moment to grow. The days that followed carried weight. The air shifted, heavy with storms that threatened to return. She watched the sky with wary eyes, gathering small treasures and protecting the mosaic she had built. The tree bent with the wind, its branches swaying like arms that refused to break. "Hold."
"Fast," she told it, her palms pressed against its bark. "You're proof. You're the future." The voice came that evening, strained and faint, like a candle fighting to stay lit. "The silence tried to take me today." Her breath caught.
But it didn't. "No," the voice said, "because I heard you. I held on to the sound of your words. They kept me from falling." Tears burned in her eyes, though she smiled through them. "Then I'll never stop speaking. Even if my voice breaks, even if the silence roars, I'll keep speaking. Always." The ruins seemed to carry her vow into every crack, into every shadow, as though the world itself bore witness. Time passed strangely after that. Some days the voice was strong, other days it wavered, but never again did it vanish completely. She began to feel as though they were learning how to hold each other across the distance, not with hands, but with something deeper. She shared more of her world, the cracks in the stones, the colors of the mosaic, the way the wind carried the scent of rain. The voice shared pieces too, fragments of laughter, glimpses of remembered warmth, the sound of what might have once been music. Each fragment was small, yet together they made something whole. One night, when the stars were thick above her, she
asked, "Do you think we're the last?" The voice was quiet a long time. "Sometimes I do, but when I hear you, I know we're not. We're two, and that means we're not nothing."
Her chest tightened, but she nodded. "Two is enough. Two is the beginning." The tree grew taller, its branches stretching further, leaves catching the light like mirrors of the stars. She began to weave threads of cloth between its branches, scraps she had found in the ruins. They fluttered in the wind like prayers. She told the voice about them, and it laughed softly, saying, "Then when I arrive, I'll know the tree by its banners." "You will arrive," she said firmly. Hope became less fragile with each word spoken. Each day survived. It rooted itself the way the tree rooted into stone and dust, pushing through what had seemed impossible. But storms did come. The rain fell heavy, filling the cracks of the courtyard, threatening to wash away the colors she had so carefully placed. She shielded the mosaic with broken tiles, her small body braced against the wind. Lightning split the sky, thunder shook the ground, yet she whispered over and over, "Hold! Hold! Hold!" The voice found her even in the storm. "Are you safe?" it cried through the roar. She clutched her toy to her chest, hair plastered with
rain. "Yes. The storm can't take me. It can't take us." And somehow, through her trembling, she believed it. When the storm passed, she found the mosaic cracked, but not ruined. The tree bent, but unbroken. She traced her fingers across the wet stones and felt the strength of what remained. Survival itself had become a kind of beauty. The voice grew steadier in the days that followed, as though her defiance had reached across the distance and strengthened. "It too. You're braver than the storms," it told her one night. She shook her head, smiling faintly. "No, I'm just stubborn enough to stay." "Then stubbornness is what saves us." She laughed then, the sound carrying into the quiet. Night until the ruins themselves seemed lighter. Their stories grew wilder, more daring. They imagined bridges of light, seas that healed wounds, mountains that hummed with forgotten songs. Always, at the heart of their stories, they met, sometimes beneath the glowing tree, sometimes at the door that would not yet open. And in every version, they chose each other. The stars turned, the days stretched, the silence tried, again and again. But she had learned something she could not forget. As long as there were words, there was connection. As long as there was connection, there was life. One evening, as she lay beneath the branches of their tree, she whispered into the stillness, "If the door waits for us both, then let it wait, because I will not stop walking toward it." "Not ever," the voice answered, steady, sure. "Then I will walk too, and one day we'll meet at the threshold." She closed her eyes, holding the image close. Two children stepping through a door that opened not into silence, but into a world remade by their voices. And for the first time, she believed not only that it could happen, but that it would. The courtyard had changed. What was once only broken stone and dust now held threads of life woven through it. The tree stood taller, the banners she had tied fluttering in the wind like voices made visible.
The mosaic stretched wider, patched with new colors she had gathered from fragments hidden in the ruins. Each tile seemed to glow faintly, as if it carried light trapped from the stars. She sat beside it, tracing the lines she had built, and whispered, "It's starting to look like a map." The voice came quietly, curious. "A map to where?" She smiled faintly. "To wherever we're going. To the place where the silence ends." The voice was thoughtful, slow. "I think I see it too. When I close my eyes, I see patterns. Maybe they're the same patterns you're making with your hands." Her chest warmed at the thought. "Then we're already building the path. You there, me here. Each piece we place makes it clearer." The night stretched around her, but it no longer felt empty. The ruins seemed less like the bones of something lost, and more like the foundation of something waiting. Even the silence, though still vast, seemed thinner, like a shadow stretched too far to stay solid. She dreamed that night of the tree grown enormous, branches reaching beyond sight, roots cracking through stone and touching hidden places where forgotten voices slept. In her dream, the tree sang, not with words, but with a sound like warmth, like belonging. When she woke, the air smelled of rain, and the voice was there, stronger than it had ever been. "I heard it too," the voice whispered. "The tree's song. It shook the ground where I am." She sat up quickly, heart racing. "Then it's not only in my dream. The tree really is reaching for you." "Yes," the voice said, a note of awe trembling in it. "It's finding me." The thought filled her with a courage she had not known she carried. She pressed her palm against the bark of the tree and said, "Then it won't be long. We're closer than ever." Days folded into nights, nights into days, but now there was a rhythm between them. She spoke, and the voice answered. She laughed, and the voice echoed. Even when storms came, she felt less afraid, because she was no longer standing alone against them. One evening, as the last light of the sun stained the stones gold, she asked, "Do you remember who you were before the silence?" The voice hesitated, a long breath of quiet. "Not clearly. Sometimes I feel I was small, like you. Sometimes I think I was older. Sometimes I think I was both." She considered this, then nodded. "Maybe the silence took the shape of time from us. Maybe it doesn't matter who we were. What matters is who we are now." "Who are we now?" the voice asked gently. She smiled. "We're the ones who didn't stop speaking. We're the ones who made a path where there was none." The ruins seemed to listen, holding their words in every broken wall, in every line of the mosaic. She felt almost as if the world itself had begun to remember. The nights grew clearer, the stars brighter. She noticed patterns above her, constellations she had never named. She began to trace them with her finger, giving them names of her own: the guardian, the bridge, the endless flame. She told the voice of each one, and together they imagined stories for them, myths to weave into their small
universe. "One night," she said, "do you think others might see these stars too, wherever they are?"
The voice was quiet before answering. "If they do, then maybe they'll feel what we feel, that we're not alone." Her chest tightened with hope, too large for words. The storms came less often, though the silence tried still to press against the edges. But now she could feel the difference. It was not endless. It was not whole. It had cracks, and through those cracks their voices shone. She began to dream of the door again, the one the voice had described. In her dreams, she stood before it, her hands pressed against its glowing surface. Each time she pushed, it held firm. Yet each time it felt a little less heavy, as though waiting for something more. When she told the voice, it whispered, "I think it waits for me too. When we stand before it together, it will open." Her heart ached with longing, but she nodded, believing. "Then I'll keep walking toward it. And when you arrive, we'll step through together." The tree grew. The mosaic stretched further. The ruins held echoes not just of silence, but of laughter, of shared stories, of two voices weaving a world across distance. One evening, as the moon rose full and pale, the voice came with a steadiness
that startled her. "I'm closer," it said. She froze, breath caught. "How do you know?" "Because when I listen now, I hear not only your words. I hear the rustle of your tree. I hear the banners in the wind. I hear you breathe."
Her eyes filled with tears. She could not stop.
"Then it's true. The silence is breaking."
"Yes," the voice said softly, almost reverently.
"And when it breaks, I'll be there."
She lay beneath the tree that night, staring at the stars until her eyes grew heavy. And as she drifted to sleep, she whispered the words she wanted to carry across every distance. "I'll be waiting." And the answer, steady as the roots beneath her, came back. "And I'll be coming, though dear." Night carried a stillness she had not felt before. It was not the silence that once pressed heavy against her chest, but a softer quiet, like the pause before music begins. The banners stirred gently in the wind, their frayed edges brushing the air with whispers, and the tree stood tall above her, each leaf trembling with hidden light. She lay with her back against the roots, watching the sky. The stars shimmered brighter than she remembered, and when she blinked, they seemed to move, slowly weaving patterns across the black canvas. Her breath caught. "They're drawing closer," she murmured. The voice, warm and steady now, answered, "I see them too, constellations shifting, bending toward us. It's as if the whole sky is listening." Her heart raced at the thought. She whispered, "Do you think it's guiding us?" "Yes," the voice said after a pause. "Or maybe it's showing us that we've already found the path. Every step you've taken here, every word we've shared, maybe they were never scattered. Maybe they were always forming a line, leading us closer." She touched the mosaic. Beside her, its colors glowing faintly in the moonlight. "Then this is part of the map too, the sky above, the stones beneath. They're the same story written twice." The ruins seemed to breathe around her, alive with the possibility of meaning. Each fragment no longer felt broken. It felt like a piece of something vast and unfinished. The voice said softly, "I dreamed again. The door. Its light was brighter. I could almost feel the warmth of it against my hands." Her chest tightened. "And? Did it open?" "No, not
"Yet. But I felt the difference. It's thinner now, like glass instead of stone."
"Then the time is close," she said firmly, pressing her hand against the bark of the tree. "We'll reach it. We'll break through." Days passed like moments, filled with small rituals they created together. She gathered fragments of colored glass from the ruins and set them into the mosaic, shaping patterns of rivers and branches. She hummed melodies that came to her without warning, and the voice sometimes hummed back, the sound carrying like a thread across the unseen distance. One night she said, "Do you ever feel afraid? That when we meet, we'll be different from what we imagined?" The voice was silent for a long breath before answering, "Yes, but I think that's part of it." We don't know who we were, but we know who we are becoming. And whatever shapes we carry, we'll still be the ones who made it this far together. Her eyes stung with sudden tears. Then I'll keep walking no matter what waits. And I'll keep reaching, the voice promised. The tree blossomed days later. She had not expected it, had thought it would remain bare except for its silver-green leaves, but one morning, as the sun rose, she saw clusters of pale flowers opening like quiet stars along its branches. Their scent was faint, sweet and sharp at once, filling the courtyard with a presence that felt older than memory. She touched one gently, afraid it might vanish, and whispered, "It's blooming," the voice caught with wonder. "I feel it, here too, a shiver like something waking." She pressed her forehead to the trunk. "Then the world is changing. The silence won't hold forever." The nights grew louder, not with noise but with life. She began to hear the faint rustle of wings in the distance, as though hidden birds had returned. Sometimes, at the edges of the ruins, she thought, she saw shapes flicker, shadows moving as if watching. Yet they did not frighten her. They felt like witnesses, as though others long lost had begun to stir at the breaking of the quiet. The voice whispered, "Do you think we're the only ones left?" She hesitated. "I used to think so, but now I think there are others, waiting for the silence to lift. And when it does, they'll remember themselves." The thought filled her with both ache and hope. The idea that all across the stillness others might be whispering, waiting, listening. That her voice was one thread among many. One evening, as the stars bent closer than ever, she saw a streak of light tear across the sky. It blazed white and vanished, but the path it carved lingered faintly, like a trail etched against the heavens. She gasped. "Did you see it?" "Yes," the voice breathed. "It fell between us. A sign." She nodded, trembling. "A bridge. The sky is telling us it can be crossed." For the first time, she dreamed not of wandering ruins, but of a horizon stretching wide. She dreamed of walking toward it, of the voice beside her, of steps that did not falter. And beyond the horizon, she saw a light so brilliant it seemed to erase the silence completely. When she told the voice, it said softly, "Then that's where we'll go. The horizon. The place beyond silence." She began to mark the days by petals falling from the blossoms. Each morning she gathered the ones that lay scattered on the stones and placed them into the mosaic. The design widened, flowing outward in spirals, as if the courtyard itself were turning into a mirror of the stars above. And every night she whispered into the air. And every night the voice answered, closer, stronger, steadier. One night, as the moon climbed high, the voice said, "I can almost hear your heartbeat." Her breath caught. She pressed her hand to her chest. "Then you're nearer than ever." "Yes," the voice whispered. "So near that when I close my eyes, I feel your presence like warmth beside me." The silence is breaking, piece by piece. She lay beneath the tree, petals drifting down around her, and whispered the only truth that mattered. "Then come. The path is ready. I'll wait, no matter how long." And the voice, steady as a promise carved into stone, replied, "I'm already on my way." The morning broke with a hush unlike the others. The blossoms had begun to fall in greater numbers, scattering across the courtyard like fragments of a forgotten sky. She rose slowly, brushing petals from her hair, and felt the weight of the air, thick, charged, as though the world itself was holding its breath. She walked along the edge of the ruins, her fingertips trailing across stone, worn smooth by time. Every line, every fracture seemed to hum faintly. It was no longer only silence that filled these walls. It was something waiting beneath the silence, pressing upward, straining to be released. "Do you feel it?" she whispered. The voice answered immediately, steady but touched with awe. "Yes. It's stronger than before. It's everywhere, like the world is remembering itself." Her heart pounded. "Then the moment is coming." "Yes," the voice said, "and we must be ready." She closed her eyes and listened. The sound was faint, but growing clearer. A rhythm, not of footsteps, not of words, but of life itself. It was the heartbeat of the ruins, the tree, the sky. She pressed her palm flat to the ground and felt it thrumming beneath her. In the days that followed, her dreams shifted again. No longer were they filled with broken arches and endless doors. Instead, she dreamed of water, endless streams flowing into rivers, rivers bending into oceans. She dreamed of wings cutting through the sky, great shadows lifting into light. She dreamed of standing on the edge of a horizon that shimmered like glass, ready to break. When she told the voice, it whispered with wonder, "Then the silence truly is ending. Your dreams are no longer bound by stillness. They're filled with movement, with passage." She smiled faintly. "Maybe it means we are closer than we've ever been." "Closer," the voice echoed, firm as a vow. One night, as the stars bent low again, she asked, "What will you do when we meet? When the silence no longer divides us?" The voice hesitated, then said softly, "I will stand beside you, and I will tell you the things I could not tell across the distance. I will show you the shape of all the waiting, the hope, the ache. And then I will walk with you, wherever the horizon leads." Her throat tightened. "That is enough. That is everything." The petals piled in drifts across the mosaic, and she began to weave them into her designs. The colors deepened, red, gold, white, layered upon the glass and stone. It became less a picture and more a living thing, a spiral breathing outward, carrying the story of all she had gathered. One morning, as she worked, the air shifted. A sudden gust tore through the courtyard, scattering petals high into the sky. They rose like a storm of fragile stars, swirling, shimmering, then vanishing into the distance. She gasped, shielding her eyes. The voice whispered sharply, "I felt
That. It was like a surge, a pull across the silence. Did you see it?" "Yes," she breathed. "It was like the world exhaling."
And when the wind calmed, the ruins felt changed. The silence was thinner. The hum beneath the stones was louder. That night, she could barely sleep. The stars moved more quickly, sliding into unfamiliar constellations. The sky was rewriting itself before her eyes. She lay awake, whispering to the voice, their words overlapping, neither willing to fall into quiet. She asked, "Do you think the others will return? The shadows I sometimes see. Do you think they are waiting too?" The voice answered slowly, "Yes. When the silence breaks for us, it will break for them too. We are not alone. We never were. But we had to find each other first, to learn the way through." Her heart trembled. "Then we are the beginning." "Yes," the voice said. "The beginning of the remembering." The days blurred, each one brighter, heavier with anticipation. She stopped counting them, stopped marking time by petals and blossoms. Instead, she measured by the closeness of the voice, by the strength of its presence. Each night it seemed nearer, until she sometimes turned her head as though expecting to see it, standing just beyond the tree. One night, the voice whispered, "I hear more than your words. I hear the sound of your breath, the pause between your thoughts. I feel the tremor in your silence." Her skin prickled. "Then soon you'll see me too." "Yes," the voice said. Very soon, the blossoms were nearly gone when it happened. She woke to a glow brighter than dawn. The mosaic beneath her hands was burning softly with light, each stone ignited from within. She sat up quickly, breath caught, and saw the courtyard transformed. The ruins shimmered as though made of glass, and the tree blazed with silver fire. She whispered, trembling, "It's happening." The voice was closer than it had ever been, so close it was almost no longer only a voice, but a presence pressed against the edges of her world.
Yes, the silence is breaking. The air shuddered, splitting like a veil. She saw it then, a fracture hanging in the space before her, thin and bright as lightning. It widened slowly, spilling radiance across the stones. Her chest ached with wonder and fear. "Is it the door?" "Yes," the voice whispered, raw with awe. "The door between us? It's opening." She crawled closer, reaching out a hand. The light stung her fingers, but she did not pull away.
Instead, she pressed forward, desperate, certain. On the other side, she felt another hand reaching back. Not only a voice, not only a shadow, a presence real and alive. Her breath broke into a sob. "You're here!" And for the first time, she heard the voice not across the silence, but within the same air, the same world. "I'm here." The light flared, blinding, and the courtyard vanished into brilliance. The brilliance faded slowly, like a tide withdrawing, leaving her breathless in its wake. She blinked, her vision filled with shifting colors, and when the glow cleared, the ruins no longer looked the same. The stones were whole, the arches rising tall and unbroken, the tree alive with leaves of silver and gold. What had once been fragments was now a world restored, humming with an ancient pulse. She stood unsteadily, her hands trembling. Before her, in the center of the courtyard, stood the one she had spoken to through silence, the one whose presence had haunted her nights and filled her with hope. For a moment she could not breathe. The figure was both familiar and unknown, light and shadow woven into form. Their eyes caught hers, holding every word unspoken between them. "You're real," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I always was," they replied softly, and the sound was no longer only a voice carried across a void. It was here, in the same air, near enough to touch. She took a step forward, then another. Her hand lifted, hesitant, and their hand rose to meet it. When their fingers touched, the world seemed to shiver. A rush of warmth flooded through her, a recognition beyond memory, as though she had always known this presence, even before silence separated them. Tears blurred her vision. "I waited so long." "And I walked through the waiting with you," they said. "Every dream, every fragment of silence, I was there. And now, at last, we are no longer divided." They stood together, hand in hand, as the courtyard shimmered around them. The silver leaves rustled, though there was no wind. The air smelled of blossoms and rain. For the first time, the silence was gone, replaced by a harmony that wrapped around them both. She asked quietly, "Is this the end of the silence, or only the beginning of something else?" Their gaze lingered on hers. "It is both. An end to the waiting, but the beginning of remembering." This place holds more than we have seen. Together we must uncover it." She nodded, though her heart still raced with disbelief. "Then show me." They walked side by side through the restored courtyard. Where once there had been ruins, now walls rose, carved with intricate symbols that glowed faintly. She brushed her fingers over them, feeling them alive with power. "These are memories," they said, watching her closely. "The walls themselves are stories. Touch them, and you will see." She pressed her palm against the stone, and in an instant visions filled her mind. Glimpses of those who had walked here long ago, their voices carrying songs she could not fully understand. She saw processions beneath the silver tree, gatherings of people carrying light in their hands, their eyes filled with reverence. She gasped, pulling her hand back. "It was alive," she whispered. "This place was alive with them." "And it can be again," they said gently. They continued on, each corner of the courtyard revealing more. The mosaic on the ground had transformed too, the petals she had once laid woven into a new pattern. It spiraled outward, threads of colour, forming a path that led to the base of the tree. She stared in awe. "It kept my offerings. Even when the world was broken, it remembered." "Because you remembered," they said. "Your waiting kept it alive." She felt a shiver of responsibility. "Then I cannot falter now." "No," they agreed. "Now we must go deeper." At the base of the tree they stopped. Its trunk shimmered with light, bark smooth as glass. Etched into it were more symbols, brighter than those on the walls. She reached out, her hand trembling, and the symbols flared beneath her touch. The ground shifted. A doorway appeared, opening downward into a spiral of light. She looked at them, breathless. "This is where it leads?" "Yes," they said. Their eyes reflected both wonder and solemnity, into the heart of the silence, into the memory that was lost. "But you must not go alone. We step together." Her hand tightened on theirs. Then together. They descended into the spiral. The air grew warmer, filled with echoes of voices, like distant song. The deeper they went, the stronger the hum became, until it was no longer a sound, but a vibration in their bones. At last they stepped into a vast chamber beneath the roots of the tree. It glowed with shifting light, rivers of energy flowing along the walls. In the center stood a great crystal, suspended above the ground, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. She froze. "What is it?" "The memory," they whispered. "The silence was built around it, to hide it, to protect it. This is the core of what was lost." She stepped closer, the light bathing her face. The crystal flickered, and images poured across its surface, faces, places, skies, split open with light, oceans rising and falling, laughter, sorrow, endless fragments of a history erased. Her knees weakened. "It's everything." "Yes," they said. "Everything that was, and everything that waits to be again." Her hand lifted toward it, then stopped. "If I touch it, what happens?" Their voice was steady but tinged with reverence. "You will see. You will carry the memory, and the silence will never return." Her heart pounded. She looked at them, saw the certainty in their eyes, and nodded. Together, they stepped forward, placing their hands against the crystal. Light erupted, flooding the chamber, flooding her mind. She cried out, not in pain but in awe, as visions cascaded through her, lifetimes, worlds, endless voices singing in harmony. She saw herself walking paths she had never known, holding hands with those she had never met, yet somehow always belonged to. Through it all, one truth rang clear. The silence had only been a veil, a pause between chapters. Beyond it lay a story too vast to contain. When the light dimmed, she stood trembling, but unbroken. The crystal pulsed steadily now, its glow stronger, steadier. She turned to them, tears shining in her eyes. I remember, and they too were, weeping softly. So do I, the chamber hummed with a living chorus. The silence was gone forever. The chamber still shimmered with the lingering echoes of light, the crystal humming steadily as though it had been awakened from a slumber centuries deep. She stood in its glow, her hand still trembling in theirs, and though the brilliance had softened, her heart raced as though the world itself had shifted beneath her feet. For a long while, neither spoke. The silence was no longer hollow. It was alive, brimming with presence, a quiet that carried promise instead of emptiness. She breathed deeply, her chest rising and falling, and felt the weight of what they had touched. Finally, she whispered, "It's too vast for me. How can one heart hold so much?" They looked at her with a gentleness that steadied her. "Because you were never meant to hold it alone. Memory belongs to all who live. You are only the first to touch it again." The words both comforted and unsettled her. If this was true, then what they had uncovered was not only theirs, it was something greater, something the world itself might one day awaken to. The crystal pulsed again, casting ripples of light across the chamber walls. Images still flickered, faintly, like shadows of dreams retreating from dawn. Faces she had not known smiled, vanished, then reappeared. Skies shifted through countless hues. Her eyes followed them until they blurred, her mind stretching between wonder and exhaustion. She turned toward the one beside her. "What do we do now?" Their hand tightened on hers. "We listen. The crystal will not reveal everything at once. It unfolds as it is asked, as it is honored. This is only the beginning of its return." A quiet sigh escaped her lips. Beginning. The word felt heavy, but also alive with possibility. She had thought the silence's end would bring peace, a resting place after the ache of waiting. Yet now she saw the truth. The end of silence was only the threshold of an even greater path. They stepped closer to the crystal together. Its surface shifted, reflecting their forms as if carved from light. When she met her own gaze in its glow, she barely recognized herself, eyes deeper, bearing the shimmer of memories too ancient to name. "I feel different," she admitted softly. "You are," they said. "We both are. The silence carved us hollow, but the memory fills us again. It has changed us forever." Her breath shivered. "Then what of the others?" "If they still live in the silence, how will they bear it while we carry the truth?" "They will find their way," they answered. "The silence cannot last once the memory has been touched. Already the world shifts. You will see it." She glanced upward. The chamber's ceiling seemed woven from roots of light, threads stretching endlessly toward unseen places. A thought came to her unbidden. Perhaps the tree itself carries the memory into the world. Perhaps its branches reach farther than we know. Their eyes warmed with approval. "Perhaps you are right." The idea soothed her heart. She imagined silver leaves whispering in winds beyond these walls, carrying fragments of song into sleeping, places into lives that had long forgotten. Maybe others would dream what she had seen. Maybe the silence would break for them too. The hum of the crystal deepened, almost like a voice that could not yet shape words. She placed her hand upon it once more. This time she did not see visions of long-vanished faces, but felt a warmth rise through her arm, a steady current that anchored her spirit. She whispered to it without meaning to, as though the words were pulled from her. "I will not let you be forgotten again." The glow pulsed, answering her vow with a soft flare. She stepped back, trembling. "It hears us." They always did, the one beside her murmured. It was only silence that deafened us. They stood together in reverence, then slowly turned. From the crystal, the path upward shimmered faintly, beckoning them back to the surface. She hesitated, reluctant to leave, but knew they could not remain here forever. As they climbed the spiral of light, she kept glancing over her shoulder, each glimpse a reminder of the vow she had spoken. When they emerged again into the courtyard, the air felt different. The silver leaves of the tree glowed brighter, the walls of the restored ruins alive with flickers of color. She gasped. "It's changing already." "Yes," they said quietly. The memory rises. The courtyard no longer felt like ruins reborn. It felt like a threshold to something vast. She stepped into its center, breathing in the shimmering air. And, for the first time since her waiting began, she did not feel alone. Her voice broke softly. "I don't know what awaits us, but I know I'm not afraid anymore." They turned to her, their eyes reflecting the glow of the silver tree. "Then the silence has truly ended," she smiled faintly, though tears blurred her vision. "Yes, it has." The wind stirred, and this time it carried sound, a faint melody, like a chorus too distant to be fully heard, yet close enough to awaken longing. She tilted her head, listening. "It's them," she said in awe. "The voices from the crystal." "They are with us now," they confirmed. "Always." She closed her eyes, letting the sound wash through her. It was fragile, a beginning, but it was enough. The silence no longer held her. The memory sang, and she answered with her breath, her heart, her vow. When she opened her eyes again, the world looked brighter, as though dawn had begun, and with their hand in hers, she stepped forward into it. The dawn stretched softly across the horizon, its colors spilling like quiet flames upon the sky. She stood at the threshold of the courtyard, gazing outward as if seeing the world for the first time. The silver tree behind her shimmered faintly, and the crystal's hum still lingered deep within her bones, a presence that no silence could ever erase again. Beside her, their hand remained entwined with hers, grounding her in the newness of the moment. They did not speak, for words felt fragile in the immensity of the awakening around them. The silence was no longer an emptiness. It was a space where meaning might unfold, and she cherished it. Yet beneath the beauty, questions stirred. The visions had shown fragments of memory, but not the whole. Faces had faded before she could grasp them, names dissolved like mist. A vast story still waited, and she wondered if she would ever touch it all. She whispered, more to herself than to them, "It feels like we've opened a door, but I can't yet see what lies beyond." Their gaze followed hers to the horizon. Doors are not meant to reveal everything at once. They invite us to walk. The truth of it settled in her heart. Walking forward meant leaving behind the ruins of waiting, stepping into a world that had been muted for so long, She drew a breath, filling her lungs with air that seemed richer, brighter, alive with an energy she had not known before. The silver leaves above them rustled, carrying faint strains of that hidden melody. She tilted her head, listening.
"It's stronger here," she said. "It will grow stronger still," they answered. "The voices will spread where the tree's branches reach. The memory is not bound to us alone." Her chest ached with a mixture of pride and sorrow. She wanted to
keep the voices close, a secret flame within her, yet she knew they were meant to be shared, to awaken the world from its long slumber. As they walked into the courtyard's heart, she noticed something shifting in the air. Where stone paths had once crumbled, new threads of light now traced their lines. Flowers that had not bloomed in ages unfurled, their petals glowing faintly. The ruins were no longer ruins. They were becoming whole. Her lips parted. "It's healing." "The memory restores what silence withered," they said softly. She knelt to touch a glowing blossom. Warmth spread from its petals into her skin,
as though the flower itself remembered her. She withdrew her hand slowly, reverently. "Will the world beyond these walls feel it too?"
she asked. They nodded. "In time. Every place carries echoes. Once touched, they rise again." Her thoughts turned to the countless lives outside this hidden place, lives bound in silence, hearts carrying absence they could not name. She closed, her eyes imagining the melody spilling into their dreams, stirring them awake. The vision filled her with both hope and fear. "What if they don't understand?" she murmured. "Some will fear," they admitted. "But others will remember, and those few will carry it further. The memory spreads through those who honor it, never through force." She let the words steady her. This awakening was not hers to control. It was only hers to protect. They walked slowly toward the archway where the courtyard opened to the wider world. Beyond it, paths stretched outward, veiled in morning light. She felt the weight of choice pressing upon her. To leave. This place meant to step fully into the unknown, carrying both gift and burden. She paused, turning to the silver tree one last time. Its leaves shimmered like fragments of stars, and for a heartbeat she thought she saw faces again within its glow, smiling, patient, waiting. She bowed her head. "I will keep my vow," she whispered. The tree's branches rustled as if in answer. They touched her shoulder gently. "The path is open. Are you ready?" Her throat tightened, but she lifted her head with resolve. "Yes. Whatever lies beyond, we walk together." Together they stepped through the archway. The air outside was cool, carrying scents of earth and water long forgotten. The land stretched endlessly, hills bathed in golden light, rivers glimmering in the distance. It was both familiar and strange, as though she had always known it, yet never truly seen it. She felt the hum of the crystal echo faintly in her chest still, a compass that would not let her lose the thread of memory. She looked at the one beside her and found the same light mirrored in their eyes. "Do you hear it too?" she asked softly. They smiled faintly. "Always. It will never leave us now." They walked onward, each step a quiet promise. The world before them was vast, uncertain, yet alive in a way it had not been for so long. She carried no map, no certainty of where the road would lead, but she carried memory, and with it a strength greater than fear. As the wind stirred again, she heard the melody swell, fainter here than in the courtyard, but still present, threading through the air. She closed her eyes briefly, listening. The song was no longer only behind her. It travelled with her, carried by the branches, by the breath of the world itself. Her heart steadied. The silence was gone. She opened her eyes to the horizon, the light of dawn stretching wide. Hand in hand, they walked into it, each step weaving them deeper into the unfolding memory, into the story that had only just begun. The dawn stretched softly across the horizon, its colours spilling like quiet flames upon the sky. She stood at the threshold of the courtyard, gazing outward as if seeing the world for the first time. The silver tree behind her shimmered faintly, and the crystal's hum still lingered deep within her bones, a presence that no silence could ever erase again. Beside her, their hand remained entwined with hers, grounding her in the newness of the moment. They did not speak, for words felt fragile in the immensity of the awakening around them. The silence was no longer an emptiness, it was a space where meaning might unfold, and she cherished it. Yet beneath the beauty, questions stirred. The visions had shown fragments of memory, but not the whole. Faces had faded before she could grasp them, names dissolved like mist. A vast story still waited, and she wondered if she would ever touch it all. She whispered, more to herself than to them, "It feels like we've opened a door, but I can't yet see what lies beyond." Their gaze followed hers to the horizon. Doors are not meant to reveal everything at once. They invite us to walk. The truth of it settled in her heart. Walking forward meant leaving behind the ruins of waiting, stepping into a world that had been muted for so long. She drew a breath, filling her lungs with air that seemed richer, brighter, alive with an energy she had not known before. The silver leaves above them rustled, carrying faint strains of that hidden melody. She tilted her head, listening. "It's stronger here," she said. "It will grow stronger still," they answered. "The voices will spread where the tree's branches reach. The memory is not bound to us alone." Her chest ached with a mixture of pride and sorrow. She wanted to keep the voices close, a secret flame within her. Yet she knew they were meant to be shared, to awaken the world from its long slumber. As they walked into the courtyard's heart, she noticed something shifting in the air. Where stone paths had once crumbled, new threads of light now traced. Their lines, flowers that had not bloomed in ages, unfurled, their petals glowing faintly. The ruins were no longer ruins. They were becoming whole. Her lips parted. "It's healing." "The memory restores what silence withered," they said softly. She knelt to touch a glowing blossom. Warmth spread from its petals into her skin, as though the flower itself remembered her. She withdrew her hand slowly, reverently. "Will the world beyond these walls feel it too?" she asked. They nodded. "In time. Every place carries echoes. Once touched, they rise again." Her thoughts turned to the countless lives outside this hidden place, lives bound in silence, hearts carrying absence they could not name. She closed her eyes, imagining the melody spilling into their dreams, stirring them awake. The vision filled her with both hope and fear. "What if they don't understand?" she murmured. "Some will fear," they admitted, "but others will remember, and those few will carry it further. The memory spreads through those who honor it, never through force." She let the words steady her. This awakening was not hers to control. It was only hers to protect. They walked slowly toward the archway where the courtyard opened to the wider world. Beyond it, paths stretched outward, veiled in morning light. She felt the weight of choice pressing upon her. To leave. This place meant to step fully into the unknown, carrying both gift and burden. She paused, turning to the silver tree one last time. Its leaves shimmered like fragments of stars, and for a heartbeat she thought she saw faces again within its glow, smiling, patient, waiting. She bowed her head. "I will keep my vow," she whispered. The tree's branches rustled as if in answer. They touched her shoulder gently. "The path is open. Are you ready?" Her throat tightened, but she lifted her head with resolve. "Yes. Whatever lies beyond, we walk together." Together they stepped through the archway. The air outside was cool, carrying scents of earth and water long forgotten. The land stretched endlessly, hills bathed in golden light, rivers glimmering in the distance. It was both familiar and strange, as though she had always known it, yet never truly seen it. She felt the hum of the crystal echo faintly in her chest still, a compass that would not let her lose the thread of memory. She looked at the one beside her and found the same light mirrored in their eyes. "Do you hear it too?" she asked softly. They smiled faintly. "Always. It will never leave us now." They walked onward, each step a quiet promise. The world before them was vast, uncertain, yet alive in a way it had not been for so long. She carried no map, no certainty of where the road would lead. But she carried memory, and with it, a strength greater than fear. As the wind stirred again, she heard the melody swell, fainter here than in the courtyard, but still present, threading through the air. She closed her eyes briefly, listening. The song was no longer only behind her, it travelled with her, carried by the branches, by the breath of the world itself. Her heart steadied. The silence was gone. She opened her eyes to the horizon, the light of dawn stretching wide. Hand in hand, they walked into it, each step weaving them deeper into the unfolding memory, into the story that had only just begun. The night had fully descended by the time they reached the ridge, and the stars began to unveil themselves, one by one, across the darkening canvas of the sky. A pale moon rose, its silver light spilling across the land like a quiet blessing. The air was crisp, cool enough to stir shivers along her arms, yet there was comfort in the stillness that surrounded them. She paused at the crest of the ridge, looking out across the vastness. Villages long crumbled, rivers winding endlessly, mountains shimmering faintly in the moonlight, all of it stretched into the horizon. It felt infinite, and yet it pulsed with recognition, as though every stone below carried a voice waiting to be remembered. He stood beside her, silent for a long moment before speaking. The stars looked different here. She tilted her gaze upward. The constellations shimmered faintly, their patterns strange, yet oddly familiar. "It's as if they've shifted," she whispered, "like they've been rearranged by time." His eyes followed the trails of starlight. Or maybe we are the ones returning to where they always belonged? She breathed slowly, letting the sky fill her. The stars seemed alive, each one a spark that trembled with memory. She felt their pull, faint but insistent, as though even the heavens carried the same ancient song she had heard in the crystal, in the tree, in the river. They made camp near the ridge, gathering fallen branches to build a small fire. The flames rose gently, their warmth a fragile light against the vast night. She sat close to it, watching the sparks rise and vanish, and for a fleeting moment she thought they resembled the faces she had glimpsed before, flashes of memory dissolving back into the dark. He noticed her expression. "You're seeing them again?" She nodded slowly. "Only for a heartbeat. They come and go like the wind." "Perhaps that is how memory works," he said softly. "It doesn't stay in one place. It flickers. It returns when we are ready." She folded her arms around her knees, gazing into the fire. "I'm afraid of losing them again before I understand." "You won't," he assured, his voice steady. "Every step we take carries them further into you. You are their echo, and echoes do not vanish. They linger." His words steadied her. She leaned her head against her knees and listened to the quiet crackle of the fire, the whisper of wind across the ridge, the distant hum of unseen currents moving through the night. After some time, he pointed upward. "Look there." She lifted her eyes. One of the constellations shimmered brighter than the rest, its stars aligning into a pattern she did not immediately recognize. But as she studied it, shapes began to emerge, an arc like a crown, a curve like a river, a point like a rising.
Flame. She gasped softly. "It's them," she whispered. "Their stories, written in the sky." The realization sent shivers through her. Perhaps the heavens had always carried their memory, waiting for someone to see it.
She reached her hand upward as though she could touch the light. The stars trembled faintly, and for a moment she thought she heard laughter. Faint, carried on the night wind. Her heart ached with longing, but it was not sorrow. It was recognition. When she lowered her hand, he was watching her with quiet reverence. "You saw something," she nodded. "Their joy, their voices, it's all here, above us, around us, within us." The fire burned low as the night deepened, and they lay beside it, the stars their only witness. She drifted into sleep with the echo of that laughter still in her mind, and in her dreams she walked through starlit fields, surrounded by voices that welcomed her home. When morning came, the world was veiled in mist. The fire had gone out, leaving only pale ash, and the ridge was cloaked in silence. She rose slowly, her body stiff from the cold, but her spirit steadied by what she had seen in the night. The mist curled around them as they descended the ridge, its veil hiding the path ahead. She could barely see a few steps in front of her, but she felt no fear. Instead, she reached out, trusting her hands, trusting the rhythm of her footsteps. He walked close beside her. "Do you trust where this leads?" She nodded. "I don't need to see the whole path, only the next step." The mist thickened as they moved deeper, yet faintly she began to hear something beneath it, a low resonance, steady and pulsing. It was not the crystal, nor the river, nor the trees. It was something larger, deeper, as though the very earth itself was breathing. She stopped, listening. "Do you hear it?" He closed his eyes, his brow furrowed, then softened. "Yes." "The ground is alive." They knelt, pressing their hands against the soil. A vibration moved through their palms, strong enough to feel like a heartbeat. She gasped softly, her chest tightening at the sheer enormity of it. "It's not just fragments," she whispered. "The whole land remembers." The revelation struck her like a wave, filling her with awe and trembling. She had been seeking memory in pieces, in ruins, in glimpses. But here, in the very bones of the earth, she felt the totality of it. Vast, unbroken, eternal. Her eyes filled with tears as she pressed her forehead to the ground. We are standing in their memory. Every step we take, every breath is theirs too. The mist curled gently around them, as though affirming her words. They lingered there, palms pressed to the soil, until the vibration steadied into their own heartbeats. Then, slowly, they rose and continued forward, guided not by sight, but by the resonance that thrummed beneath their feet. When at last the mist began to thin, the sun broke through, casting light across the valley ahead. What lay before them stole her breath. Fields stretched endlessly, golden with blossoms that shimmered like fragments of the sun. Rivers curved through the land like ribbons of glass, and in the distance, mountains glowed faintly with silver veils
of mist. The beauty was staggering, not because it was untouched, but because it felt alive, as though every element was woven into the same memory she now carried. She stood motionless, her eyes wide, her chest trembling. It's all of them, all their stories alive in this place.
He placed a hand on her shoulder, steady. And through you it will not be forgotten. She closed her eyes, letting the light and resonance fill her. The journey was far from over, but in this moment she understood something she had not before. The memory she sought was not a burden to carry. It was a gift, and she vowed, silently but fiercely, never to let it fade again. The valley seemed endless, and for a while she could not move, only stand and breathe in the vastness. The air carried a fragrance she had never known, sweet and sharp, like blossoms that had grown from light itself. Every breath filled her chest with both wonder and ache, as though she were inhaling pieces of a world that had been waiting for her return. He remained beside her, his gaze wandering over the rivers and fields. "It feels awake," he murmured. She
nodded, unable to find words. Awake. That was the only truth that could describe it. The land was not merely alive with roots and water and air, but with awareness. The blossoms seemed to tilt toward her presence. The rivers shimmered as though
greeting her, and the very wind moved in patterns too deliberate to be accident. They stepped forward together, down the slope into the valley. The grass bent gently beneath their feet, never breaking, as though the earth itself refused to let harm linger in this place. She reached her hand out and let her fingers brush across the golden blossoms, and instantly a shiver moved up her arm. Images burst into her mind, faces laughing, children running through the same fields, voices weaving songs that mingled with the sound of the wind. The memory came so vividly that she stumbled, clutching her chest as tears blurred her sight. He steadied her quickly. "What is it? What did you see?" Her voice trembled. "Them. Their joy. It's here, woven into every flower, every blade
of grass." The realization left her shaken, yet strangely whole. For the first time, she did not feel as though she was chasing fragments, but standing in the midst of something complete. The valley was not a ruin of memory, it was a living remembrance. They moved deeper into the fields, following the shimmer of the rivers that curved ahead. The water was so clear it seemed unreal, reflecting the sky and blossoms with perfect clarity. She knelt beside the river, touching its surface. The instant her fingers broke the water, warmth spread through her hand, though the current itself was cool. Whispers rose, soft, layered, like countless voices speaking together, yet not in words she understood. Her eyes widened, her breath unsteady. "They are speaking," she whispered.
He crouched beside her, listening, though his expression remained tense. I hear it too, but I don't know what it means. She closed her eyes and let the sound move through her. Though the words were unknown, the emotion was clear: welcome, remembrance, and a strange sorrow that felt like a farewell never spoken. She pressed her hand deeper into the water, and the river responded with a brighter shimmer, light spiraling outward across its surface. Her chest ached. They know we are here. They have been waiting. The voices faded slowly, and she drew her hand back, trembling. He looked at her with quiet urgency. What if this place is the key? Not just fragments, but the heart of all memory. Her pulse quickened at his words. Then we must protect it. Whatever happens, it cannot be forgotten. They continued along the riverbank, the valley stretching before them like an endless story. Time seemed to dissolve. Whether hours passed or moments, she could not tell. The sun arched slowly overhead, casting shifting light across the blossoms, and the air grew warmer with each step. At last they reached the base of the mountains. From a distance they had shimmered faintly, but now she saw the truth. The stone itself glowed, streaked with veins of silver and faint blue light that pulsed, like veins carrying lifeblood. She touched the stone, and a deep vibration surged through her, steady and immense. This was no ordinary mountain. It was a keeper of something vast, something ancient. She pressed her palm flat against it, her eyes closing as the resonance filled her. Her breath caught. In the dark behind her eyes, she saw a city of light built.
Against the mountainside, towers rose like crystal, bridges arched like woven silver, and people walked beneath skies filled with radiance.
She gasped softly, the vision flooding her with both awe and longing. When her eyes opened, tears streaked her face. He was watching her, tense and waiting. What did you see? Her voice was barely a whisper. A city, not of stone, but of
light. Their home. It was here once. His expression shifted, both reverent and wary. Then this is more than memory. This is the place where they lived. She pressed her hand again to the glowing veins in the stone, the pulse steady and unyielding. And the mountains remember it all. They lingered in silence, the weight of discovery pressing on them both.
The valley, the rivers, the mountains, all of it was not merely a remnant, but a living archive. And she, for reasons she could barely comprehend, was the one able to walk within it, to awaken it. As the sun dipped lower, the silver veins of the Ooo mountain glowed brighter, until the entire ridge shimmered faintly in the twilight. She felt her chest tighten at the beauty, but also at the sense of responsibility pressing heavier upon her. We cannot stay here, he said, gently, though his voice carried regret. If this is the heart, then others will come for it. We must be ready. She looked out across the valley once more, her eyes wide, her breath trembling. I don't want to leave it. I know, he answered softly, but memory does not fade because we step away. It walks with us, as it has always walked with you. She closed her eyes, drawing in a long breath, letting the scent of blossoms fill her one last time. Then she nodded, though her heart ached. We will carry it forward. Together they began to ascend the path that wound along the mountainside, the silver glow lighting their steps. Behind them, the valley stretched wide and luminous, as though bidding them farewell. And within her, the voices remained, not flickering, not fading, but steady, as though the land itself had entrusted its story to her keeping. The path rose steep and narrow, curling along the mountainside like a thread of silver. Each step echoed faintly against the glowing stone, and the sound felt alive, as though the mountain itself listened to their presence. She moved carefully, her breath deep but steady, and though fatigue tugged at her limbs, the light in the veins of rock seemed to lend her strength. The air grew thinner as they climbed, cool and sharp, carrying with it a faint hum she could not ignore. It wasn't wind, nor the rustle of leaves, but a deeper resonance, like the low song of the earth itself. She paused often, resting her hand on the stone, letting the vibrations pulse through her skin until she felt herself attuned to it. He walked ahead at times, cautious, scanning the ridges and shadows. His silence was heavy with thought, though every so often he would glance back to her, as if to make certain she remained unbroken. She met his gaze each time, answering with a quiet nod. She was still strong, even if her heart ached with the burden of what they carried. The higher they climbed, the brighter the veins of light became. Now they shimmered not only silver, but threads of blue, violet, and faint gold, weaving together like strands of a tapestry hidden within stone. The sight filled her chest with
wonder, though it also unsettled her. The mountain was no longer only a keeper of memory. It felt alive, its pulse deep and unrelenting. At last they reached a ledge where the path widened.
Before them stretched an opening carved directly into the mountain face, its arch outlined with veins of silver flame. The hum she had felt in the air now vibrated from within, calling to her with a strange familiarity that made her skin shiver. She stopped at the threshold, her breath caught in her throat. "This is it," she whispered. He looked at her sharply. "You know what waits beyond?" "Not in words," she admitted softly. "But I feel it. This is where they kept the heart of their city, the place where all memory gathered." Her hand trembled as she reached toward the arch. The moment her fingers brushed the glowing veins, the air shifted. Light rippled across the opening, and the stone melted away into translucence. Beyond it lay not darkness, but a vast chamber filled with radiance. They stepped inside together. The chamber stretched wide, its walls alive with threads of light, each strand twisting upward like vines woven from starlight. The floor shimmered, faintly, as though they walked upon glass with rivers of gold flowing beneath. At the center rose a great pillar of crystal, its surface shifting and alive, filled with countless fragments of light that pulsed like memories waiting to be spoken. Her knees weakened at the sight and tears stung her eyes. She felt as though she were standing before the heart of a living soul. The whispers returned, louder now, filling the chamber with overlapping voices. She pressed her hands to her ears, but it did nothing. The sound was not of air, but of spirit. He moved to her side quickly. "What is it saying?" Her lips parted, her voice shaking. "Everything. It is all of them, all their lives, their hopes, their endings, woven together. It is their memory, unbroken." The pillar pulsed brighter, and light spilled outward in streams that wrapped around her. She gasped as visions tore through her mind, faces she had never seen yet somehow recognized, laughter that echoed like her own, sorrow that gripped her.
Heart with unbearable weight. She saw cities rise and fall, rivers carved through time, children born beneath skies filled with radiant auroras. It was overwhelming, and she fell to her knees, clutching the ground.
He reached for her, but the light wove between them, holding him back with a gentle barrier. "Do not fight it," he called to her, his voice strained. Let it pass through you. Her chest heaved, every breath trembling, but she forced herself to yield. She let the flood of memory move not against her, but through her. Slowly, the pain softened into something else. Understanding, as though her very being was stretching wide enough to carry their endless stories. When at last the light faded, she found herself still kneeling, her hands pressed against the shimmering floor. Her body shook, her breath ragged, but she was not broken. Instead, she felt fuller than she ever had, as though the emptiness she had carried all her life had been replaced with a vast, enduring presence. He hurried to her side and steadied her gently. "Are you with me?" She nodded weakly, her voice hoarse. "Yes, and I am with them." Her eyes lifted to the pillar once more. Its light had softened, no longer pouring outward but glowing with steady warmth. She understood now. It had not simply shown her fragments, but entrusted her with its memory. The whispers still lingered faintly in her mind, but now they were not overwhelming. They were companions, a chorus that hummed within her soul. He followed her gaze. If this is the heart, then it will not remain hidden for long. Others will seek it. She turned to him, her expression solemn but unwavering. Then we cannot let it be taken. This is not treasure, it is life itself. It must endure, even if we do not. The weight of her words hung between them. He studied her face, and for the first time since their journey began, his stern features softened fully. There was no doubt in his eyes, only quiet resolve. "Then we protect it," he said firmly. A quiet silence filled the chamber, broken only by the soft hum of the pillar. She reached out once more, letting her fingers brush its radiant surface. This time there was no pain, only warmth, as though the pillar itself acknowledged her promise. She closed her eyes, whispering into the chamber, "I will not let you be forgotten." The words were carried outward, not by air, but by light, spreading across the walls and threads of memory. For a moment, the entire chamber pulsed, and she felt them, all of them answering in unison. Then the chamber grew still. Again, its light steady, its song quiet, but enduring. Together they stepped back from the pillar. Neither spoke for some time, for both knew words would only diminish the weight of what had been entrusted to them. Outside, the path still wound upward, and shadows waited beyond the valley. But within her there was no longer fear of losing.
What mattered? The memory lived, and she carried it now, unbroken. The night descended slowly, wrapping the mountain in veils of indigo and shadow. She stood at the mouth of the chamber, looking outward at the world below.
The valley stretched far beneath her, rivers like silver threads glimmering in the starlight, forests dark and silent, as though holding their breath. Yet she could not shake the sensation that unseen eyes were watching from the distance, waiting for her next step. Behind her, the pillar still glowed with quiet warmth, its light steady and alive. The whispers remained in her mind, softer now, but constant, an undercurrent beneath every thought. They guided her, comforted her, but also reminded her of the weight she bore. The burden was no longer hers alone, it was theirs, entrusted to her as a vessel. He came to stand beside her, his cloak drawn close against the chill. His eyes scanned the dark ridges, his jaw tense. "They will come," he said quietly. "Not tonight, perhaps, but soon. Word of places like this always finds a way to spread." She lowered her gaze, her fingers curling at her sides. "Then we cannot stay hidden. If they come here, the pillar will be torn apart, its memory scattered or corrupted. We have to move before that happens. He looked at her, studying her face as though weighing the strength in her words. You mean to carry it with you? I already do, she whispered. She placed her hand over her heart, where the resonance of the pillar still pulsed. It gave itself to me. Its stories, its voices. They live here now. If the chamber falls, the memory endures as long as I breathe. His eyes darkened with concern. And when you no longer breathe? She hesitated, the question cutting deeper than she expected. The voices stirred faintly within her, a chorus of lives that had ended and yet persisted. She lifted her chin, her voice steady. Then it must find another. That is the way of memory. It does not die, it moves forward. I will protect it until...
I cannot, and then another will rise. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the faint hum of the mountain. At last he nodded, though reluctance lingered in his expression.
If that is the path, then I walk it with you. But we cannot go unprepared. The ones who seek this will not be ordinary men. They will come with fire, with greed, and with no care for what they destroy. She turned back toward the chamber, her eyes tracing the glowing veins along its walls. That we must ask the mountain itself to stand with us. If it holds such memory, perhaps it holds strength too. Together they re-entered the chamber. The pillar pulsed faintly as they approached, as though aware of their return. She placed both hands upon its surface, closing her eyes. At once the whispers surged through her mind, sharper, more insistent. She steadied her breath, opening herself to them fully. Images bloomed behind her eyelids, shields of light raised against storms, walls of stone rising from the ground, rivers bending their course to protect what was sacred. She gasped as the visions grew brighter, her heart pounding with the force of them. He stepped closer, his voice low. What do you see? She opened her eyes, which now shimmered faintly with the pillar's glow. It remembers how it defended itself, and it can still do so if I call upon it. She raised her hands, and the chamber answered. The veins of light in the walls brightened, threads weaving outward across the floor, like roots searching for soil. The hum deepened, resonating through the stone until the ground itself seemed alive. She felt the mountain listening, waiting for her command. I do not ask for myself, she whispered into the light. I ask for you, all of you who came before. Let your memory endure, unbroken. Lend me your strength so I may keep it safe. The chamber trembled, not in rejection, but in acknowledgement. Light burst from the pillar, flooding outward in radiant waves that wrapped around her and spread into the mountain beyond. She felt it settle into the stone, into the rivers below, into the very wind that swept the ridges. The mountain had heard, and it had answered. Her body weakened, knees buckling under the strain, but he caught her before she could fall. The glow around her dimmed, fading back into the chamber walls. She leaned into his arms, trembling but unbroken. It is done, she murmured. If they come, the mountain will rise against them. He looked around the chamber, unease flickering across his features. But at what cost to you? She met his gaze, her expression resolute. The cost is mine to bear. I carry them, and they carry me. There is no separation now. He held her in silence for a long moment, then helped her to her feet. Then we will face it together. Whatever comes, we stand until the last breath, she nodded, her chest heavy with both fear and determination. The pillar still glowed behind them, quiet now as though resting. Outside, the stars shone sharp and cold, scattered across the sky like fragments of memory themselves. She knew the journey ahead would not be gentle, but she also knew that she no longer walked as one alone. As they stepped out once more onto the ledge, the valley spread before them like a sea of shadows and silver. Somewhere beyond those forests and rivers, others stirred, men who sought power, who would come for the heart of memory. She stood tall against the night, the hum of the mountain echoing in her veins. When the time came, she would not falter. She carried the weight of countless voices, and through her they would endure. The morning came with a sky of pale gold, light spilling over the peaks and sliding into the valley below. She rose from where she had been resting, though sleep had not truly found her. Dreams had woven in and out of her thoughts, threads of memory and prophecy tangled together. When she opened her eyes, the hum of the mountain was still present, faint but constant, as if the land itself breathed with her. He was already awake, standing a short distance away, watching the horizon. His posture was tense, every muscle alert. When she approached, he did not turn, but his voice carried softly over the stone. "They move," he said. "Smoke on the wind, far in the east." "It won't be long now." She closed her eyes, steadying herself. "Then we must decide whether to meet them here, with the mountain at our side, or move to the places still hidden." He finally looked at her, his eyes shadowed with worry. "If we move, we risk exposing what they do not yet know. But if we stay, we place all faith in the memory's defenses, and faith alone has not always stopped men like them." She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the pulse of the voices within her. They stirred at the edge of her thoughts, fragments rising and fading. "It is not only faith," she said. "It is the will of those who came before, and it is stronger than fire, but I cannot wield it alone. The mountain listens, but it listens through me. Without others beside me, the burden grows heavier than deemed I can bear." He reached toward her, his hand brushing her arm. "You will not bear it alone. I swore it, and I do not break my oaths, but we may need more than just the two of us."
Others must know what is at stake, others who can stand when the storm comes. Her breath caught. The idea had lingered in her own thoughts, unspoken, yet the risk was great. To invite others in was to open the secret wider, to risk betrayal, corruption, or weakness. Still, she knew he was right.
Alone, even the strongest memory could falter. "We cannot summon many," she said quietly. "Only those whose hearts we trust. The voices tell me that memory shared grows stronger, not weaker. If more carry it, then no single loss can silence it." He nodded slowly, the first flicker of hope crossing his expression. "Then we gather them. Not warriors, not seekers of power, but those who would stand for something greater than themselves. They will come, if we call in the right way." Her gaze drifted back to the pillar within the chamber, its glow faint in the daylight. The thought of sharing its weight frightened her, but it also stirred a new strength within her chest. This memory was never meant to remain with one alone. It was meant to endure through many, as it always had. "We will call them," she said, "but not with words carved in stone, nor messages that can be intercepted. We will call them with memory
itself. It will reach across distance, across silence. Those who are meant to hear will hear."
He studied her, a question rising in his eyes. "And how do you send such a call?" She stepped toward the pillar and laid her hand against its surface. The whispers surged immediately, threads of voices rising in a wave. She let them pour through, into her veins until her body trembled with their resonance. Then she spoke aloud, her words carried by the chamber and magnified by the pillar's light. I call to those who still remember. I call to those who guard the quiet truths, who have not bowed to fire or greed. Come to the mountain, come to where the memory still breathes, stand with us, or watch all fade into silence. The words did not echo in the ordinary way. Instead, they rippled outward, carried on currents unseen. She felt them moving far beyond the chamber, slipping into the dreams of strangers, into the hearts of wanderers, into the silence of places forgotten. When the last word left her lips, the light subsided. She staggered back, drained, but standing. He caught her by the shoulders, steadying her. "It is done," he murmured. "They will come." "Some will," she said, her voice faint. "Not all, perhaps only a few, but it will be enough. It must be enough." They left the chamber together and walked to the ledge overlooking the valley. The wind carried scents of pine and smoke, mingling uneasily. Far away, a dark smudge marred. The horizon, the movement he had spoken of, the ones who sought the pillar were drawing closer. "They march faster than I expected," he said grimly. "They must believe the prize is near." She squared her shoulders, the hum of the mountain vibrating faintly within her bones. "Then let them come. They will find that memory does not surrender easily." He gave her a rare, fleeting smile, though shadows still lingered in his eyes. "You sound almost certain." "I am certain," she said, her gaze fixed on the rising smoke. "Not because of me, but because of all who came before. Their voices have endured storms, wars, and betrayals. They will endure this too." As the day wore on, the valley seemed to shift. Birds flew in restless flocks, the rivers glimmered with unease, and even the trees swayed as though whispering warnings. She felt the weight of the coming days pressing closer, each moment a thread pulling taut. Yet beneath the fear, determination burned steady in her chest. When night fell again, she sat by the fire they had built on the ledge. He kept watch beside her, silent but present. She closed her eyes, listening. Somewhere in the distance, faint as starlight, she thought she heard footsteps, not of enemies, but of those who had answered her call. The night stretched long, and every sound carried more weight than it should have. She sat near the fire, eyes half closed, though her body refused rest. The flames cast shifting shapes against the rocks, shadows that sometimes seemed to move with intention. Her breath slowed, but her heart remained awake, attuned to the tremors that passed through the mountain's bones. He returned from his watch at the edge of the ridge, his footsteps quiet but steady. When he reached her, he crouched low, the firelight outlining the lines of exhaustion etched into his face. "Something stirs below," he murmured. "Not just them. Others move in the valley. I cannot yet tell if they come as allies or foes." She lifted her gaze to the darkness, straining with senses beyond sight. The memory within her pulsed faintly, warning of presences scattered across the land. Some glowed faint with kinship, threads drawn by her call. Others burned with hunger, sharp.
"As blades, they come from different directions," she whispered.
"Not one tide, but many streams. Some answer, some pursue. The paths cross too closely for chance." His jaw tightened. "Then we must be ready for both. Allies will need shelter, guidance. Enemies will bring fire before words." Her hand trembled slightly as she reached for the earth beside her, fingers pressing against the soil. It was cool, vibrating with secrets older than language. She let it steady her. We cannot meet them all with steel. The mountain must decide who is worthy of its truth. If they come in sincerity, it will open. If they come in greed, it will close. He studied her for a long moment. And if it closes too tightly, even against those who might help? She did not answer immediately. The fire cracked, sparks lifting into the night. Then we will stand as bridge keepers. The mountain does not always see the heart as we do. It remembers too much. That is why we remain, to judge when memory grows blind. The silence between them deepened, but it was not empty. It held the weight of choices too, heavy for dawn to lift away. Before either could speak again, a sound drifted from the trees below. Not the harsh crack of soldiers' boots, but a softer rhythm, measured steps, deliberate yet weary. Both of them turned toward it, hands ready, but not drawn. A figure emerged slowly into the fire's faint circle. Cloaked, hood low, posture, bent with travel. They paused at the edge of light, waiting. She rose to her feet, every muscle tense, but the whispers within her surged suddenly with recognition. The pillar's call had reached this one. "Come forward," she said, her voice steady though her chest tightened. The figure lifted their head. A woman's face, worn but resolute, appeared from beneath the hood. Her eyes carried the look of one who had walked through loss and still chosen to continue. "I heard," she said simply. "In my sleep, in my bones. A voice that was not my own told me to come. So I came." The man stepped closer, suspicion sharp in his gaze. "Who are you? What oath do you bring to stand here?" The woman looked at him, then at her, and finally at the mountain itself, rising in shadow behind them. "Names matter little where I walked, oaths matter more. I swore long ago that what was buried would not be stolen again. If this is where it hides, then I will keep that oath until my last breath." The whispers inside her flared, not in warning, but in welcome. She felt their warmth spread through her chest, confirming what her eyes already told her. This was not an enemy. "She speaks truth," she said softly. "The mountain knows her. She may walk with us." The man did not relax fully, but he gave a short nod. "Then one has come. Perhaps more will follow." And more did. Before the night had ended, two others appeared, a pair of brothers, their clothes ragged from distance, their eyes shadowed by grief but lit by determination. Each spoke of dreams, of voices calling them north. They carried no weapons of greed, only the quiet weight of purpose. By dawn, 4 new souls sat beside the fire. They shared little food but much silence, as though speaking too freely would shatter the fragile bond just formed. She looked at each of them, feeling the threads of memory weaving around them, binding them into something greater than chance. Yet as the sky brightened, her chest tightened again. For even as allies arrived, she felt the press of others, those who came not in answer, but in hunger. Their march was harder, louder, full of iron and smoke. They would reach the valley soon. When the sun rose, she stood and faced them all. "You were called here, not by me, but by what endures beyond us. Now we stand at the edge of fire. Those who come will try to unmake what cannot be remade. We must decide now. Will you stand to guard it, even if it means the end of yourselves? One by one they met her gaze. The woman who came first nodded without hesitation. The brothers exchanged a look, then spoke as one. We will not let it fall. She turned to the man who had been with her from the beginning. His eyes held hers, steady and fierce. You already know my answer, he said. Her chest lifted with a breath that was almost relief, almost sorrow. Then it is decided. We will
stand. The mountain seemed to stir at her words, the wind shifting, the stones beneath them humming faintly.
She knew it listened, always listening. And for the first time, she felt it was not only her voice it carried, but theirs as well. They spent the day preparing, not with weapons of conquest, but with pathways, signals, and the quiet strength of trust. They mapped the ridges and the caves, they marked where the echoes of the pillar could reach, and they swore silently to each other that they would not break. When night fell again, no fire was lit. They sat in darkness, the stars sharp. Above them, the valley below cloaked in shadow. Far away, torches moved like restless embers, an army drawing near. She closed her eyes, listening once more. The whispers did not tremble. They grew stronger. And with them, so did she. The night was thick with silence, yet every breath carried the weight of anticipation. She sat among them, her body still, her mind stretched outward like a net across the valley. The earth trembled faintly, not from nature, but from the march of many feet. The enemy was near. Their firelight glimmered at a distance, restless, shifting, too many to count. The others waited in tense quiet, each holding their own fear close to their chest. She could feel it, their doubt, their unspoken questions. What chance did a handful of weary souls have against the tide that approached? Yet she also felt something else, woven beneath their fear, a thread of resolve, faint but unbreakable. The man leaned toward her, his voice low. They will be upon us before the next moonrise. We cannot meet them in the open. The mountain gives us height, but not numbers. She did not look at him. Her eyes were closed, her breath steady, listening to the deeper rhythm. The whispers within her stirred, carrying fragments of memory, voices that belonged not to her, but to those who had stood here before. We do not fight them with numbers, she murmured. We fight them with what endures. The stone remembers paths no enemy can walk. He frowned. You mean to lead them into the mountain? She opened her eyes then, meeting his gaze. No, we lead ourselves into it. They will chase and they will not understand until the ground itself denies them. The woman who had arrived first spoke, her voice sharp, with both fear and defiance. And if the ground denies us too? The mountains
knows us now, she said firmly. It has accepted our presence. As long as our purpose is true, it will not close against us.
Her words hung heavy, but they carried a weight that steadied the group. The brothers exchanged glances, then nodded. We follow, they said, almost in unison. So it was decided. The night stretched long, every hour a battle against weariness. They did not sleep. They prepared. Stones were moved to mark hidden passages, branches cleared from narrow trails that twisted through ridges only the mountain revealed. Quiet signals were agreed upon, subtle movements of hand or glance that would guide them in the dark. When dawn bled into the sky, the valley below roared with sound. Horns, the clash of metal, the guttural shouts of men drunk on the promise of conquest. She stood on the ridge and watched them come, a sea of fire and iron. Her chest tightened, but she did not falter. The whispers steadied her. The man stood. Beside her, his hand brushing the hilt of his blade. "When they reach the slope, it begins," he said. She nodded. "We must not meet them here. Lead them just far enough, then vanish."
Let them believe they drive us. Their hunger will blind them. The others gathered behind, their faces pale but resolute. She looked at each of them one by one and felt the invisible threads tighten, weaving them into something greater than fear. The first clash came with the sun.
Scouts of the enemy reached the lower ridge, shouting when they spotted movement above. Arrows flew clattering against stone. The brothers moved swiftly, guiding the group into the shadowed paths, never straying too far, never letting the pursuers lose sight entirely. It was a dance of shadows and echoes, the hunted appearing just long enough to become the lure. Hours stretched like years. The mountain became their shield and weapon, its narrow gullies and steep cliffs cutting the enemies' numbers, forcing them into broken lines. She guided them with whispers no one else could hear, urging them left where the stone opened, right where the ground fell away unseen. Each turn, each hidden path, felt less like choice and more like memory unfolding again. But the enemy pressed.
Harder, their torches blazing even in daylight, their shouts echoing with fury.
The air grew thick with smoke and dust. One of the brothers stumbled, an arrow grazing his arm, but he rose again, teeth clenched, refusing to fall behind. When the sun dipped low, they reached the mouth of a cavern that yawned black against the stone. The mountain seemed to breathe through it, cold air spilling out like a warning. She felt the whispers surge, urgent, insistent. "Here," she said. "This is where the choice must be made." The others hesitated. The cavern was vast.
Unknown, its darkness heavy with secrets.
Yet behind them, the enemy surged closer, the sound of pursuit filling the ridges. The woman lifted her chin. "If this is where we are led, then this is where we go." She stepped forward first, her silhouette swallowed by the dark. One by one, the others followed, until only she and the man remained at the edge. He turned to her, eyes hard. "If it closes behind us, there will be no return." She touched the stone beside the entrance, feeling its ancient pulse. "Then we will not return. We will endure as the mountain endures." Together they stepped into the dark. Inside, the air was cold and damp, the ground uneven beneath their feet. The sound of the outside world faded, replaced by the deep hum of the earth itself. The cavern stretched wide, its ceiling lost to shadows, but faint glimmers shimmered on the walls, crystals catching stray threads of light, glowing as though alive. The whispers grew loud within her, not words, but a chorus of memory. She placed her hand against the wall, and the glow brightened, revealing markings etched deep into the stone. Ancient lines, spirals, and symbols that pulsed with faint light. The others gathered close, eyes wide with awe. "What is this place?" one of the brothers whispered. She answered softly, reverently. "The heart of what they seek. The memory that cannot be stolen." Behind them, faint echoes of pursuit still lingered, growing nearer. The enemy had not abandoned the chase. But here, in the mountain's heart, the balance shifted. She felt it in her bones. The man drew his blade, the sound low but steady. "Then here is where we hold." She turned to face the darkness of the tunnel behind them, where flickers of torchlight began to emerge. Her voice was calm, but it carried, through the cavern, strong as stone. "Then here," she said, "is where the story changes." The cavern trembled with the weight of what was to come. The enemy's torches flickered in the distance, their shadows crawling along the walls like hungry insects. The others stood in a crescent, backs pressed against stone that glowed faintly with the mountain's breath. None spoke, for silence itself had become their only shield. She closed her eyes, listening beyond the sound of pursuit. The whispers inside her had grown louder, no longer fragments, but a chorus that filled her chest. They spoke not in commands, but in memory, of others who had stood where she stood now, of choices made in fire and silence, of survival carved into the bones of stone. The man's voice broke the stillness. They are too many. Even the mountain cannot swallow an army whole. She opened her eyes and met his gaze. It does not need to. It only needs to deny them what they seek. We are not here to destroy them. We are here to endure. The woman who had entered first stepped forward, her face pale but resolute. And if endurance means we vanish forever, then let us vanish in a way they can never follow. The cavern deepened ahead, vast corridors of stone leading into darkness. She lifted her hand, and the faint glow of crystals stirred, threads of light weaving along the walls. Paths revealed themselves, twisting in patterns that shifted if one stared too long. It was not a maze meant to trap, but a living memory that guided only those the mountain accepted. "Stay close," she whispered. "The mountain shows us the way." They moved as one, footsteps muffled by the earth. Behind them, the enemy poured in, their torches sputtering as the cavern swallowed their light. Shouts echoed, the clash of weapons against stone, but the paths shifted like water, narrowing, bending, drawing the pursuers into confusion. At every turn, she felt the mountain's breath steadying her steps. Sometimes the glow dimmed, forcing them into near darkness. Sometimes it flared, guiding them into sudden open chambers where the ceiling glittered like a night sky. The others followed without question now. Fear still lived in their eyes, but it was bound with faith, faith not in her alone, but in the bond between them and the stone itself. Hours passed like lifetimes. The enemy's noise grew fainter, scattered, as if the mountain had splintered them apart. Yet one sound persisted, the steady beat of war drums echoing unnaturally deep within the stone. It was not merely pursuit, it was challenge. The man caught her arm. "They will not stop. They will follow until we are dust." She looked at him, and for the first time her resolve trembled. But then the whispers surged again, fierce and clear. She placed her palm flat against the wall, and light rippled outward, revealing a vast chamber ahead. The space was unlike any they had seen, a hollow heart of the mountain, its walls inscribed with spirals and lines that pulsed like veins of fire. At the center stood a stone altar, worn smooth by ages, its surface etched with symbols that glowed faintly in rhythm with her heartbeat. The woman gasped. "What is this place?" "The memory made flesh," she whispered. "This is what they seek, though they do not understand it. This is what must be kept." The enemy's torches flickered at the far edge of the chamber now, their voices rising in triumph as they spotted their prey. The group tightened around the altar, weapons raised, though they knew the battle could not be won by steel. The man stepped forward, placing himself between her and the advancing shadows. "Tell me there is more than stone to save us." She moved to the altar, laying both hands upon it. The glow intensified, spreading outward through the floor, like water, filling the chamber with radiant light. The whispers became a roar, not of chaos but of unity, voices of the past and present entwined. The enemy charged, their blades flashing, their cries deafening. But as they crossed the threshold of light, the ground shifted. The chamber itself turned against them. Pathways collapsed, walls closed like jaws, the mountain reshaping its own heart to protect what it held sacred. The others pressed closer, shielding her as the light blazed brighter. She felt the mountain's memory flow through her, pain and endurance, loss and renewal. Centuries of silence broken only when the world threatened to forget. The man shouted over the roar. "What is happening?" She turned her head slightly, her face illuminated by the glow. "The mountain does not
choose us to fight. It chooses us to remember, to become part of what endures."
The floor shook violently, forcing the enemy to their knees. Torches sputtered, screams rose and fell, and then the chamber sealed. A silence deeper than death filled the hollow heart. When the light faded, the enemy was gone. No sound of pursuit remained. Only the faint glow of the altar lingered, pulsing with quiet rhythm, as if the mountain had swallowed the threat whole. The others staggered, breathless, clinging to one another. The woman sank to her knees, tears streaking her face. "Are we safe?" "For now," she answered softly. Her body trembled with exhaustion, yet she felt no fear. The whispers within her had quieted, not gone, but settled, like water after a storm. The man approached, his hand resting on her shoulder. "What of us? Do we stay here, hidden forever?" She looked around the chamber, its walls still shimmering faintly with the memory of what had passed. "We do not stay. We carry this with us. Wherever we go, the mountain goes also. It does not bind us, it teaches us." Slowly they rose. The path ahead was uncertain, and the world beyond the cavern still burned with danger. Yet something within them had changed. They were no longer fugitives clinging to survival. They were keepers of a memory older than war, older than kingdoms. She turned toward the narrow passage that led away from the chamber, her voice steady. "Come, the story does not end here. It begins again, and we must walk it." One by one they followed her into the dim corridors, leaving behind the altar's glow. The mountain did not close against them. It breathed with them, guiding each step, carrying their presence like a secret written into stone. As they vanished deeper into the earth, the silence of the chamber remained, vast and eternal. The altar pulsed faintly, its light a heartbeat echoing through the dark. And somewhere, far beyond the reach of armies, the story they carried waited to be told again. The air beyond the hollow chamber was colder, as if the mountain exhaled slowly through unseen veins. Their footsteps echoed in narrow corridors, each sound lingering a moment longer than it should, as though the stone itself repeated their movements. The group pressed close, their breaths rising in thin clouds, silence carried between them like a fragile flame. She walked at the front, one hand brushing the walls, fingers trailing over rough stone that pulsed faintly with buried light. Was weaker here than in the altar chamber, flickering as though stretched too thin. Yet the whispers still murmured beneath her skin, urging her forward, reminding her that endurance was not found in stillness, but in motion. The man caught up beside her, his face pale but resolute. "You spoke of carrying this with us, but where do we carry it to? What world will accept us now?" She did not answer at once. The tunnel curved sharply, leading into a slope that descended deeper still. Only when they had steadied themselves against the incline did she speak. "We carry it to wherever silence can be protected, not to a city, not to a throne, but to the places the world forgets. That is where memory survives." Behind them, the woman spoke with quiet bitterness. "And if the world never remembers? If our silence is all that remains?" "Then it will be enough," she replied. "For silence is not absence. It is the root of all beginnings." They descended further, the air growing damp, smelling of iron and water. Soon the narrow passage widened into a cavern where a black pool stretched across the floor, its surface unbroken, reflecting only fragments of the dim crystal glow. The group hesitated at its edge, uncertainty thick in their eyes. The man tested the water with his spear. Ripples spread outward, but the pool held no depthless darkness. Instead, it glowed faintly from below, as though stars had been drowned there. "What is this?" he whispered. She stepped forward, kneeling at the edge. The whispers rose again, urging, steadying. "It is not water. It is memory made fluid. A crossing." The woman frowned. "To where?" She looked into the glowing depths. Images flickered. There, faces she did not know, landscapes foreign yet strangely familiar, fragments of futures not yet lived. "To where we must go." The others exchanged uneasy glances, but none dared speak further doubt. Slowly, she placed her palm upon the surface. Instead of sinking, her hand spread light across the pool, forming a path of faint luminescence that
stretched toward the far cavern wall. The man exhaled sharply. "A bridge." "Yes," she whispered, "but one that requires faith." One by one, they stepped onto the glowing path. Their weight did not break it. Instead, the light held firm, shimmering beneath their steps as if welcoming them. The pool
rippled faintly, reflecting not their bodies, but their shadows, elongated, distorted, moving slightly out of rhythm. Halfway across, the woman faltered, staring into the depths. "The shadows, they're not ours." The man glanced down, his jaw tightening. "Keep moving. Do not look too long." But she could not help herself. Her eyes locked on the shifting shadows, and suddenly she gasped. "I see. Myself. But not me. Another life. Another ending." She reached out instinctively, and the glow beneath her feet wavered. The path trembled. The pool surged upward, as if trying to claim her. The leader seized her wrist, pulling her back with force. "Do not touch it! The pool shows what could have been, not what must be. If you reach for it, you will drown in choices that never belong to you." The woman's breathing came fast and shallow, but she steadied, clutching her rescuer's hand until the tremors ceased. They pressed forward quickly, not daring another glance at the pool. When they reached the far side, the glowing path dissolved behind them, swallowed by still water. The cavern wall before them opened into another corridor, narrow but ascending, filled with a colder light that pulsed with faint urgency. As they climbed, the man spoke again, his voice low. "If the pool showed futures, then it showed truths we may need." She shook her head. "Not truths, temptations. The mountain offers us what we desire most, but memory must remain unbroken. If we lose ourselves in what could have been, then we abandon what is." The climb grew steeper, forcing them to use their hands for balance. The air warmed slightly, carrying the scent of fire and ash. Soon they emerged into another vast chamber, this one lit by towering crystals that burned like frozen flames. Their light was steady, unyielding, and yet the whispers within her grew restless. At the center of the chamber stood a column of stone carved with spirals, the patterns deeper and sharper than those they had seen before. Unlike the altar, this stone did not glow gently. It throbbed with power, each pulse shaking the chamber as though the mountain itself had a heartbeat. The others hung back, unease settling over them. The man spoke cautiously. "This is not sanctuary, this is something else." She approached the column slowly, each step measured. The whispers in her chest clashed, some urging her closer, others warning of danger. When she placed her hand upon the cold stone, the chamber roared to life. Visions crashed into her, flames consuming cities, rivers running black, armies marching under banners soaked in blood. She saw the enemy, still searching, still burning, their hunger unending, and beneath it all she saw the silence. The mountain's silence, rising like a tide, swallowing both destruction and memory alike. Her body trembled, but she did not withdraw her hand. The others called to her, voices muffled by the roar. She pressed her forehead against the stone, speaking not to them but to the mountain itself. "Show me what must be carried,
not what can be lost." The visions shifted. Amid the chaos, she saw a single thread of light winding through darkness, a fragile path, weaving not toward victory, but toward survival, toward a future where memory endured, even if all else fell. She pulled back, gasping, her skin pale with exhaustion.
The chamber quieted, though the column still pulsed faintly. The man rushed to her side. "What did you see?" She steadied herself, her voice rough but certain. "The world will not stop burning, but we do not need to stop it. We only need to protect the thread. As long as it survives, silence will live, and so will we," the woman whispered, fear and hope warring in her eyes. "And if the thread breaks?" "Then all begins again," she replied. "But not with us." The chamber held its silence, heavy and vast. Then, without another word, she turned toward the passage that climbed beyond, the others following reluctantly. The mountain's breath pressed around them, carrying not comfort, but burden. And still they walked. The climb narrowed into a jagged tunnel where stones scraped against their shoulders. Their breaths came shallow, every sound swallowed by the weight pressing from above. The faint glow from the last chamber dimmed behind them until only the mountain's breath remained, a cold rhythm in the dark. She led with a slow, steady pace, her hand brushing the walls as though reading the lines of an unwritten script. The whispers inside her chest had quieted, no longer urgent, but watchful, waiting. The others followed in silence, their footsteps careful, each aware that to falter here meant more than stumbling. It meant surrendering to the mountain itself. The tunnel opened without warning, spilling them into a hollow vast enough that their torches seemed like pinpricks swallowed by immensity. The ceiling vanished into shadows and the floor stretched in uneven ridges of stone. In the center, a fissure split the cavern wide, a dark chasm whose depth the light could not touch. From east to east, within it rose a steady exhalation, warm and damp, smelling of ash and minerals long buried. The man peered into the gulf, his jaw tight.
Another crossing. But no bridge appeared this time, no shimmering path of memory to guide them. The fissure stretched too wide for a leap, too deep to risk ropes. The others exchanged anxious glances, the silence between them sharp as a blade. She stepped closer, crouching near the edge. The breath of the chasm brushed against her face, and in it she heard the faintest murmur.
Not the familiar whispers of memory, but a deeper voice, slow and resonant, as though the mountain itself spoke. You carry silence, yet still you ask to pass. Her lips parted, the words slipping unbidden. I do not ask for passage, only for guidance. The others froze, staring at her as though she had spoken to air. To them, the cavern was empty, her voice echoing unanswered. But within her, the deep tone rumbled again. Guidance is weight. Can you bear another stone upon your back? She closed her eyes, steadying her breath. If it leads us forward, I will bear it. The chasm responded with a tremor, the ground shaking underfoot. Dust cascaded from the unseen ceiling, and the others staggered, clutching at stone for balance. Across the gulf, a faint glow awakened, threads of light winding upward from the depths, knitting themselves into a bridge of rough crystal. The man stared, disbelief written across his face. You did this? No, she whispered. It was always waiting. Cautiously, they stepped onto the crystal bridge. It groaned beneath their weight, shards splintering, yet it held. The chasm's breath rose stronger now, pushing against them like a living wind, carrying fragments of voices, screams, laughter, weeping, all blending into a single, endless tone. The woman faltered, clutching her cloak tightly. They sound like us, as if every step echoes back with another life. Do not listen, she urged. Keep your eyes ahead. They crossed in silence, though the voices gnawed at their ears, whispering names they had not spoken in years, faces they thought long lost. By the time they reached the far side, each carried an unspoken heaviness, as though the chasm had stolen a piece of them to keep. Beyond the fissure, the cavern sloped upward, the walls narrowing into another passage. This one was different, not rough stone, but smoothed as if carved by deliberate hands. Spiral markings etched the surface, glowing faintly like veins of fire. The man ran his hand over the carvings, awe softening his expression. This was
Made. Someone shaped this place. Not someone, she murmured. Something. The passage wound higher, the glow growing stronger, until they emerged into a chamber, unlike any they had seen.
here. The walls were not stone, but crystal, vast sheets that reflected their movements in fractured echoes. 1,000 versions of themselves stared back, warped, stretched, inverted. The woman shivered. It is like being surrounded by ghosts. Not ghosts, she corrected softly. Possibilities. As they moved deeper, the reflections shifted unnaturally. One moment, the mirrored selves matched their steps. The next, they lingered, delayed, as though reluctant to move forward. In some pains, their reflections bore wounds that they themselves did not. In others, they vanished entirely. The man stopped, gripping his spear tightly. This is wrong. This place bends truth. Truth bends itself, she answered. We are only seeing the weight of choices. But as she spoke, her own reflection shifted. Instead of her face, the crystal showed a figure cloaked in shadow, holding the same stillness she bore, but with eyes burning white. She froze, unable to look away. The shadow self lifted its hand slowly, pressing it against the glass. Her chest tightened. The whispers within her stirred violently, clashing in dissonant tones. She raised her hand in response, compelled until her palm nearly touched the cold surface. Then the man seized her wrist, yanking her back. The reflection shattered, not with sound but with silence, the image dissolving into blank crystal. He stared at her fiercely, Do not give yourself to
it. Not here. Breath unsteady, she nodded, though the weight of what she had seen lingered like ash on her tongue.
They pressed onward quickly, refusing to look too long at the shifting panes. At the chamber's end, a great archway rose, carved from black stone rather than crystal. Its surface was unmarked, yet it radiated a presence stronger than any chamber before. The air here hummed, vibrating against their bones. They halted before it, hesitant. The man broke the silence. "Beyond this, what do you expect?" She closed her eyes, feeling the mountain's breath coil around her. Not answers, only the next wait. And without waiting for reply, she stepped through the archway. The others followed, the passage swallowing them whole. The air shifted the moment they crossed the archway. It was thicker here, carrying the weight of old fire and the faint tang of iron. The passage stretched forward like the throat of some vast creature, the walls curving smooth and seamless, no longer carved. Stone, but something older, grown from pressure and heat. Their torches flickered as though reluctant, their light swallowed faster than before. She walked at the front, each step a negotiation with silence. The whispers within her had steadied, quiet but firm, as if waiting for something inevitable. The man behind her adjusted his grip on the spear, his eyes never still, scanning every ripple of shadow. The woman clutched her cloak tightly, her breathing shallow. The tunnel expanded, spilling into a hall that rose higher than the eye could
measure. Pillars of obsidian stood in perfect rows, each one etched, with markings too deep to be merely decoration.
They pulsed faintly, not with light, but with memory, an impression that stirred something half forgotten in the chest. The man touched one, then jerked his hand away. "It feels alive." "Alive is not the word," she murmured. Her own hand hovered, but did not touch. "It feels aware." Their footsteps echoed strangely, each sound bending, returning not once, but many times, layered and distorted. It was as though the hall remembered every noise ever made within it, replaying them in fractured rhythm. At the far end rose a dais, circular, with a pool of still water at its center. The liquid shimmered unnaturally, dark yet reflective, showing no torches, no ceiling, only endless depth. They approached cautiously, the silence growing heavier. The woman whispered, "Is this the source?" "No," she said, though uncertainty prickled at her tongue. "This is only a mirror." She crouched at the pool's edge, gazing into its surface. For a moment it showed only her reflection, pale and wavering. Then, without warning, the image shifted. She saw herself standing not in this hall, but beneath an open sky, fields of gold stretching endlessly. A child's laughter carried on. The wind, familiar and sharp as a blade, her throat tightened. She reached forward, almost touching the water. The man caught her arm again, firm but not harsh. His eyes met hers. "You cannot." It was her, she whispered. "I saw." "That is what it wants." His grip softened, but he did not let go. "Do not trade yourself for ghosts." The water rippled, the vision dissolving into darkness. Other shapes rose instead, armies marching, cities burning, faces twisted in agony. The pool offered them all, as though each drop contained the memory of what had been lost. The whispers in her chest stirred again, louder now, overlapping voices clamoring to be heard. She pressed her hand against her sternum, forcing steady breath. "This place is feeding on what we carry. It shows what we fear, what we long for." The woman trembled. "Then why bring us here?" Before she could answer, the floor beneath the dais shuddered. The obsidian pillars thrummed in unison.
a deep resonance that shook dust from unseen heights.
The pool's surface erupted upward, water spiraling into a column that twisted into shape. From the torrent, a figure emerged, not flesh, but fluid, its form shifting constantly. It bore no face, yet when it turned toward them, the weight of its gaze was undeniable. "You have come bearing silence," the figure intoned, voice resonating from everywhere and nowhere. "Yet silence is not empty. It is heavy with what you refuse to speak." Her breath caught. The whispers within her surged violently, as if drawn toward the being. She clenched her fists, grounding herself. "We came seeking the next path." "There is no path," the figure replied. "Only choice." The man stepped forward, spear raised though his hands trembled. "Choice of what?" The figure's shape flickered, shifting into his likeness, then into the woman's, then into hers. Each reflection lingered, mocking and hollow. "Choice, of which weight you will bear, and which you will surrender." The woman stumbled back. "We have nothing left to give." The figure's watery face rippled with something like laughter. "There is always something left. The mountain feeds, because you carry." She drew a sharp breath, realization piercing her. "It does not want to devour us. It wants us to decide what must be left behind." The figure inclined its head. "Then decide." The hall grew still, the air tightening as though holding its breath. Each of them stood frozen, the enormity of the command pressing down. To surrender anything here felt like tearing out part of the self. The man's jaw worked.
"If it demands something, then take it from me." He lifted his spear, planting it into the stone. "I will not give her. I will not give us. Take my strength if it must." The figure shifted, its liquid form rippling with hunger. Yet it
did not move closer. Instead, it waited. The woman shook her head, tears streaking her face. "Not strength. What good is strength without hope? Take mine. Take the part of me that still believes we will see light again." The pool churned violently, the figure swelling with each offer. The whispers in her chest screamed now, demanding, pleading, urging. She fell to her knees, clutching her heart. "No," she gasped. "You cannot choose so easily what it takes."
"Will not return." The man turned sharply. "Then what? We stand here forever." She raised her head, her voice trembling but firm. "The silence I carry, it was given to me for this. It is not yours to surrender. It is mine. And if anything
is to be offered, it must be me." The whispers within her roared in protest, but she forced herself upright, stepping toward the figure. Its faceless head tilted, and the water stilled. She spread her hands, palms open. "If you demand weight, then take mine. Take the silence, but let them pass." The figure loomed taller, its form bending close until its faceless visage hovered above hers. For a heartbeat, the hall ceased to exist, every sound devoured. Then it spoke, softer, almost tender, brave, foolish, true. The column of water collapsed, crashing back into the pool. The obsidian pillars dimmed, their glow fading to nothing. The hall returned to stillness, the air lighter, as though some pressure had lifted. She staggered, her breath ragged. The whispers inside her were gone, utterly gone. The man rushed to her side, catching her before she fell. "What did you do?" She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the hollow silence there. A silence not alive, but empty. "I gave it what it wanted." The woman stared at her, horror and awe entwined. "And what are you now without it?" She met their eyes, her voice flat, stripped of the resonance it once carried. We are about to find out." The night was a little softer than the ones before. It seemed as though the sky itself had grown weary of holding so many stars and decided to scatter them gently like crumbs from a table where giants once ate. The air was not heavy, but it carried a slowness, a hush, the kind that makes even the restless pause. In that stillness, Marceline walked quietly, her boots brushing against the earth that had long ago stopped caring whether it was called alive or forgotten. Her shadow stretched thin, elongated, reaching toward shapes that disappeared before she could hold them. She thought of all the places she had been, the countless nights she had floated through skies that remembered her.
And yet, tonight, it all felt different, like she was walking through her own reflection. There was a song on her lips, though she wasn't singing it. Just a rhythm, a hum half-remembered, like the echo of a lullaby she once heard as a child pressed against a heart that no longer beat.
She wondered if songs were like rivers, that even when no one sang them, they kept flowing underground, waiting for someone to cup their hands and listen. Tonight, her silence was not empty. It was filled with every word she could not say, every comfort she could not quite give. And perhaps that was why the world around her felt as though it leaned in, listening, patient. The road was long, though not truly a road, just a meandering of stone and earth that had been pressed flat by time. To anyone else it would have looked like ruins leading nowhere. But to her it felt like memory, laid out in a pattern only she could recognize. Here, she thought, someone once waited for me. Here someone whispered my name. Here someone laughed, so loudly that the mountains shook. And yet, when she searched for the faces, they slipped away, as if water had washed the portraits clean from stone. She slowed when she saw the small pool, a mirror of moonlight resting in the earth's palm. It was shallow, no deeper than a child's ankle, but it reflected the sky as though it held the whole universe. She knelt, brushing her fingers against its surface, disturbing the fragile stars floating there. The ripples spread out, soft circles that carried her reflection into fragments. For a moment, she thought she saw her mother's face in the water, then her father's, then the countless friends who had walked with her across seasons. They looked at her kindly, but they did not speak. They had become as the stars were, silent.
"Unreachable, but not gone," Marceline whispered, almost to herself. "Do you think they still remember me?"
The question had no audience, yet the wind shifted in a way that felt like an answer. It brushed against her cheek the way a hand once had, tender and wordless. She closed her eyes and let the touch linger. In that moment, she wasn't the vampire, queen, or the lonely wanderer, or even the girl who once clung to scraps of melody to survive. She was simply a soul, listening for another soul in the quiet. The pool was not deep, but when she leaned closer, it seemed to pull her gaze inward, deeper than any water should allow. It felt as though the reflection was not of her now, but of every version of her that had ever existed, the child who played on broken swings, the teenager who sang loudly to drown out silence, the woman who tried to be strong for others when she wasn't sure she could be strong for herself. They were all there, layered and shimmering, like pages of a book left half open in the night. She smiled at them, a little sad, a little grateful. "You did all right," she whispered, "even when you thought you wouldn't." The water did not answer, but the ripples calmed, and for a breath she thought she heard her own voice coming back, not in echo, but in comfort. Perhaps that was what healing was, not forgetting the silence, but learning to hear it differently. She sat there for a long time, long enough that the moon began its slow descent, trading places with the first whispers of dawn. The horizon softened, and faint light threaded itself through the shadows like a seam being stitched back together. It was then she noticed a figure, small, quiet, sitting a little distance away. Not approaching, not calling, just waiting. Marceline felt no fear. The world at night often offered strangers, and some of them were real, while others were only thoughts dressed in shape. She tilted her head, curious. "You've been there the whole time, haven't you?" The figure nodded. It looked like a child, though its face was blurred by the dimness, or perhaps by the way memory bends when it tries to recall what should not be forgotten. The child held something. A lantern, faintly glowing, though no flame, was visible. "I was waiting for you," the child said, voice calm as still water. Marceline's heart softened, though she didn't know why. She stood, brushing off her knees, and walked closer. The child's eyes, though hazy, carried a reflection of her own. "Why?" she asked gently. "So you wouldn't walk alone?" the child replied. Simple words, but they carried a weight that folded into her chest like a blanket. She felt tears rise, though she didn't let them fall. Instead, she smiled. "Thank you," she whispered. "The kind of thank you that comes from places deeper than words can reach." The lantern flickered softly, and the child handed it toward her. "It's not light," the child explained. "It's memory. Hold it when you're tired, and it will remind you where you've been." Her hands trembled as she took it. The lantern felt weightless, yet warm, as though it contained the laughter, the songs, the quiet heartbreaks of lifetimes past. She clutched it to her chest and closed her eyes, breathing slowly, deeply. "I'll carry it," she promised. And, in that moment, she felt less like a wanderer, more like a keeper of something precious. When she opened her eyes again, the child was gone, as if dawn had gently carried them away. The lantern remained, faintly glowing against her palm. She sighed, not in sadness, but in the tender way one sighs when something is too beautiful to hold forever. The sky above brightened, painting the edges of the world in soft gold. Marceline looked at the horizon, her lantern cradled in her hand, and whispered to no one in particular, "I'm still here. And maybe that's enough." The day waited for her, but it did not rush. She began to walk again, slower this time, carrying both her silence and her song. Each step felt lighter, as though the earth beneath her had decided to carry part of her weight. The world was still vast, still unfinished, still stitched with mystery. But she was no longer afraid of the long road ahead. With the lantern in her hand, with memory at her side, she walked into the unfolding light, humming a song the stars had left behind. And somewhere in the distance, the world listened. The morning was not loud. It arrived quietly, as though afraid to disturb the fragile stillness left behind by the night. The colors stretched slowly, brushing the horizon in pale shades of amber and rose, delicate as watercolor spilled onto parchment. Marceline stood, still for a moment, watching it unfold, feeling the world exhale in a rhythm that seemed older than any memory she carried. She thought about how many mornings she had seen, how many dawns had opened and closed without her noticing. But this
one felt different.
This one asked her to pause, to witness, to belong. She touched the lantern gently, still glowing faintly in her hand. It pulsed in quiet waves, not like fire, not like magic, but like a heartbeat. She pressed it against her chest, and it felt as though something inside her answered, a pulse she had forgotten she could recognize. The warmth did not fade with the rising light. It deepened, becoming less fragile, more certain, she whispered to herself. "I'll remember," though she wasn't entirely sure what she meant. Perhaps she meant the child. Perhaps she meant every face she thought she had lost. Or maybe she simply meant this moment, the stillness of morning, stitched with memory. The ground beneath her boots was soft with dew. Grass bent easily, releasing faint scents of earth and water, the fragrance of beginnings. Birds moved in the distance, not singing yet, only shifting, wings rustling as though they too were hesitant to break the silence. The world seemed to wait with her, not urging her forward, but offering space. She breathed it in and allowed herself the strange gift of stillness. When she finally began to walk, she did not rush. Each step was measured, almost ceremonial, as though she were tracing lines written before she arrived. The lantern glowed softly, lighting her path even though the sun had already begun to rise. She wondered if the glow was for her, or for the memories themselves, asking not to be misplaced. She lifted it higher for a moment, watching the light spill across the grass, and thought of how memory could be both burden and comfort, both weight and wings. She decided then to treat it like a companion, not a chain. The path led her toward a grove of trees, tall and thin, their branches weaving together in loose patterns, allowing the light to pass through in quiet streams. The air here felt cooler, laced with whispers of shade. As she walked beneath them, she felt as though she were stepping into a story older than her own. Every trunk was carved with time, marked with cracks and twists that told silent histories. She reached out once, brushing her hand across the rough bark, and thought, "This tree has stood longer than I have sung. It has endured without needing to move." And somehow, that endurance felt like a comfort. Deeper in the grove, she came upon a fallen log covered in moss so thick it looked like a velvet blanket. She sat down, placing the lantern beside her, and let her legs rest. A small stream trickled nearby, clear and gentle, carrying pieces of sky across the earth. Its sound was tender, a rhythm that neither hurried nor paused, only continued. She leaned back, letting the sound wash through her, and closed her eyes. For a brief moment, it felt as though she could fall asleep sitting there, lulled by the steady murmur of water and wind. But instead of sleep, memories came. Not sharp or painful, but soft, like faded sketches. She saw herself playing chords on an old guitar, the strings frayed, but still carrying sound. She saw her younger self laughing, not because everything was fine, but because laughter had always been a way to hold back the dark. She saw friends beside her, some who had stayed, some who had gone, all leaving imprints that lingered even now. She saw her mother's arms, strong and uncertain, holding her close even when the world outside was unraveling. Each image floated in and out like drifting leaves, and she allowed them to pass, not clinging, not resisting. The lantern pulsed gently at her side, as if reminding her that the stream of memory could flow without drowning her. When she opened her eyes, the grove felt brighter. The sun had threaded its way through the branches, scattering light in gentle patterns on the ground. Dust floated in the beams like tiny constellations, as though the stars themselves had followed her into the day. She smiled faintly, a smile that came not from joy, but from recognition. This was what it meant to carry memory, finding stars in the dust, light in the fragments. After a while, she stood again, lifting the lantern and continuing her walk. The trees grew thinner as she left the grove, opening into a field of tall grass that swayed softly with the morning wind. The horizon stretched wide, endless, reminding her of the road still ahead. But for the first time in a long while, the vastness did not feel like emptiness. It felt like possibility. She touched the lantern again and whispered, "We'll see it through." The words were not a promise to anyone else, only to herself and the light she carried. As she walked into the field, a faint melody rose in her mind. Not a song she had written, not one she remembered hearing, but something in between. It sounded like the voice of the stream, the rustle of trees, the quiet pulse of the lantern. She hummed it softly, letting the tune carry her forward. It did not need words. Some songs, she thought, were meant only to be felt. The day unfolded, slowly, patient as the night had been. She kept walking, though not with urgency. Every step was part of the song, every breath part of the memory. And though she did not know where the path would lead, she carried with her a truth that felt enough. She was not walking alone. The lantern glowed beside her heart, the morning opened ahead, and the world seemed to move gently in rhythm with her silence. And so she continued, steady, unhurried, with the light of memory guiding her into whatever waited beyond the horizon. The sky had shifted by the time Marceline reached the edge of the field. The golden light of morning had softened into a more tempered glow, the kind that lingers before noon fully arrives. It wrapped the horizon in quiet warmth, as though the earth itself wanted to cradle her steps. She paused for a moment, gazing at the endless sweep of land before her, and wondered how long the path might go on. It was not a question laced with dread, but rather with curiosity. The endlessness did not weigh heavily. It invited. The tall grass bent with the wind, each blade moving as though part of a vast ocean. The sound was not sharp, not rustling, but hushed, like whispers overlapping until they became a single tone. Marceline listened carefully, hearing how the rhythm changed with every gust. For an instant she imagined that the field was trying to speak to her, offering its own kind of memory. Perhaps every space she passed held fragments of stories, just as she did. She thought about how often she had overlooked such things. This time she promised herself not to. She lifted the lantern again, holding it high enough that its glow touched the grass. The morning light was bright, yet the lantern's soft pulse still seemed to breathe against the air, as if belonging to a rhythm that daylight could not erase. She let her gaze linger on it, and with every pulse she felt her heart steady. There was something comforting about its persistence. It reminded her that even the quietest light could travel far. A bird circled above, wings wide and slow, casting its shadow across the ground. Marceline watched it glide, unhurried, as if certain it would always find its way back to where it belonged. She wondered what it would be like to live with that kind of trust, to move without doubt, without fear of being lost. Perhaps, she thought, the lantern was teaching her the same lesson, to carry her light with calmness and to let the path unfold without resistance. The air grew warmer as she walked, and she began to notice small flowers scattered across the field. Some were pale and fragile, their petals trembling with the breeze, while others stood brighter, like tiny flames against the green. She bent once to touch one, brushing the tip of her finger across its bloom. The texture was softer than she expected, so delicate it felt as though it might dissolve if she pressed too firmly. Yet it held itself upright against the shifting wind. "Even the smallest things endure," she murmured, feeling an odd kinship with it. As the field stretched on, her steps slowed, not from weariness, but from the growing desire to notice more. She let herself listen deeply, not only to the wind, but to the stillness beneath it. Every so often, the lantern pulsed with a brightness that made her glance down. Each time, she felt as though it was affirming her choice to keep walking. She thought of the stream, the grove, the fragments of memory that had come to her earlier. They lingered at the edges of her mind, not demanding, only existing like distant stars. She carried them without resistance. After what felt like hours, she saw the outline of another forest rising ahead. The trees were thicker than the ones she had passed before, their trunks wide, their crowns dense. The shadows beneath them stretched long, a darker invitation against the glowing field. Marceline paused at the threshold, one foot still in the light, the other nearly brushing the shade. She did not step forward immediately. Instead, she listened. The forest hummed differently than the grove she had rested in. It was deeper, more resonant, like a low note held for too long. She closed her eyes and took a slow breath, letting the sound settle into her chest. The lantern pulsed once, brighter than before, and she took that as a sign. With measured calm, she stepped into the forest. The shift was immediate. The air cooled, rich with the scent of soil and leaves. Light filtered through in faint shafts, touching patches of moss and roots. Each sound was softened, yet the silence was not empty. It was full, layered, like the breathing of countless unseen lives. Her footsteps were quiet against the ground, cushioned by the thick scatter of leaves. The forest did not resist her presence. It accepted her, as though it had been waiting. She felt no fear here, only a strange reverence. Every tree felt like an elder, standing patient, bearing stories that could not be spoken aloud. Marceline lifted her hand once, brushing against a low branch, and felt the texture of the bark against her skin. It grounded her, reminding her that she, too, was part of something older, larger. As she moved deeper, she found herself beside a small clearing where light pooled onto the forest floor. In its center stood a stone, weathered and covered in faint green. It was not sharp, not jagged, but rounded, softened by time. The lantern pulsed gently when she approached, and she felt drawn to it. She knelt, setting the lantern atop the stone, and for a moment the glow seemed to merge with the sunlight, creating a fragile harmony. She placed her hand upon the stone and closed her eyes. More memories rose, unbidden. She saw fleeting images
of laughter and silence, of storms she had endured, of music she had played when no one else was listening. She saw moments of solitude that once felt heavy but now seemed almost necessary, moments that had taught her how to endure.
She let them flow through her without resistance. And as they passed, she realized something. She was no longer afraid of carrying them. The weight had shifted into something else, something lighter. When she opened her eyes again, the clearing felt brighter. The forest around her seemed to breathe with her, not as a burden, but as a companion. She lifted the lantern again, holding it to her chest. The glow warmed her, not just on the surface, but deeper, as though it touched something within that she had almost forgotten. She whispered, "I'll keep walking." The words were quiet, yet steady, as though they belonged not only to her, but to everything around her, the trees, the air, the memory itself. and so she rose from the stone, steadying her steps as she carried the lantern once more. The forest. Path stretched ahead, veiled in shadow and light, and she entered it with calm resolve. She no longer wondered how long the journey would take, nor what she would find at its end. The journey itself was enough. The glow guided her, the silence held her, and with each step she felt herself moving closer to something she could not yet name, but trusted she would one day understand. The forest stretched endlessly before her, yet Marceline no longer felt overwhelmed by its depth. Each step she took seemed to echo gently through the air, not as noise but as a quiet acknowledgement, as though the ground itself recognized her presence. The lantern in her hand pulsed with a steady rhythm, its glow casting long beams that reached across the trees. Every time it brightened, she felt her heart steady, like the two were bound together by the same thread of light. She let herself slow, not because she was tired, but because she wanted to notice. The way the leaves shimmered faintly as the breeze passed through them, the way the shadows shifted like living shapes, the way the air carried hints of earth and sap. All of it spoke to her in whispers. She had once rushed through spaces like these, searching for answers, fearing what silence might hold. Now, the silence was no longer a void, but a companion, one that walked alongside her without judgment. At one point, she stopped near the roots of a great tree. Its trunk rose so high she could not see where it ended, its surface ridged with the history of countless seasons. Marceline placed her palm against the bark, closing her eyes to feel its roughness beneath her skin. It felt alive, slow in its pulse, carrying a strength that was different from her own, but no less enduring. She thought of how long the tree must have stood, weathering storms, holding still through years of change, never rushing, never bending beyond what it chose. It reminded her that endurance was not the same as stillness. It was the quiet act of continuing, of existing despite everything. The lantern pulsed brighter while her hand rested on the bark, and for a moment she thought she felt warmth returning from the tree, as though it acknowledged her touch. She smiled faintly, lifting the lantern again, and resumed her path. The deeper she went, the more the forest revealed itself. Small streams cut through the ground, their water clear and soft in sound, weaving like silver threads between moss and stone. She knelt once, dipping her fingers into the cool flow. The sensation startled her at first, then settled her, the water reminding her of the first stream she had crossed earlier in her journey. She realized then how many pieces of the path were echoing each other. Every grove, every field, every forest carried fragments of what she had already seen, as if reminding her that she was not wandering in circles, but weaving through a larger pattern. She drank from the stream, the cold water fresh against her throat, and when she stood again, her reflection lingered for a brief moment on the surface. It wavered in the ripples, not clear, but present. She saw herself not as she had always known, but as she was becoming, softer, steadier, shaped by the very silence she once resisted. She let the image fade without trying to hold it, and then continued. A clearing appeared not long after, bathed in filtered light. Wildflowers grew across it, in shades she could not name, their colors blending into a quiet harmony. The lantern's glow seemed almost shy among them, but still it pulsed, steady as ever. Marceline stood at the edge for a long while, simply watching. The flowers swayed with the breeze, their motion slow and graceful, like breathing. She thought of how many small lives filled the world, each one carrying its own rhythm, its own quiet story. She felt a deep peace in knowing she was part of that same tapestry. She stepped into the clearing and let the flowers brush against her legs. Their scent was faint, but sweet enough to linger in her breath. She crouched down, touching one with care, and whispered softly, though she did not know why, "Thank you." The words left her without effort, as though the earth itself had asked for acknowledgement, and she had simply given it. When she rose again, she noticed a faint path leading out of the clearing. It was narrower than the ones before, winding between trees that leaned close together, their branches nearly touching above her head. Entering it felt like stepping into a tunnel of green, where light filtered in only faintly. Yet the lantern shone brighter here, as though eager to take the place of the sun. She held it closer, and its glow spread across the path, illuminating each step. The deeper she walked, the more she felt a quiet weight pressing around her. Not a burden, but a presence, something vast and old, something she could not name. The silence here was deeper, almost expectant, and for the first time in hours she felt a tremor of hesitation. She slowed, clutching the lantern, and whispered, "I'm here." The sound was small, but it carried into the stillness, and she felt the weight shift. It no longer pressed, but surrounded, embracing her in the same way the forest had earlier. She realized then that the silence was not asking for answers, it was offering space. Space to breathe, to carry, to become. She had been searching for direction, for meaning, but what the path gave her was something quieter, the assurance that she did not need to rush to understand, she only needed to keep walking. Her steps grew lighter as she continued. The tunnel of trees eventually opened into another wide space, though this one was unlike the clearings before. Here the ground was covered in a soft, silvery moss that shimmered faintly in the lantern's glow. The air felt cool, almost hushed, like the inside of a memory. At the far edge stood a pool of still water, its surface unbroken, reflecting the faint patterns of branches above. Marceline approached the pool slowly. When she reached its edge, she held the lantern over it, watching as its glow rippled across the surface. Her reflection appeared again, clearer this time. She studied it, not with judgment, but with quiet acceptance. She did not see the same figure who had stepped into the journey. She saw someone changed, not by force, but by openness. Someone who had learned to carry silence, not as a weight, but as a companion. She lowered herself to sit by the pool, setting the lantern beside her. Its glow merged with her reflection, so that it seemed as though she carried light within herself. She watched it for a long while, until her eyes softened and her breathing slowed. She whispered once more, "I'll keep walking." The pool gave no answer, but she did not need one. The silence was enough. When she finally stood, she lifted the lantern, its glow pulsing in rhythm with her heart. The path beyond the pool stretched forward, unseen, waiting. She did not rush to meet it. She simply stepped toward it with calm steadiness, knowing the journey itself was her companion, and that the light would guide her wherever it was meant to lead. The night deepened as Marceline stepped further along the path, though she noticed that the darkness no longer unsettled her. The forest's shadows no longer felt like walls pressing in, but like gentle veils, soft layers that invited her to rest within them. The lantern glowed steadily in her hand, its rhythm aligned with her breathing, its light painting the path in pale gold. She walked without hurry, letting the silence shape her thought. The trees here grew taller, their branches stretching so far that they seemed to knit the sky together. Between the gaps of leaves, faint stars flickered, distant and patient, watching, over the earth without demand. Marceline tilted her head back for a moment, letting her eyes trace the constellations she half remembered. They looked different from how she once knew them, yet she felt no need to name them. Their presence alone
was enough.
They had guided countless travelers, and in their stillness, she felt guided too. A breeze drifted through, carrying the soft scent of pine and damp earth. It brushed against her skin as though in greeting, and she thought of how many voices the wind must carry, the whisper of leaves, the call of distant rivers, the murmur of mountains, all those voices together, woven into one endless breath. She closed her eyes, standing still for a while, and simply listened. The forest did not demand her to act, only to be present, and in that presence she felt whole. When she opened her eyes again, she noticed faint lights in the distance. Not lanterns, not stars, but something else. Tiny glimmers that floated in the air, like drifting embers. She followed them, drawn by their subtle glow. As she drew closer, she realized they were small creatures, their wings shimmering faintly. As they moved through the night, they gathered near a grove of flowers that glowed faintly silver beneath the starlight. Marceline stepped carefully, not wanting to disturb them. She crouched low, holding her lantern to the side, and simply watched. The creatures hovered among the flowers, their light flickering like heartbeat pulses. For a moment, the entire grove looked alive, every flower and wing woven into a pattern of quiet beauty. Marceline felt the edges of her lips lift into a soft smile. She had once searched desperately for wonders to prove the world held meaning, yet here she was, finding meaning in the smallest glimmers of light. She whispered softly, "You're beautiful," though she knew they did not need her words. Still, the act of speaking it aloud felt right, like giving something back to the
moment. One of the small beings drifted closer, hovering in front of her face.
Its glow brightened for a heartbeat, and then it turned and floated away, rejoining the others. She felt no need to follow. It was enough that the moment had happened at all. Leaving the grove behind, she walked until the path began to slope upward. The climb was gentle but steady, carrying her toward higher ground. The lantern swung lightly in her hand, casting arcs of light across the rocks and roots beneath her feet. She took her time, pausing now and then to breathe in the stillness. As she climbed, she felt a subtle shift in the air. The scent of the forest grew sharper, fresher, as though the wind carried with it the memory of open spaces. When she finally reached the top of the slope, the trees parted, and she stepped onto a ridge. Below her stretched a vast valley, dark and quiet, its edges fading into the distance. The sky above was wide and full of stars, more than she had ever seen at once. The lantern's glow felt small compared to the expanse, yet it did not diminish. Instead, she held it higher, letting its light mingle with the starlight. Marceline sat on a rock at the ridge's edge, setting the lantern beside her. For a long time, she simply gazed out over the valley. She thought of how far she had walked, of the many clearings, streams, and silent pools she had crossed. Each place had left something with her, not in weight, but in quiet strength. She realized now that the journey was not about reaching an end, but about carrying each moment as part of her. The silence she had feared was no longer a void. It was a thread binding all things together. As the stars wheeled slowly overhead, she felt her thoughts drift like clouds. She remembered moments from before her journey, moments of rushing, of searching, of fearing the stillness. they felt, distant now like echoes from another life. What remained was softer, calmer. She did not need to hold tightly to who she had been, nor to rush toward who she might become. She was simply here, breathing beneath the stars. After some time, she lifted the lantern again and whispered, "Thank you." She did not know if she spoke to the valley, the stars, the path, or herself. Perhaps it was to all of them. The word left her gently, carried by the night breeze, and she felt lighter for having spoken it. She rose from the rock, steady on her feet, and began walking along the ridge. The path here was narrow, lined with stone on one side and the open valley on the other. Each step carried her forward, the lantern's glow reaching just far enough to show the way. She did not need to see the whole path at once. It was enough to see where her foot would land next. Eventually the ridge curved downward, leading her back into the trees. The forest here was quieter, the trunks wide and ancient, their branches arching high above. The silence was deeper than before, but it did not unsettle her. It felt like entering a hall of memory where every tree stood as a witness to time itself. She walked with care, her footsteps soft against the moss-covered ground. At the center of the grove, she found another pool, smaller than the last, but its water was perfectly still. The lantern's glow reflected on the surface, joining with the faint shimmer of stars above. Marceline knelt beside it, staring at the reflection. She saw her face again, softer, calmer, shaped by every step she had taken. The lantern's light pulsed in rhythm with her heart, as though reminding her she was never truly alone. She touched the surface lightly with her fingertips, sending ripples across the water. Her reflection blurred, then settled again. She did not look away. She did not need to. She understood now that the silence was not empty. It was a space where she could finally hear herself. When she stood again, she lifted the lantern high. Its glow spread across the grove, warm and steady. She whispered once more, "I'll keep walking." And with that, she stepped forward into the path that stretched beyond the trees, her heart steady, her light unwavering. The path beyond the grove curved gently, as though the forest itself wished to guide her slowly onward. Marceline kept her lantern raised, though she noticed the light was no longer only something she carried. It felt like part of her now, a quiet flame that would not leave her, no matter how far she walked. Each step pressed softly into the moss, each breath steady as though she and the forest shared the same rhythm. The night deepened around her, yet she did not feel burdened by it. Instead, she welcomed the shadows as companions, their presence wrapping the trees in mystery. From time to time, an owl's call echoed in the distance, low and unhurried, reminding her that life stirred even in stillness. She thought of how every sound now felt like part of a larger song, one that did not seek an audience, but simply existed. Soon the trees began to thin, and the forest floor opened to a wide meadow. The grass shimmered faintly with dew, catching the starlight like scattered silver. Marceline paused at the meadow's edge, letting the sight wash over her. The openness was striking after so long among tall trunks, but she did not feel exposed. She felt as though she had stepped into a dream where the sky bent low to meet the earth. She walked forward, her steps brushing the tall grass. Fireflies drifted among the blades, their lights blinking softly, echoing the lantern she held. The meadow seemed alive with these gentle sparks, each one a tiny star brought down to earth. Marceline slowed her pace, reaching her free hand out as one of the lights hovered near her palm. It flickered once before, floating away, leaving her fingers tingling with the memory of its warmth. At the meadow's center, a single stone stood upright, weathered and smooth, as though it had rested there for centuries. Moss clung to its base, and faint carvings marked its surface, their shapes eroded but still lingering like whispers of forgotten words. Marceline approached it, lowering her lantern so the light revealed the patterns. She could not read them, yet she felt no need to. The stone seemed less like something to solve and more like something to honor. She laid her hand gently on its surface. The stone was cool, steady, unchanging, and in its silence she felt a kind of reassurance. Generations must have passed beneath these stars, each life a moment, each breath a story. And still the stone remained, not to remind or to demand, but simply to exist. She closed her eyes, resting her forehead against it for a while, breathing deeply. When she stepped back, she felt lighter, as if part of the stone's patience had entered her. The meadow stretched onward, and she followed the path of fireflies until the ground began to slope downward again. Soon she came upon a small stream, its water glimmering faintly in the lantern's glow. The sound of it trickling over rocks was soft and steady, like a lullaby meant for no one yet shared with all. She knelt by its edge, dipping her fingers into the cool flow. The water swirled around her hand, carrying both stillness and motion together. She cupped her palm, lifting water to her lips. It tasted fresh, sharp, and alive. As she drank, she thought of how the stream must travel endlessly, winding through forests and valleys, carrying with it the memory of every place it touched. She wondered if, like the stream, she too was becoming a traveler who would carry the memory of her journey wherever she went. After resting a while, she rose and followed the stream's edge. The lantern reflected in the water, a golden shimmer that moved alongside her. Above, the stars shifted slowly, their light stretching across the sky in endless patience. Marceline felt no rush to reach anywhere. Every step, every breath, every sound of water and wind was enough. Eventually, the stream curved toward a stand of trees, and she followed it into another grove. This one felt different, quieter, more intimate. The trees here were closer together, their roots weaving into one another as if they had grown in companionship. Marceline touched one trunk as she passed, feeling the rough bark beneath her fingers. She imagined how many seasons it had seen, how many storms, how many nights like this. At the grove's heart, she found another clearing. In its center lay a fallen tree, long since settled into the earth. Moss covered its length, and small flowers grew along its bark, their petals pale against the dark wood. She sat upon it, setting the lantern beside her, and let herself rest. Nyasikt, silence of the grove pressed around her, not heavy but full, as though holding stories too vast for words. She leaned back, gazing upward through the branches. The stars peeked between the leaves, fragments of infinity framed by the present. She felt a quiet joy rise in her chest, not loud, not fleeting, but deep and steady. Memories drifted through her mind, not as burdens, but as gentle echoes. Faces, voices, moments of laughter, and even moments of sorrow, all of them softened by time, all of them part of her still. She realized she did not need to let go of them to move forward. They walked with her, as surely as the lantern.
Light, she whispered softly. I carry you with me. Though she was not sure to whom she spoke. Perhaps to everyone, perhaps to everything.
The grove seemed to respond in silence, accepting her words without question. After some time, she rose from the fallen tree and lifted her lantern again. The path beyond the clearing stretched forward, winding through the trees. She did not know where it would lead, but she no longer felt the need to know. The journey itself was enough. As she walked, she noticed the lantern's glow seemed stronger than before, not brighter, but steadier, as if it had found its true rhythm. She held it high, letting it light the way, and the shadows ahead parted. Gently, the forest grew darker as she moved deeper, yet her steps did not falter. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the call of night birds, the whisper of the breeze, felt like a reminder that she was not alone. The silence, once a weight, was now a companion. Marceline breathed deeply, her heart calm. She walked with certainty, not because she knew the end, but because she trusted the path. The lantern glowed. The night embraced her, and together they carried her forward into the unfolding dark. The forest seemed to shift as Marceline moved deeper, though nothing around her changed with suddenness. It was more like the air itself grew quieter, more thoughtful, as if the night were listening to her footsteps. The trees stood tall and solemn, their branches weaving together high above, creating a vaulted ceiling of leaves and shadows. Between them, glimpses of the sky flickered, constellations she did not recognize tracing patterns older than memory. Her lantern glowed softly in her hand, its light reaching outward just far enough to remind her of the path ahead. Yet she noticed something new. The shadows no longer pressed so closely. They seemed to walk with her, folding back to allow her passage, as if they too had accepted her as part of their endless wandering. She passed through the grove with steady steps, her boots brushing fallen leaves that whispered beneath her. Every sound felt magnified, the creak of wood, the distant chirp of insects, the faint sigh of wind slipping between branches. But none of it unsettled her. She moved in harmony with it, as though she were no longer a visitor, but simply another note in the forest's unending song. Before long, the ground sloped upward, and she began to climb. The path curled gently, guiding her toward higher ground. As she walked, she thought of how every step seemed to carry her, not just forward, but deeper into herself. Each breath filled her with calm, each heartbeat aligned with the quiet rhythm of the earth beneath her. At the crest of the slope, the trees parted to reveal a hilltop bathed in starlight. The view stretched endlessly, valleys unfolding below like shadows upon shadows. Above, the stars shimmered in clusters so bright they seemed almost close enough to touch. Marceline stepped to the edge, holding her lantern low, though she found she barely needed it now. The night itself glowed, vast and unafraid. She sat upon a flat stone at the hill's crown, setting her lantern beside her. For a long while she said nothing, did nothing, simply allowed the silence to rest within her. The wind brushed against her face, carrying the scent of pine and earth, cool and grounding. She closed her eyes, breathing deeply, letting the vastness of the world sink into her bones. Thoughts drifted through her like clouds. She remembered the people she had met, the places she had seen, the stories she carried within. Each memory rose and fell softly, no longer sharp or restless. She realized she did not cling to them now, but neither did she cast them aside. They were threads of the same fabric, and she was woven among them. When she opened her eyes again, she found a stillness unlike any she had known before. The stars above did not seem distant. They seemed like mirrors reflecting something within her, an endlessness that had always been present, waiting for her to notice. She smiled faintly, not out of triumph, but out of recognition. After a time, she lifted her lantern again and rose from the stone. The path downward curved gently, leading her back toward the shelter of the trees. She followed it unhurriedly, listening to the soft crunch of her steps, the quiet shifting of leaves. Every sound reassured her that she was exactly where she
needed to be. Deeper into the woods, the air cooled, carrying a faint mist that clung to the ground.
The lantern's glow illuminated the vapor in soft swirls, creating shapes that drifted and dissolved as she moved. She reached out with her free hand once, letting the mist curl between her fingers. It was cool, almost tender, like a veil that wished only to touch and then fade away. The path soon brought her to a clearing unlike the others. At its center stood a pool, perfectly still, reflecting the stars above with such clarity it seemed like a second sky had settled into the earth. Marceline approached the edge, kneeling to look closer. The reflection of her lantern shimmered on the water's surface, golden against the silver of the stars. She leaned over, seeing her own face framed among constellations. For a moment she wondered if she was looking at herself, or at another version of her who lived within the sky. She touched the surface lightly, sending ripples across the reflection, watching as her face and the stars folded together, blurred, and then returned to stillness. Sitting by the pool, she placed her lantern beside her and gazed at the water. For a long while, no words came, but she did not need them. The pool, the stars, the silence. They spoke in a language beyond voice, one she understood without effort. She stayed until the mist began to thicken, rising gently from the pool's surface. Then she stood, lifting her lantern once more, and continued along the path that curved beyond the clearing. The forest narrowed as she walked, trees pressing closer on either side. Their branches arched overhead like guardians, sheltering her as the path wound deeper into shadow. Yet even here she did not feel lost. The lantern glowed, her breath was steady, and each step carried her forward with ease. Eventually, she reached a small hollow where the trees opened just enough to let a shaft of moonlight fall to the earth. The light pooled like silver, soft and serene, bathing the ground in quiet grace. Marceline stepped into it, raising her face to the moon above. Its light touched her gently, and she closed her eyes, letting the calmness sink through her. A moment, it felt as though time itself had paused. The world was vast, the night unending, yet here she stood, and it was enough. She whispered into the stillness, though not to be heard. "I am here." Her words lingered only in her chest, but that was all they needed to do. She lowered her lantern, let the silence embrace her again, and then moved on. The path ahead awaited, and though she could not see where it would end, she no longer sought an end. The journey itself was her home. The trees whispered softly, as though agreeing. The lantern's glow flickered against the roots, the stones, the leaves. And Marceline walked on, steady and unhurried, carrying both the light and the quiet within her. The night deepened as Marceline continued her quiet journey, the forest stretching endlessly, yet never feeling oppressive. Each step felt lighter, as though the ground itself welcomed her passage. She noticed how the lantern's glow no longer seemed necessary, for the moon above had grown fuller, casting its silver light across the path. The shadows no longer crowded her. They softened, folding back like curtains to let her move freely. She walked without haste, her breath steady, her heart untroubled. The silence around her was no longer heavy, but companionable, like an old friend, walking at her side. She realized that she no longer strained to listen for meaning in every sound. Instead, she let them drift naturally. The rustle of leaves, the whisper of wind, the distant hoot of an unseen owl. Each sound arrived, stayed, a moment, and then moved on, just as thoughts did within her. The path soon bent toward a stream, its water glimmering under moonlight. Marceline paused at the bank, watching how the current flowed smooth and unbroken, carrying with it fragments of starlight reflected from the sky. She crouched, dipped her fingers into the water, and felt its coolness wash across her skin. With the ripples spread outward, folding into the flow without resistance, each circle blending with the next until they were inseparable from the stream itself. She lingered there, listening to the water's steady song. It reminded her of time, how it moved without pause, never clinging to what passed, never grasping at what was to come. A small smile touched her lips. She cupped a handful of water and let it slip through her fingers, watching the droplets scatter back into the current, vanishing yet not lost. Afterward, she rose and followed the stream's edge. The path wound gently beside it, and she found herself humming softly, a tune without words, carried only by breath. The melody was simple, but it soothed her as much as the forest's own voice. Together they wove a harmony that seemed to linger in the air long after her hum faded. Before long, she came to a wooden bridge crossing the stream. Its planks were worn smooth, moss creeping along the edges, but it stood firm. Marceline stepped onto it slowly, her lantern swaying at her side. The water below sparkled, carrying the reflection of the moon across its rippling surface. At the bridge's center, she paused, leaning on the rail to gaze at the current. For a while, she let her thoughts drift with the flow. She imagined them, carried downstream, questions, doubts, the restless searching that had once filled her. She did not try to force them away. She simply watched them pass, carried onward until they dissolved into the distance. Her chest felt lighter. She lifted her gaze to the horizon where the stream vanished into shadow, and for the first time she felt no urge to know what lay beyond. It was enough to stand where she was. Crossing the bridge, Marceline entered another stretch of forest where the trees grew taller, their trunks rising like pillars into the night. The air grew stiller here, almost sacred, as though she had stepped into a hidden cathedral of the earth. She walked softly, her lantern's glow casting a golden halo that touched the bark and roots with gentle light. At the heart of this grove, she found a great tree unlike the others. Its trunk was wider, its branches sprawling high above, like an open hand against the stars. At its base lay a hollow, wide enough for her to step inside. She set her lantern near the opening and entered the space, finding it surprisingly warm, the air filled with the faint scent of earth and sap. She sat upon the smooth wood, leaning back against the curve of the trunk. Within the hollow, the sounds of the forest softened into a low murmur, as if the tree itself cradled her in quietude. She closed her eyes and rested there, not asleep, not awake, but in a state between, aware yet unburdened. Time slipped gently around her. At moments, she felt as though she had always been here, sitting within this tree, listening to the faint heartbeat of the earth. At others, she felt herself drifting, her thoughts dissolving into stillness, her body becoming as much a part of the tree as the roots and branches themselves. When she finally opened her eyes again, the lantern's glow greeted her, steady and unwavering. She rose slowly, placing her hand upon the tree's inner wall in a silent gesture of thanks. Then she stepped back into the night, lifting her lantern once more. The path guided her onward, and as she walked, she noticed how the forest seemed to breathe with her. The leaves swayed gently overhead, the ground cushioned her steps, and the night carried her without resistance. She felt no separation between herself and the world around her. She was not moving through it. She was moving with it. Eventually she came to a meadow where the trees opened wide. The grass swayed under the moon's light, and wildflowers glowed faintly, their colors muted but still alive in the silver radiance. Marceline walked among them slowly, her lantern brushing soft light across their petals. She reached down once, touching a bloom that leaned toward her, its stem trembling slightly in the breeze. She did not pick it, she only let her fingers rest lightly upon it before moving on. In the meadow's center stood a single stone, smooth and weathered, as though it had waited here for ages. Marceline approached it and sat down, placing her lantern beside her. From here she could see the entire meadow stretching outward, the trees framing it like a boundary, the sky above vast and unbroken. She leaned back upon her hands, gazing upward. The stars were brighter than ever, scattered across the sky like 1,000 tiny fires. They pulsed faintly, as though answering some rhythm she could almost feel within herself. She let her breathing match their quiet flicker, slow and unhurried. The longer she watched, the more the sky seemed to expand. It was no longer distant, it was within her, endless and infinite. She felt herself dissolve into it, her edges softening until she was no longer simply Marceline sitting on a stone in a meadow. She was part of the vastness, inseparable from the night, no different from the stars themselves. Her heart swelled, not with longing, but with recognition. She had been searching for something beyond herself, yet here it was, woven into her from the beginning. The lantern's glow flickered gently at her side, and she realized she could set it down now, for she carried its light within her. Still, she did not extinguish it. Instead, she lifted it once more, rose from the stone, and began walking across the meadow. The night stretched before her, wide and open, and she stepped into it with steady grace, knowing that every path, no matter where it led, was already home. The dawn unfolded slowly, as though the sky itself were reluctant to disturb the quiet that had settled through the night. Marceline walked with her lantern still glowing faintly, though the world around her no longer needed its light. Pale threads of morning stretched across the horizon, touching the tips of the trees, painting them in muted shades of silver and gold. She moved at an unhurried pace, the grass beneath her damp with dew, each blade shining like a tiny crystal. Her footsteps left faint impressions that glistened for a moment before springing back, erasing the path behind her. She noticed this with calm acceptance. The earth remembered her for only an instant before returning to itself. It was a reminder that nothing was meant to linger too long, not even traces of her presence. The meadow gradually gave way to gentle hills that rolled outward, their slopes veiled in mist. Marceline climbed one slowly, breathing in the cool air. Each inhale filled her with clarity, each exhale releasing what no longer needed to remain. When she reached the crest, she stopped to gaze upon the land spread before her. The valley stretched endlessly, covered in fog that drifted like a living sea. the sun's first rays struck the mist, scattering beams of soft light that danced upon the surface. It was as though the world below had transformed into a dreamscape, fragile and ungraspable. Marceline stood there in stillness, her heart neither reaching nor resisting. She simply received what was given. She sat upon the grass, placing her lantern at her side. Its glow merged with the sunlight now growing stronger, the two lights blending until it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Marceline folded her hands upon her knees, her eyes half closed. Thoughts drifted through her mind like the fog in the valley, present but without weight. A bird's call rose faintly from somewhere unseen, clear and unhurried. Another answered, their notes weaving across the air. Marceline listened, smiling softly. There was no urgency in the song, no demand. It existed for its own sake, and that was enough. After some time, she rose again and descended into the valley. The mist curled around her as she entered, cool against her skin, softening every shape into suggestion. Trees appeared and vanished within it, their outlines blurred, as though she were walking through a memory. Yet she felt no confusion. Be the key, path beneath her feet remained steady, even when she could not see far ahead. She followed it without question, trusting that each step would carry her where she was meant to be. The fog thickened, but within it she felt a strange comfort, as though she were wrapped in the embrace of something vast, yet gentle. She no longer looked outward for signs. She simply continued, her lantern swaying at her side, though its light was barely needed. Eventually the mist began to thin, shapes grew clearer, colors softened into view. She found herself in another grove, smaller than the one she had passed before, but filled with quiet life. Moss spread thick upon the ground, cushioning her steps. Small streams trickled between the roots, their water glistening as the sun touched them. Marceline stopped beside one and knelt, dipping her hands into the flow. The water was cool, running endlessly without pause. She cupped some to her lips and drank, feeling it wash through her, refreshing yet grounding. She let the rest spill back, joining the current without resistance. She sat near the stream for a long while, listening to its murmur. The sound was softer than the river she had crossed earlier, but it carried the same endless rhythm. In its song she heard not just movement, but patience, each drop finding its way without haste, without
doubt.
She leaned back upon her palms and closed her eyes, letting the rhythm steady her own breath. When she rose again, the path drew her toward the edge of the grove. Beyond it lay open fields where the mist had lifted completely. Flowers swayed across the expanse, their colors awakened by the morning sun. Yellow, violet, and white shimmered as the breeze moved through them, creating a sea of living hues. Marceline walked into it slowly, brushing her fingertips across the blossoms as she passed. Each one bent gently under her touch, not broken, but
acknowledged. The scent of the flowers drifted into the air, sweet and subtle, mingling with the warmth of the day.
She felt as though she was walking not just through a field, but through the breath of the earth itself. In the distance, she saw a lone tree rising above the flowers, its branches spread wide, reaching outward as though to welcome all that approached. Marceline made her way toward it, her steps unhurried, her heart steady. When she reached the tree, she set her lantern at its base and sat down in the shade. From here, the field stretched endlessly in all directions. The flowers swayed in waves, the horizon vast yet peaceful. Marceline leaned her back against the trunk, closing her eyes once more. The rough bark grounded her, steady and real, even as her thoughts began to dissolve again into stillness. She breathed deeply, letting the world around her become one with her own rhythm. There was no separation now. The air moved through her, as much as it moved through the branches above, the flowers around her, the earth beneath her. She felt herself expanding outward, her edges fading into the vastness, until she was no longer a traveler moving through the world, but simply the world itself, aware of its own being. The lantern glowed faintly at her side, though it was no longer needed. Marceline opened her eyes and looked upon it. She smiled gently, reaching out to touch its handle. The warmth it carried was the same warmth she now felt within herself. She no longer depended on it, yet she cherished it still, for it had guided her when her own light was hidden. The breeze moved softly through the flowers, bending them in waves. The sun rose higher, filling the world with gentle brightness. Marceline closed her eyes once more, resting against the tree, knowing she could rise at any time, knowing there was no need to hurry. The journey had not ended, nor had it truly begun. It simply was, as eternal as the sky above and the earth below. And in that knowing, Marceline rested, at peace with the endless unfolding of each moment. The days stretched onward, slow and unbroken, as Marceline lingered beneath the branches of the lone tree. The world around her seemed endless, each breath of wind carrying the scent of flowers and the soft hum of the earth itself. She sat quietly, her eyes half closed, her hands resting loosely upon her lap. The tree's shadow shifted gently as the sun climbed, moving across the ground in patterns that resembled passing clouds. For a long time she did not move, content to let the silence cradle her. Each sound, however faint, felt like a gift. Distant song of a bird, the rustling of petals against one another, even the deep quiet that stretched between. All of it was complete in its own way. Marceline did not seek to hold any of it, only to witness as it passed. When at last she rose, she left her lantern at the base of the tree, its glow dim in the brightness of the day. She touched it lightly with her fingertips, a farewell that carried neither sadness nor hesitation. The lantern had guided her through shadows, but she no longer needed its light to see. Its flame was within her now, steady and unshaken. She stepped back into the field, the flowers swaying as though to clear a path. Each petal shimmered as the breeze moved through them, creating a sea that rippled outward to the horizon. Marceline walked without urgency, her feet brushing softly through the grass, her body moving as though carried by the earth itself. The air was warmer now, yet still gentle, wrapping her in its quiet presence. She tilted her head upward, watching the clouds drift lazily across the expanse of sky. They were vast, yet fleeting, forming shapes only to dissolve again, never clinging to what they had been. She found comfort in their transience, as though they reminded her that nothing was lost, only changed. As the hours passed, she came upon another stream winding through the field. Its water was clear, shallow and slow, catching the sunlight in shifting patterns. She knelt beside it, cupping her hands once more to drink. The water cooled her lips, her throat, and then passed through her, joining her own rhythm with the earth's. She lingered beside the stream for a time, listening to its quiet murmur, before rising again to continue forward. The land began to change as she walked. The flowers grew sparser, giving way to stretches of tall grass that bent and whispered with the breeze. The horizon widened further, the sky seeming to open into something greater than before. Marceline felt as though she was stepping into a space where boundaries no longer held meaning, where everything stretched into everything else. In the distance, she saw the faint outline of another grove. Its trees stood tall and close together, forming a darker shape against the brightness of the fields. Marceline felt no hesitation as she approached. The grove was not foreboding but inviting, like the embrace of a memory waiting to be remembered. When she entered, the air cooled, the sunlight softened into a gentler glow. Shadows danced upon the ground as the leaves shifted above, creating patterns that seemed alive. Marceline walked slowly through, her footsteps muted by the soft earth. The grove was alive with stillness, the kind of quiet that was not empty but whole, as though every leaf, every root, every breath of air held its place in a greater harmony. At the heart of the grove, she came upon a clearing. A small pool lay there, its surface smooth and reflective, holding the image of the sky above. She knelt at its edge and gazed into it. The water mirrored her face, yet not as she remembered it. There was no sharpness, no line of separation between her features and the world. The reflection shimmered as though she were part of the sky, part of the trees, part of the earth itself. She reached out, letting her fingers touch the surface. Ripples spread outward, breaking the reflection into endless fragments, yet none of it was lost. The image shifted, reformed, transformed, each movement revealing another aspect of the whole. Marceline smiled softly, realizing that what she saw was not a distortion, but a reminder. Nothing was fixed, yet nothing was gone. She sat beside the pool for a long while, her eyes drifting between the water and the sky. Thoughts rose and fell within her, but none stayed long. Each one dissolved like ripples, leaving her heart open and quiet. When she finally rose, the clearing seemed brighter. She stepped out from the grove and into the fields again, the sun beginning its descent toward the horizon. The light had changed, softened into tones of gold and amber that stretched across the grass. The sky above burned with gentle fire, clouds glowing as though lit from within. Marceline continued walking, her shadow long behind her, her body warmed by the fading light. Each step felt lighter than the last, as though she were no longer bound by the weight of her own form. She did not resist the change, nor cling to what was passing. She simply walked, her breath steady, her heart at ease. As the horizon deepened into evening, the first stars began to appear. They glimmered faintly at first, then grew clearer as the sky darkened. Marceline lifted her gaze to them, her eyes reflecting their quiet light. She felt no separation between herself and the stars, as though they too were part of the same endless unfolding she had always been within. The field grew still as night returned. The flowers closed, the breeze softened, and the world sank into a deeper quiet. Marceline lay down upon the grass, her body resting easily upon the earth. She gazed at the stars above until her eyes grew heavy. The rhythm of her breath merged with the rhythm of the night, steady and unbroken. As sleep approached, she did not resist. She let herself drift into it, as she had drifted through each moment of her journey, without holding, without clinging, without fear. The stars shimmered above her, the earth cradled her, and within that vast embrace she surrendered to the endless stillness. The world had quieted in a way that felt almost deliberate, as though it knew a hush was needed to hold the delicate, memories floating between them. Marceline sat by the river's edge, her fingers dangling above the slow-moving water, and for a long while she said nothing at all. Finn lay a little way behind her, stretched out on the soft moss, watching the last fragments of daylight melt into the horizon. There was no need for urgency, no need to fill the silence, because the silence itself was like an old companion, steady and comforting, never demanding more than what was already offered. The breeze smelled faintly of pine and earth, and every sound, every gentle ripple, every distant bird seemed to fold into the evening like a lullaby sung too softly for anyone but them to hear. Marceline plucked a note on her bass, just one, and let it hang in the air until it dissolved into nothing. It wasn't a song, not yet, just a sound like a sigh. She tilted her head back and closed her eyes, listening to the way it echoed against the hollow of her heart. Finn didn't speak, but she felt his presence, the kind of presence that asks for nothing and gives everything, simply by being there. She thought about how many nights she had sung to herself, how many empty rooms she had filled with music that no one would ever hear, and how different it felt to share even a fragment of that sound now. She remembered her mother again, in fragments, always in fragments, never a whole picture, never a complete story, just pieces. A lullaby hummed against her ear, a hand brushing tangled hair away from her face, a shadow moving in candlelight. Some nights the memories made her ache. Tonight they made her feel as though her mother was sitting just behind her, listening. She strummed another note, softer this time, and it trembled like a leaf caught in a passing breath of wind. Finn sat up, drawing his knees to his chest. He didn't ask her to sing, didn't push or pry. He only said in his quiet voice, "You don't have to be alone in the music anymore." Marceline looked over her shoulder at him, half amused, half vulnerable, and for a heartbeat she almost replied with her usual tease, something sharp to mask the gentleness. But the night was too soft for sharpness, too tender for masks. She only nodded, then let her fingers slide into a melody that had been waiting in her chest for years. It was a slow song, a wandering song, full of pauses and almost forgotten phrases. It had no beginning and no end. It circled around itself like a dream that never needed to finish. Finn closed his eyes as he listened, his breathing falling into rhythm with the strings. The song wasn't meant to impress, wasn't meant to prove anything. It was just a sound of remembering, a sound of being alive, a sound of offering something wordless into the night. As the song stretched onward, the stars emerged, timid at first, then bolder, until the sky became a scattered field of quiet lanterns. Marceline lifted her gaze to them, letting her fingers keep playing as if guided by the stars themselves. She wondered if any of those distant lights had ever heard songs like hers. She wondered if her mother's lullabies had risen up into them, drifting forever, still echoing somewhere beyond reach. For a moment she felt very small, but not in a lonely way, more in a peaceful way, like being part of something vast and tender. Finn shifted closer, laying down again, his head tilted toward her music. He thought of his own memories, the ones that came in flashes and aches, his childhood, his long wanderings, his strange encounters that had shaped him into who he was. He felt the music folding over those memories like a blanket, softening their edges, soothing the sharp places. Marceline's song seemed to say what words never could, that every loss, every joy, every hidden corner of their past was allowed to exist, allowed to be remembered without needing to be fixed or erased. There were moments in the melody where it seemed the song might fade into silence, and then gently she would pull it back, coax it into another phrase. Each return felt like a reminder. It is okay to pause, it is okay to drift, it is okay to continue slowly. She thought of all the times she had tried to bury her tenderness under laughter or defiance, and realized that here, in this small clearing, with Finn's steady breath nearby, she could let the tenderness live without shame. The river kept moving, steady and patient. Marceline leaned back onto her elbows, still playing, and let her eyes follow the water downstream. She imagined the notes of her song floating along with it, carried into valleys and forests, carried to places neither she nor Finn would ever see. Maybe some forgotten creature would hear them, half asleep, and feel less alone. Maybe the trees themselves would hold the memory of her music, storing it in their rings. Finn murmured, almost dreamily, "It feels like the world's remembering with you." His words were soft, not meant to break her focus, just meant to sit beside it. Marceline's chest tightened, not with sadness, but with that odd kind of gratitude that can sting before it soothes. She let her head rest against the ground, her bass cradled against her ribs, and the song shifted again, lower, slower, as though it too were growing drowsy. When she finally let the strings fall silent, the quiet did not feel empty. It felt full, filled with the resonance of what had been shared. She and Finn didn't move for a long time. The stars wheeled above them, slow and certain, and the night wrapped around them like a gentle tide. Marceline thought she might hum one last note, but she didn't. She realized the silence was the last verse, the part that mattered most. She glanced at Finn, who had already drifted into that soft space between waking and dreaming. His face looked younger there, smoothed of all its worries. She thought of how many nights he had fought to stay awake, to stay alert, to stay strong, and how important it was for him to finally rest. She reached out, brushed her fingers lightly across his shoulder, a gesture as small as a whisper. He stirred but did not wake, only sighed and settled deeper into the moss. Marceline let her gaze travel once more to the sky, to the endless stretch of stars. She didn't need answers from them tonight. It was enough to know they were there, steady, watching, patient. She breathed in, breathed out, and let the quiet fold her in. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she thought of her mother again, thought of the lullaby she would never fully recall, and allowed herself to believe that maybe, just maybe, this song she had played was the continuation of that lullaby, carried on in a way her mother would have understood. The night deepened, and the river kept its rhythm. A gentle coolness swept through the clearing, but it wasn't harsh. It was the kind of coolness that told you to gather closer, to wrap yourself in what was near. Marceline pulled her cloak around her shoulders and rested her head back, the weight of the day slipping further and further away. She felt the music still humming in her bones, even without the bass in her hands. It was always there, waiting, patient. Tonight it had been heard. That was enough. And so the world settled again, carrying their memories forward in silence, in music, in dreams too soft to name. The morning did not arrive with any urgency. Instead, it crept softly across the forest, brushing its pale light. Over the moss, the river and the figures still resting by its edge. Finn stirred first, blinking against the quiet dawn, though he did not rush to sit up. He stayed on his back, staring at the slow turning sky above him, feeling as though the stars had only just retreated and left behind their silver warmth. The sound of the river was steady, unchanged, as if it had been keeping watch for them. all night. Marceline was still asleep nearby, her bass lying close, her cloak pulled over her shoulders like a shield against dreams. Finn turned his head toward her, studying the ease in her face, a rare calm that seemed precious in its simplicity. He thought about the song she had played, the way it had seemed less like music and more like a bridge, something that stretched between the two of them without needing to be seen. He remembered how it made him feel as though the world itself had slowed down just to listen. Now, in the pale light of morning, the memory lingered like warmth in his chest. He wondered if she dreamed of it, if the song followed her even in sleep, guiding her through corridors of memory where her mother's lullaby still echoed. Finn finally sat up, stretching his arms but careful not to disturb her. The air was cool but gentle, full of dew and earth, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp stone. He reached for a pebble and tossed it lightly into the river, watching the rings spread outward in slow circles. The ripples reminded him of how memories moved through time, never gone, only spreading, widening, changing shape as they touched new moments. He thought about his own memories, the fragments that never fully faded. Some were jagged, some tender, but all of them were part of him, carried like echoes in water. Marceline stirred, mumbling something half-formed before opening her eyes. For a moment she looked disoriented, caught between the shadows of sleep and the brightness of morning. Then, as recognition returned, she gave a soft, tired smile, pulling her cloak tighter. "Morning already?" she whispered, her voice low as though speaking too loudly might chase away the peace. "Yeah," Finn replied, his own tone hushed. "But it's not the kind of morning that pushes you, more like it's just waiting for us." Marceline chuckled faintly, sitting up, her hair a wild halo around her face. She glanced toward her bass, brushed the strings with one finger, and let the faint note hum into the still air. It wasn't a song, not even close, but the sound folded into the morning like a soft greeting. She tilted her head back, watching the trees overhead sway gently. "Feels like the kind of day where nothing has to happen," she said, almost to herself. Finn nodded. "That's okay. Nothing happening is still something." They sat together for a while, saying little. The silence was not heavy. It was restful, like an old blanket worn smooth from years of use. The forest seemed alive but unhurried, every sound stretching lazily into the morning. A bird called far off, its note sharp and then fading. The river gave back its endless reply, and the breeze carried whispers through the leaves. It was as though the whole world had agreed to take its time. Marceline picked up her bass, resting it against her knees. She did not play, not really. Her fingers wandered across the strings, drawing out pieces of notes, hints of melodies that didn't fully form. Finn leaned back, listening, eyes closed. It didn't matter if the music wasn't whole, it was the way it floated through the air, the way it filled the spaces between their breaths. He thought again about her mother, about the fragments Marceline had spoken of, the lullabies half remembered. Maybe all songs were like that, fragments strung together, incomplete but still meaningful. She stopped after a moment, letting her hands fall into her lap. "You ever feel like the quiet is saying more than words can?" she asked softly. Finn opened his eyes and smiled. "All the time." Her gaze drifted to the river again, to the slow-moving water that caught the pale light of morning. She imagined her song still floating there, carried onward, scattered across valleys and hills. She thought of how music never really belonged to her alone. Once played, it belonged to the air, to the earth, to whoever happened to hear it, even to those who might never know her name. That thought didn't make her sad. Instead, it felt freeing, as though every note was a gift released, not something she had to keep locked away. They decided, without saying so, to follow the river downstream. Finn walked lightly, stepping from stone to stone, while Marceline hovered just above the ground, her cloak trailing behind her. Neither of them spoke much as they moved, but the silence was not empty. It was filled with the rhythm of footsteps, the whisper of water, the occasional crackle of branches underfoot. Every sound seemed like part of a larger song, a song that didn't need instruments, only presence. At one point, Finn paused, crouching near the water. He dipped his fingers in, letting the cold current slip around his hand. "It feels like the river knows where it's going," he said, watching it swirl. Marceline hovered beside him, her eyes thoughtful. "Yeah, it doesn't rush, but it never stops either. Just keeps moving. Kind of like memories," Finn added. "Even when you don't think about them, they're still flowing somewhere." Marceline looked at him, a small smile tugging at her mouth. "You're getting all poetic on me." "Maybe it's the river's fault," he replied, grinning. She laughed, a real laugh this time, one that broke the morning's hush, but didn't disturb it. Instead, it seemed to join the chorus, as natural as the water and the wind. For a moment, the heaviness she often carried seemed lighter, replaced by something almost childlike, something that reminded her of songs sung without reason, without weight, just for the joy of sound. As the sun rose higher, they found a fallen log to rest upon. Marceline leaned back, strumming her bass with absent fingers, while Finn leaned forward, elbows on his knees, gazing into the distance. The warmth of the sun touched their skin, not harsh, just enough to remind them of the world's steady turning. Time felt stretched, slowed, as if the day itself was reluctant to move too quickly. Finn sighed, not from sadness, but from the deep ease of being present. "You ever think maybe resting is the most important adventure?" Marceline arched, and her
eyebrow at him. "That's not what you used to say."
"Yeah," he admitted, smiling faintly. "But maybe I didn't understand it then. Maybe I do now." She didn't answer, but the soft curve of her smile was enough. She let her bass hum another note, a sound that hung in the air just long, enough before disappearing. Finn closed his eyes again, letting the sound settle over him. The river moved, the trees swayed, and the quiet of morning stretched endlessly forward. It was not a moment to be rushed. It was a moment to be lived slowly, gently, like music, played for no audience but the sky. And so they stayed there, letting the day unfold without demand, their breaths falling into rhythm with the world around them, each heartbeat carrying the quiet truth that sometimes the greatest songs are the ones never finished, the ones that linger in silence long after the last note fades. The day stretched into itself, soft and unhurried, carrying Finn and Marceline further along the river's path. The forest canopy opened little by little, letting in more of the afternoon light, golden and warm, as though the sun itself was taking its time to paint the world. The river sparkled with that glow, its surface broken occasionally by drifting leaves or the splash of fish rising for insects. Finn walked ahead with a thoughtful calm, and Marceline floated lazily just above the ground, her cloak catching the breeze like an extra shadow. Neither of them had spoken for a long while. It wasn't silence born of distance, but one that carried understanding, an ease that made words unnecessary. The quiet around them was filled with life, rustling branches, insects buzzing like faint static, water curling and hurrying around stones. Every sound wove into something steady, a reminder that the world did not need them to rush. Eventually, Finn slowed and crouched beside a cluster of wildflowers near the riverbank. Their petals were pale blue, trembling in the soft wind. He touched one gently, not to pick it, but to feel its fragility. "It's strange," he said at last, his voice low. "These flowers only last a season, but somehow they always come back. They die, but then they return, as if the earth keeps remembering."
Them. Marceline hovered closer, her gaze landing on the flowers.
She tilted her head, thoughtful. "That's kind of like songs, isn't it? They end, but you can play them again. Not the same exact way, maybe, but close enough to remind you of the first time." Finn nodded, smiling faintly. "Yeah, like echoes that don't really stop, just get carried somewhere else." She touched her bass absent-mindedly, her fingers tracing the strings but not pressing down. The thought of echoes lingered in her mind. Some echoes faded quickly, some never truly left. Her mother's lullabies, for example, had stayed with her, even when she only remembered fragments. They were echoes carried through time, through her own voice, through the way she had passed them unknowingly into other songs. Maybe Finn was right. Nothing was ever fully gone, just reshaped. They continued onward, following the slow curves of the river, until it widened into a clearing. The water spread out here, shallow and calm, dotted with smooth stones that formed a natural crossing. Finn grinned when he saw it, his childlike instinct immediately drawing him toward the challenge of stepping from one stone to another. He kicked off his boots and waded into the shallows, balancing on the first rock, with arms stretched wide for fun rather than necessity. "Bet I can make it across without falling," he called, his voice carrying just enough to ripple into the trees. Marceline smirked, floating higher so that her cloak brushed the tops of the reeds. "Pretty sure I have the unfair advantage here." "Yeah, but that's why it's a challenge for me," Finn replied, moving carefully to the next stone. His foot slipped slightly, sending a small spray of water outward, but he steadied himself with a laugh. Each step was careful, yet playful, and he let out a cheer when he reached the other side without falling. Marceline applauded slowly, exaggerated, then drifted lazily across above the water. "Congratulations, champion of rocks," she teased, though her smile softened the words. Finn grinned, shaking his wet foot in her direction. "It's about the journey, not the title." She rolled her eyes playfully, then settled beside him on the far bank. The grass here was tall and swayed gently in the light. Beyond the river, the forest seemed to thin, revealing glimpses of distant hills washed in sunlight. Marceline lowered herself until she was sitting, pulling her knees close and resting, her base against her shoulder. Finn lay back on the grass, folding his arms behind his head. They stayed there quietly, the river behind them continuing its endless song. Finn's eyes tracked the slow crawl of clouds across the sky, and Marceline plucked a quiet melody, more habit than performance. The notes drifted upward, mingling with the drifting air. After a while, Finn spoke again. "You ever wonder if the world remembers us the way we remember it?" Marceline glanced down at him, arching an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" He kept his gaze on the clouds. "Like, all the times we laugh, all the songs, all the moments we think don't matter. Do you think the world keeps them somehow? Not just in us, but in itself?" Her fingers stilled on the strings. She thought about that for a long moment. "Maybe it does. Maybe every song, every story, every little thing we do just folds into the air, into the ground, into the river. Maybe that's why places feel different, like they remember what's happened there. Finn smiled faintly, eyes still half closed. That makes sense. Some places feel warm, like they've been filled with good things. Others feel heavy, like they're carrying old shadows. Marceline's gaze shifted back to the horizon, where the hills rose gently against the light. Then I guess all we can do is try to leave behind songs worth remembering. Her words lingered, soft and steady, and she strummed a single, resonant note. Finn closed his eyes, letting it wash over him. The sound seemed to hang longer than it should, like it had found a place in the air where it wanted to stay. As the afternoon drifted on, they shared pieces of conversation, laughter that rose without effort, and silences that settled like old friends. Finn told a small story about his younger adventures, simple moments of climbing mountains, shouting into valleys, and waiting for echoes to return. Marceline shared fragments of songs she hadn't finished, humming incomplete lines that carried a tenderness she rarely admitted. Time stretched, the sun inching lower, the light turning deeper and richer. The river reflected that shift, its surface glowing with molten gold. Birds wheeled overhead, calling sharply before diving back toward the trees. The air cooled slightly, brushing their skin with evening's first whispers. They didn't speak of where they were going or what might come next. For once, direction didn't matter. The path unfolded naturally, as though the river itself was guiding them not toward an ending, but toward the continuation of something timeless. When the sun finally touched the line of the hills, Marceline stood, brushing grass from her cloak. "We should keep moving before it gets too dark," she said softly. Finn sat up, stretching, then nodded. He glanced back at the river, at the way it glowed with the fading light, and felt an ache of appreciation. Not sadness, but gratitude for the stillness they had shared. He followed Marceline as they set off again, their shadows stretching long. Behind them, their steps steady but unhurried. The evening carried with it a deeper hush, the kind that made every sound seem sharper. Crickets began their chorus, frogs joined from the shallows, and the wind hummed through tall grass. The world was preparing to rest, and in that rhythm, Finn and Marceline found their own place, not as wanderers searching for something lost, but as travelers living in the quiet truth of the present. As the sky deepened into twilight, Finn looked toward Marceline, her silhouette dark against the dimming gold. "Hey," he said softly, almost hesitant. She glanced at him. "Yeah? Thanks for playing your song last night. I think it's still with me." Marceline blinked, surprised by the gentleness in his voice. Then she smiled faintly, turning her gaze back to the horizon. "Maybe it's not just with you. Maybe it's with everything now." They walked on, letting the last of the day fade into shadow, their steps in rhythm with the earth's quiet heartbeat. The twilight deepened, draping the forest in shades of violet and indigo, while the river behind them murmured like a distant lullaby. Fireflies emerged slowly, their small lanterns blinking in scattered rhythm, weaving tiny constellations among the tall grass. The world around Finn and Marceline seemed to exhale into night, every sound softened, every movement drawn out as though time itself wanted to linger in this fragile moment between day and darkness. Finn adjusted the strap of his pack on his shoulder and glanced at Marceline, who floated just a little higher now, her cloak spilling out behind her like liquid shadow. She was humming faintly, a tune without words, something half-formed yet familiar. Finn didn't interrupt. He let her melody fill the silence, carrying them both forward as they followed the narrowing path into the trees. The air grew cooler, brushed with the crispness that marked the edge of autumn. Leaves rustled above, some looser than before, ready to fall when the next wind swept through. The ground was soft beneath their steps, a mix of roots, moss, and fallen leaves. Finn found himself slowing as though every step deserved attention. He liked the way the forest seemed alive with presence, how the world never quite slept, even in its quietest hours. "Do you remember?" Finn asked softly, breaking the hush. "The first time we came through a forest at night? Back when I was younger, I was so sure shadows were hiding something waiting to jump out." Marceline smirked, her hum fading. "Yeah, you clutched that wooden sword like it was going to save you from the dark. You even tried to challenge the wind." Finn laughed quietly, embarrassed but warm. "I guess I didn't know then that sometimes the dark isn't an enemy, it's just the world closing its eyes for a while." "Exactly," Marceline said, her tone thoughtful. "Darkness isn't always danger. Sometimes it's the safest place to breathe." Her words echoed softly, blending with the rustling leaves. Finn carried them with him as they pressed further into the forest. The path wound gently, curving through clusters of trees where moonlight flickered through gaps in the branches. The silver glow painted shifting patterns on the ground, stripes and circles that seemed alive in their movement. They came upon a small clearing where the moonlight pooled more fully. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches sprawling like arms stretched open. At its roots, a hollow formed a natural seat, worn smooth by weather and time. Finn stopped, staring at it with quiet awe. "It looks like it's been here forever," he whispered. Marceline hovered down, brushing her fingers against the bark. "Trees like this. They've seen things no one else remembers. Every season, every storm, every voice that's passed beneath them. It all lingers here." They sat together at its roots, Finn leaning back against the trunk, while Marceline rested her bass across her lap. For a while they didn't speak, simply listening to the forest breathe. The tree seemed to carry its own hum, a vibration deep within the wood that wasn't sound exactly, but presence. Finn felt it against his back, steady and grounding, as though the tree itself was acknowledging their pause. Marceline began strumming gently, the notes low and resonant. They rolled outward like waves, folding into the night. Finn closed his eyes, the music carrying him into a calm state, where time blurred. The melody was slow, deliberate, yet with undercurrents of tenderness that only she could weave. It wasn't a song about battles or grief. It was about stillness, about sitting under a tree with a friend and letting the night surround you. When the song faded, Finn opened his eyes to find Marceline watching the stars just starting to appear overhead. "You ever think about how many people have looked up at the same sky?" she asked softly. "All the time," Finn replied. "It's like no matter what's happening, the sky connects us. Even if we're far apart, we're under the same stretch of stars." Marceline smiled faintly. "Makes you feel less alone." They sat until more stars emerged, the clearing glowing faintly with their cold light. The fireflies seemed to mimic them, drifting lazily in patterns that echoed the constellations above. Finn felt small, but in a way that was comforting, as though he was part of something endless and far bigger than himself. Eventually Marceline stood, brushing off her cloak. "We should keep moving. Night walks always have their own kind of magic." Finn nodded, rising reluctantly. Together they left the clearing, the ancient tree fading into shadow behind them. The path grew narrower, winding between tall ferns that brushed their legs and cloaks. The deeper they went, the more the forest seemed to shift into dreamlike strangeness. Shapes formed in the dark, not threatening but curious, branches arching like gates, rocks positioned as if deliberately placed, roots rising like steps. Finn felt as though the forest was guiding them, leading them somewhere it wanted them to find. He glanced at Marceline, who seemed equally attuned, her eyes reflecting the moonlight like silver mirrors. Neither spoke of it, but both felt the pull. The path opened at last into another space, this one smaller, almost hidden. At its center bubbled a spring, water spilling gently into a pool that shimmered beneath the moonlight. The sound of it was delicate, like glass, breaking softly over and over, yet endlessly whole. The pool reflected the stars so clearly that it looked as though a piece of the sky had fallen to the ground. Finn crouched at the edge, dipping his fingers into the water. It was cool, cleaner than any river. "It feels alive," he murmured. Marceline floated nearby, her gaze lingering on the pool. "Water remembers too," she said. "It carries stories from every place it's touched. Oceans, rivers, clouds."
Rain. All of it passes through, leaving traces. Finn cupped some in his hands and drank, the freshness startling. It felt like swallowing light itself, something purer than he had ever known.
He let out a soft laugh, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "It's like the world giving us a gift." Marceline lowered herself, trailing her hand across the surface. The ripples spread outward, bending the starlight into rings that overlapped and reformed endlessly. She whispered, something too soft for Finn to catch, perhaps words to the water itself, perhaps to the memory it carried. They stayed there for a while, not speaking, not needing to. The pool seemed to hold them in place, wrapping them in a silence so deep it was almost sacred. When at last they rose to leave, Finn felt lighter, as though some quiet part of him had been washed clean. The path continued, the night deepening but never feeling heavy. Crickets sang around them, owls called from distant branches, and the forest carried them onward with a rhythm that felt intentional. Their steps fell into sync, steady and sure, moving toward whatever lay ahead with quiet acceptance. Finn thought about everything they had seen that day: the river, the crossing, stones, the ancient tree, the spring of stars. Each moment felt like part of a tapestry, stitched together not by chance but by some hidden thread. He didn't know what awaited them, and for once he didn't need to. The journey itself was enough. As they walked beneath the vast canopy of stars, Marceline strummed one final note on her bass, letting it echo into the night. The sound lingered, folding into the dark, into the air, into the world itself, where it would remain long after they moved on. And together, under the watch of moon and stars, they continued forward, the night holding them gently, as if promising there was still more to discover. The forest stretched endlessly, each tree like a pillar of memory, each leaf whispering stories as it swayed in the night air. Finn and Marceline walked side by side, their steps unhurried, as though time itself had slowed to match their pace. The moon had climbed higher, its silver light pouring across the world, bathing the ground, the stones, and the winding path, in a glow that felt half real, half dream. Finn tilted his head back, staring at the sky that seemed so full of stars it might spill over. Each one flickered with a subtle rhythm, like tiny lanterns breathing. He found himself whispering names of constellations he remembered, some from books, some he had made up as a child. Marceline listened, floating just above the ground, her cloak trailing lazily, eyes reflecting the heavens with quiet amusement. "You always make up your own constellations," she said softly, "even when real ones are already there." "Yeah," Finn admitted with a grin. "It's like they're stories waiting to be told. If I don't name them, who will?" Marceline chuckled low, the sound carrying smoothly across the cool air. "Guess that's the adventurer in you, always needing new quests, even in the stars." They passed beneath an arch of branches that bent like an entrance, the shadows curling around them, as if inviting them deeper. Beyond it, the ground sloped, downward, opening into a small valley. Mist hovered low over the grass, glowing faintly in the moonlight, as though the land itself was breathing. Fireflies dotted the haze, their lights pulsing in slow patterns, not random, but almost synchronized, like a secret signal written in the air. Finn slowed, captivated. "It feels like we're stepping into someone's dream," he whispered. Marceline lowered closer to the ground, her voice thoughtful. "Or maybe the dream is stepping into us." The valley was quiet, except for the sound of a stream trickling softly through its center. They followed it, their reflections bending with the ripples, fragments of themselves broken into shifting shapes. Finn crouched, trailing his fingers through the cold water, watching how the ripples carried outward, disturbing the perfect stillness. Marceline perched on a nearby rock, bass in her lap, and began to pluck gentle notes. The sound blended with the stream, weaving water and music into something seamless. Finn sat back, listening, letting the melody pull him into calm. The tune had no urgency, no sharp edges. It was patient, like the night itself, content to exist, without needing to reach a conclusion. After a while, Finn lay back on the grass, staring upward. "Do you ever think," he asked, voice hushed, "that all of this, the rivers, the trees, the stars, was always meant to guide us here?" Marceline didn't answer immediately. Her music softened, her eyes distant, as though she was listening to something only she could hear. Finally, she said, "Maybe it's not about being meant. Maybe it's about being open enough to notice." The words sank into him like stones, sinking into water, slow and steady, leaving ripples long after. He thought about how much of life had felt like rushing, chasing, struggling against what couldn't be controlled. And yet here, in the quiet of the valley, nothing needed to be fought. Everything just was. They lingered until the mist thickened, wrapping around them like a blanket. The stars above blurred slightly, softened by the haze. Finn felt drowsy, his body loosening into the earth, but he knew they needed to keep moving. He pushed himself upright, brushing dew from his hair. Marceline floated to his side again, her smile faint but warm. "Ready?" He nodded. Together they followed the stream until it curved back into the forest. The path became narrower, the trees denser, their branches knitted into a canopy that allowed only streaks of moonlight through. The forest grew quieter, the sounds of insects fading, replaced by the distant hoot of an owl. Each sound echoed longer, as though the woods themselves were stretching time. Finn's eyes adjusted to the dim, and he began to notice faint carvings. On the trunks of certain trees, spirals, circles, patterns etched deep into the bark. He touched one gently, tracing its groove. "Do you think these mean something?" Marceline hovered closer, examining them. "Maybe they're markers, maybe just art. Either way, they feel like echoes of someone who was here long before us." They continued, spotting more carvings as they walked, each one different, yet all sharing a rhythm. It was as though someone had once left a trail, not for direction, but for memory. Finn thought about how even the smallest marks could outlast lifetimes, how even a carved line could whisper centuries later. The path curved again and spilled them into another clearing. At its center rose a broken stone arch, half collapsed, its pieces scattered across the grass. Moss crept over its base and vines draped lazily across its jagged edges. Moonlight struck it directly, making it glow faintly, as though the arch itself remembered once being whole. Finn approached slowly, laying a hand on the cold stone. The air here felt heavier, filled with the weight of ages. He whispered, without meaning to, "It feels like a doorway." Marceline joined him, her voice
low. Maybe it was, maybe it still is.
They stood there in silence, the arch towering broken yet still proud, a monument to something forgotten. The space hummed faintly, not with sound but with presence. Finn felt it in his chest, steady and deep, like the thrum of a heartbeat too.
Large to belong to any single being, Marceline sat cross-legged at its base, pulling her base into her lap again.
"Places like this deserve songs," she said. Then she began to play, the melody different from before, lower, slower, filled with weight. The notes resonated with the stone, carrying across the clearing. Finn swore the vines shifted slightly, as if stirred by the vibration. He sat beside her, closing his eyes, letting the song and the air and the stone wrap around him. It was not sadness he felt, nor joy exactly. It was something larger, something beyond words, like standing at the edge of an ocean and realizing how endless it truly was. When the last note faded, the clearing seemed to sigh. The air grew lighter. Again, the hum easing back into stillness. Finn opened his eyes, meeting Marceline's, and neither spoke. They didn't need to. The music had said it all. They rose, leaving the broken arch behind, though Finn carried its memory with him. The forest reclaimed them quickly, shadows curling around, guiding them further. The path narrowed, then widened, then bent again, each twist revealing more of the infinite night. As they walked, Finn thought of how each place they discovered, ancient trees, starry springs, moss-covered arches, was like a page in a story only they were reading. A story that wasn't about battles or victories, but about being present enough to witness the quiet wonders the world still held. Marceline began to hum again, wordless but steady, her voice blending with the night. Finn found himself smiling, not because of where they were headed, but because of where they already were. The forest thinned at last, and they emerged onto a gentle hill. From its crest, the land rolled out beneath them, fields of grass silvered by moonlight, streams glimmering like scattered veins of glass, and mountains rising faintly at the horizon, shadows against the starlit sky. Finn stopped, taking it all in, his chest filling with something vast.
"It feels endless," he whispered. Marceline drifted up slightly, her eyes on the same horizon. "That's because it is. And still we only get to walk a little part of it." Finn nodded slowly. The thought didn't sadden him. Instead, it
filled him with awe, with gratitude. Every step they took, every night they crossed, was a chance to witness even a fraction of the endlessness. The wind rose gently, tugging at their hair and cloaks, carrying with it the cool promise of the road.
Ahead.
Finn breathed it in, steady and sure. Together, without rushing, they began their descent into the silver fields, the night carrying them forward like a song without end. The night stretched on, vast and unbroken, though time seemed to fold in. on itself as Finn and Marceline walked the silver fields. Each blade of grass caught the moonlight and bent it, so that the earth shimmered faintly as if it were a sea made of light instead of water. The sound of their steps was muted, cushioned by the softness beneath them, and the wind whispered in long sighs that carried across the open expanse. Finn let his eyes wander upward. The sky was an endless canvas, stars scattered so abundantly they looked like spilled jewels. The Milky Way arched above them, so luminous it seemed painted by some patient hand. For a moment he felt small, but not diminished. Small in the way a single note belongs to a song, part of something larger than it could ever be alone. Marceline floated just ahead, her silhouette framed by the constellations. She didn't speak, and Finn didn't feel the need to break the silence either. There was a shared understanding between them, an ease that didn't rely on words. The night itself seemed to breathe with them, a third companion walking quietly. By their side, after a long while, the ground sloped downward into a shallow valley. At its heart, a lone tree stood, taller than any Finn had seen, its trunk wide enough to hold 100 stories within its bark. Its branches stretched outward like arms, heavy with leaves that shimmered as if dipped in starlight. The glow was faint but steady, as though the tree had swallowed centuries of moonlight, and now let it spill gently into the world. Finn slowed, his eyes wide. "Whoa!" Marceline landed softly beside him, tilting her head. "Looks like it's been here forever," she murmured, "and still waiting for someone to notice." They approached carefully, as though afraid to disturb its quiet dignity. The closer they came, the more details revealed themselves, the twisting roots that coiled deep into the ground, the patterns etched naturally into the bark like ancient runes, the faint hum in the air that seemed to rise from the tree itself. Finn placed his palm against the trunk, and it was warm, not with heat, but with presence, steady and grounding. Marceline circled slowly, fingertips brushing over the
"Bark, it's like it's alive in more ways than one," she said, her voice hushed. "Like it remembers everything." Finn closed his eyes, letting the weight of the tree settle into him. He thought of all the storms it must have weathered, all
the seasons it had seen come and go, and still it stood here, unshaken, glowing quietly into the night. It felt less like a tree and more like a guardian, keeping watch over the fields, its silence louder than any song. Marceline leaned against the trunk, pulling her bass into her lap. She plucked a slow, wandering tune, letting the notes drift upward, mingling with the soft shimmer of the leaves. The sound wrapped around them, folding the vastness of the night into something intimate. Finn sat beneath the branches, watching how the leaves swayed in rhythm with her music, as though the tree itself was listening. After a while, he spoke softly. "Do you think trees dream?" Marceline raised an eyebrow. "Dream? Like we do?" "Yeah," Finn said, gazing up at the canopy. "They stand here for centuries, just watching everything. Maybe when they sleep, they dream of all the things they've seen. Or maybe they dream of things even older than themselves." Marceline let the question linger in the air, her fingers slowing on the strings. "If they do," she said at last, "I bet their dreams are quieter than ours, but deeper." The thought made Finn smile. He imagined roots spreading down into the earth, touching rivers, stones and bones of forgotten creatures, carrying stories so old they had no words left. A tree's dream, he thought, might be the oldest story of all. They rested there for a long time, neither rushing to leave. The world beyond the valley could wait. The night was patient, and so were they. Finn felt himself drifting in and out, of drowsiness caught between wakefulness and dream, each breath sinking with the soft hum of the tree. Eventually the air shifted. A breeze stirred through the valley, stronger than before, carrying with it a faint fragrance, something sweet, almost like honey mixed with rain. The leaves shivered, sending down a cascade of faint glimmers, as if tiny fragments of light had been released. They drifted slowly, settling on Finn's shoulders, Marceline's hair, the grass around them. Finn stared in wonder. It's like the trees shedding stars. Marceline caught one in her palm, watching how it pulsed faintly, before dissolving into her skin. Or maybe it's sharing them. The valley glowed for a while longer, bathed in that soft rain of light, until the last glimmer faded. Then the air stilled again, and the tree returned to its calm watchfulness. Finn felt a quiet gratitude swell in his chest, as though he had been given a gift too big to name. When they finally rose to leave, Finn placed his hand once more on the trunk, whispering a wordless thanks. Marceline did the same, a small smile playing on her lips. Then they set off again, climbing the far side of the valley, the glow of the tree receding behind them, but lingering in their hearts. The fields stretched once more, endless and rolling. The horizon shifted as they walked, revealing distant hills that shimmered like waves frozen mid-motion. The air grew cooler, the kind of cold that settled gently instead of biting. Finn pulled his cloak tighter, though the chill felt less like a threat and more like a reminder of the vastness they were walking through. Hours passed without them counting. The moon lowered gradually, casting longer shadows across the fields, and a hint of pale blue began to touch the edge of the sky. Dawn was approaching, slow but certain, painting the world with the first whispers of morning. Finn paused, staring at the horizon. We've been walking through night for so long, I almost forgot morning was real. Marceline floated beside him, her eyes reflecting the faint shift of light. Morning always comes, doesn't mean night is any less important. Be sharp. Thought settled in Finn like a seed. He realized that both belonged, the quiet patience of night and the gentle arrival of dawn. Neither erased the other. They were part of the same endless rhythm. As the first rays of sun broke, the fields seemed to awaken. The silver sheen of moonlight gave way to gold, and the grass glowed like it had been waiting for this moment all along. Birds stirred in the distance, their calls threading through the air like the opening notes of a song. Finn breathed in deeply, filling his lungs with the cool, crisp air of a new day. He turned to Marceline, smiling. Guess we made it through another night. Marceline's smirk was soft, almost fond. Yeah, and it was a good one. They stood there a little longer, watching as the sun climbed higher, turning the fields brighter with each passing moment. The endless night had given way to endless morning, and both felt like gifts. Without rushing, they began walking again, side by side, carrying the memory of the glowing tree, the silver fields, and the patient night with them. The world stretched wide, and ahead lay more roads, more stories, more quiet wonders waiting to be found. And though neither said it aloud, both knew. This was only the beginning of another chapter in a journey that had no end. And so the echoes grew quiet, folding themselves into the fabric of the night, where silence no longer felt empty, but whole. What began as a journey through uncertainty had become a gentle resting place, and in that stillness the story breathed its last, leaving behind only calmness, like a lullaby meant to be remembered in dreams.